Section 11 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 9. 1. What's the difference, lady? The remark she had heard the salesgirl make to the critical shopper was often in Grace's mind. What did anything really matter? But the aisles at Shipley's were crowded with importunate holiday shoppers, and she was able to forget herself in her work. She had been complimented by the superintendent of the store. She was already one of the most successful saleswomen in her department. She had earned as high as $50 a week, not a contemptible sum, even if to earn it she had become number 18 at Shipley's. 4 days passed, and still no word from Trenton. On 2 nights, Grace cried herself to sleep in a confusion of emotions, loneliness, fear that some evil had befallen him, mortification that she had listened to his protestations of love and hope that he would yet explain himself. Her repeated efforts to shut him out of her mind failed miserably. She had not known until his communications ceased how much she counted on him, or how completely he had captivated her imagination. As she waited for a customer to decide upon a wrap, her gaze fell upon a young woman she recognized, after a bewildered moment of uncertainty, as Mrs. Bob Cummings. Briskly summing up the arguments in favor of the garment her customer was considering, Grace was disagreeably conscious that Evelyn appeared to be waiting for an opportunity to speak to her. Grace answered perfunctorily the last question of her customer and made out the charge slip. As she concluded the transaction and bade her customer good morning, Evelyn crossed the room. "Please pardon me, Miss Derlin," she began, half extending and then withdrawing her hand. "Is there something I can show you?" asked Grace in her most businesslike tone. "Not a thing, Miss Derlin," said Evelyn, and smiled ingratiatingly. "You are terribly busy, I know, but there's something I want to say to you. It will take only a minute. I'm sorry I was so rude the other night. May I apologize?" "That's quite unnecessary," said Grace coldly, and was instantly vexed that she had thought of no better response. Evelyn, embarrassed for a moment, smiled again. She was much prettier than Grace had thought her at McGovern's. "It was all so ridiculous," said Evelyn, now perfectly composed. "Bob's such a baby. I didn't mind at all your going out to supper with him. What I did mind was his acting like an idiot when I walked in on you. Jimmy was just as idiotic. The idea of explaining anything, and then Bob must try to explain. That bored me just as it bored you. Of course I wasn't going to let him explain. But I'm sorry I lost my temper and spoke to you as I did. Won't you forgive me?" "If there's any forgiving to be done, let's both do it," said Grace, and they smiled at each other. "Men are such fools," exclaimed Evelyn, as though greatly relishing the statement. "Nothing ever pleased me more than the way you made Bob take you home. And then he came back to McGovern's and actually complained to me that you had given him the slip. He did that. Really, he did. Can you imagine it?" Her mirth over the affair had communicated itself to Grace. It hadn't occurred to her that Bob might have returned to McGovern's when she left him. "Bob is so obvious," Evelyn continued. "He's just got to have sympathy. Really, he wanted me to sympathize with him because you shook him in the road. Jimmy and I teased him till he cried for mercy. Bob's a dear boy, but he needs just the jar you gave him. You were perfect, and you won't think the worse of me, will you, for losing my temper?" "Certainly not," said Grace. "I've known Bob so long. Yes, the moment Jimmy spoke your name, I knew all about you and understood everything. He wanted sympathy, and being a sentimental person, he sought you out of the score of old friendship. Just like him. Selfish is no name for him. But to think he was afraid of me, he gave himself away terribly. He's so meek now, it's positively pathetic. To be laughing over Bob's frailties with Bob's wife was something that hadn't figured in Grace's calculations. The superintendent on his way through the department frowned to see number 18 neglecting her duties to chat with a caller. But recognizing Mrs. Cummings, he asked deferentially whether she was finding what she wanted. Miss Derland is taking excellent care of me, Evelyn replied. I'm violating all the rules, I suppose, she said when the man had passed on. If they scold you, let me know, and I'll speak to Mr. Shipley about it. Just one thing more. Bob has told me about your father and the way Mr. Cummings, Sr. treated him. It wasn't fair. Bob says that. I'd like you to know I'm sorry. It was all in the way of business, said Grace. I have no feeling about it. I'm only sorry for my father and mother. It was a blow they hadn't expected. It wasn't nice, said Evelyn decisively. I wish we could really become acquainted. I'm going to ask you up for dinner soon. Please don't say no. There are some young people I'd like you to meet. Goodbye, and thank you ever so much. 2. Grace turned to a waiting customer with a kindlier feeling for all the world. She was uncertain whether in like circumstances she would have been capable of the kindness and generosity Evelyn had manifested. It pleased her to believe that her education in the ways of the changing, baffling world was progressing. Evelyn Cummings was evidently a young woman without illusions. She knew exactly how to manage a temperamental husband. Marriage, as Grace viewed it, with the 3 different illustrations afforded by Kemp, Trenton, and Cummings, was of the realm of insubstantial things. Even the spectacle offered in her own home by her father and mother, between whom disappointment and adversity had reared a wall no less grim because of their steadfast loyalty, was hardly convincing on the other side of the picture. Stephen Derland and his wife were held together by habit, by a deeply implanted sense of duty to their children. Grace could not remember when her father had kissed her mother, or in any way manifested any affection for her, and yet in the beginning they must have loved each other. She wondered whether it was always like that. She had given up all hope of hearing again from Trenton when on the 10th day she received a note postmarked New York that set her heart fluttering. My dear little girl, what must you think of me? I think pretty poorly of myself, I can tell you. Picked up a cold on my way east. Pretended it didn't amount to anything. Motored down into New Jersey for a weekend with some old friends. Got chilled on the drive. Pneumonia almost. My host was afraid I'd die on his hands and made a frightful row. Couple of doctors, nurse, and all the other frills. I had no way of letting you know. Found your letter when I came into town this morning. I'm away, behind on my jobs. The great thing is that I want to see you and look into those dear dark eyes again. One day at twilight down there in the country, I thought of you so intently that I really brought you into the room. The nurse was sitting beside the bed, then suddenly you were there, your dark head clearly outlined in the dusk. You lifted your hand to touch your hair. That's a pretty trick you have. You have so many dear ways, and you smiled, another sweet way you have. The smile coming slowly like a dawn until it brightened all the world. The illusion was so perfect that it wasn't an illusion at all, but really you. I was terribly indignant at the nurse when she turned on the light and I lost you. The doctor says I may travel in 3 or 4 days, and my thoughts carry me in only one direction. You haven't sent me the telegram I hoped for. Never mind about that. Please wire me that you are well, and if you put in a word to say that you want to see me, I shall be the happiest man alive. Be assured of my love always. He hadn't forgotten her. He really cared. She moved with a quicker step. Her work had never gone so smoothly. While she had been doubting him, trying to put him out of her heart, he had been ill. She was unsparing in self-accusation for what now seemed the basest disloyalty. She tried to picture the room to which his longing had summoned her. Those lines in his letter moved her deeply and set her to speculating whether such a thing might not be possible in the case of two beings who loved each other greatly. There was no intimation in the letter that his wife had been with him in his illness. Grace grew bitter as she thought of Mrs. Trenton, who was probably roaming the world preaching a new social order to the neglect of her husband. In countenancing Trenton as a lover, Grace found Mrs. Trenton's conduct her most consoling justification. It came down to this, that if Ward Trenton's wife failed in her marital obligations, there was no justice in forbidding him to seek happiness elsewhere. This view was in fact advanced in Mary Graham Trenton's Clues to a New Social Order. It seemed a fair assumption that Mrs. Trenton wouldn't advocate ideas for all mankind that she wouldn't tolerate in her own husband. At her lunch hour, Grace went to the telegraph office and sent this message. Greatly troubled by your illness. Please take good care of yourself. You may be sure that I shall be glad to see you. Straight telegram paid, the clerk repeated perfunctorily and swept the message under the counter. The sending of the telegram gave Grace a gratifying sense of kinship with the larger world which Trenton's love had revealed to her. She found happiness all the afternoon in wondering just what he would be doing and how he would look when the message reached him. She wrote that night the longest letter she had yet written him. She thought often of what Irene had said about wanting to be loved in the great way that Miss Reynolds had said was the only way that counted. This had become the great desire of her heart. Old restraints and inherited moral inhibitions still resisted her impulse to fashion her life and give herself as she pleased. She meant to be very sure of Trenton, and even more sure of her own heart before committing herself further. She was not, she kept assuring herself, an ordinary or common type. She dropped into her letters several literary allusions and a few French phrases with a schoolgirl's pride in her erudition. There were times when Grace was very young. Trenton's next letter reported his complete recovery. He was working hard to make up for lost time, but would leave for the West as soon as possible and hoped to spend Christmas in Indianapolis. Incidentally, he had business there in which she might be able to assist him. This was further explained in a typewritten enclosure, which he asked her to deliver to her father. He warned her that the inquiry might lead to nothing, but there were certain patents held in Stephen Derland's name which he wished to investigate. The name Derland, he wrote, gave me a distinctly pleasant shock when the memorandum turned up on my desk in the routine of the office. There may be a place where I can use some of your father's ideas, but in this business we're all pessimists. I appoint you my agent and representative on the spot. Don't let your father dispose of any of the patents described in my letter till we can have an interview. She made the noon hour the occasion for one of her picnic lunches with her father in his workshop. He looked up from a model he was tinkering and greeted her with his usual, "That you, Grace?" "Very much, Grace," she answered, tossing her packages on the bench. "What are you on today, perpetual motion or a scheme for harnessing the sun?" "A fool thing a man left here the other day. Wanted me to tell him why it didn't work. It doesn't work because there's no sense in it." As he began to explain why the device was impracticable, she snatched off his hat and, flinging it aside with a dramatic flourish, handed him a sandwich. "Don't waste your time on such foolishness. We're only interested in machines that work." She sprang upon the bench and produced Trenton's letter. "Let your eye roam over that, old top, and don't tell me you've let somebody take those things away from you." Derland pondered the letter, lifting the business sheet closer to his eyes as he examined Trenton's small, neat signature. He walked to a closet and extracted some papers from the confused mass within. "Well, Daddy, what's the answer?" "I got those patents all right. They cover my improvements on my old gas engine Cummings is making. There's already been a fellow nosing around asking about 'em. From Cummings, I guess. I got something now that's going to interest everybody that's making motors. Something I've been working at 2 or 3 years. Cummings can't have 'em. He hasn't got any right to 'em." His eyes flashed as his hatred of Cummings for the moment possessed him. Grace had never taken seriously her father's hints that Cummings might have got rid of him too soon. She had never before seen him so agitated. He paced the floor, reiterating that his former associate should never profit by his improvements on any of the old Cummings-Durlin devices. He paused, picked up an apple, and bit into it savagely. "Now, Daddy," said Grace, "it isn't at all like you to flare up that way. Mr. Trenton hasn't a thing to do with Cummings. I happen to know that. But he's a business advisor and particular friend of Kemp." "Kemp!" Durlin repeated, lifting his head with a jerk. "You think maybe Kemp's interested? Kemp could use these patents. There isn't a thing in these improvements that wouldn't fit right into Kemp's motor." "That's perfectly grand. Now that you've got your patents, what you want to do is to sit back and wait. There must be something pretty good in your ideas, or Mr. Trenton wouldn't be interested. Wouldn't it be wonderful if the dollars would begin to roll in?" "I've been fooled a lot of times, Grace," he answered, picking up his hat, staring at it as though it were an unfamiliar thing, and clapping it on his head. "I guess you better not say anything about this at home. If it doesn't come to anything, I don't want your mother disappointed." "Of course not. It's our big secret, Daddy. I just love having secrets with you. After the row at home the other night about Mr. Trenton's niece, we'd better never mention him." "What was that all about, Grace?" he asked, frowning. "I didn't get what Ethel was driving at." "Just making herself disagreeable, that's all. I told a fib, but Ethel had no business to attack me that way before guests." "Ethel's kind of different somehow," he said, drawing the back of his hand across his mouth. "I guess she means all right. Funny you children ain't any of you alike," he went on ruminatively. "I don't ever seem to get much out of Ethel and Roy." "Roy and Ethel are both fond of you, Daddy, and you know I adore you. I'm simply crazy about you." She pounced upon him and threw her arms about his neck, laughing at his struggles to avoid the kisses she distributed over such parts of his face as were free from grime. "You're a mighty fine girl, Grace. There mustn't anything happen to you," he said, freeing himself. "Oh, you needn't be afraid, you dear angel. Nothing's going to happen to me. Here's where I skip. Vamoose, disappear. I'm going to take you to a show tonight. Yes, I am. You be awfully surprised when I spring it at supper." 3. Trenton wrote again that he would reach town at noon of Christmas Day and expected to remain a week. "Why didn't you tell me Ward's been sick?" asked Irene when Grace told her that he was coming. "You're certainly the secretive little one." "How did you know it?" Grace demanded. "You and Tommy made up?" The girls were putting up stock at the end of the day, and quiet reigned over the department, broken only by the voices of gossiping employees. "I've been dying to tell you something all day," said Irene, holding up her hand on which the emerald had been restored to its old place. "Yes, Tommy told me about Ward." "Well, I've just taken him back on trial," said Irene with a sigh. "Poor Tommy. Minnie got me up to her apartment last night for supper, and who should walk in but Tommy? He swore that girl in Shy didn't mean anything in his life. He saw her just once when he had dinner with her and some other people. He was careful to mention the other people. I believed him, even if he had denied the whole business on the telephone. Tommy looks terribly pathetic. He's going to die if he doesn't check up. His wife's gone to California for the winter, and he's drowning his sorrow in too much booze. Another victim of prohibition. Tommy's one of the million who didn't know he had to have it till they took it away from him. Well, I'm glad you fixed it up. It's much nicer to be friends with him. Just a friend, that's all, replied Irene, slowly shaking her head. The poor boy really needs somebody to keep him straight. From what he said, his wife went away in disgust. Why don't these women stay at home and look after their husbands and not leave the job to us poor working girls? Irene, you're a perfect scream. Don't make me laugh like that, or we'll never get this stuff put away. It's not a laughing matter, said Irene, maintaining her tone of lofty indignation. I can tell you right now that a woman who parks her husband's taking an awful chance. Before they separated, Irene warned Grace that Kemp had it in mind to drive them with Trenton to the shack Christmas afternoon. He wanted us to have dinner out there, but I told him nothing doing. I'd promised to play with my family, and besides, I can't let him think I'm forgiving him too easy. 4. On Christmas morning, as Grace was helping in the kitchen, John Moore called her on the telephone. He had moved to town the day before and thought it would be fine if they could ride to the end of one of the trolley lines that afternoon and take a tramp. Grace excused herself with the plea that she already had an engagement to go to a matinee. She sang about her work, watching the clock to mark the approach of the hour of Trenton's arrival. His coming would bring a crisis in her life. The exchange of gifts in the household, the cheer all the members of the family were trying to bring to the day, and the train of associations the festival inevitably awakened touched her. But not as in other years. There was a difference now. She stood free, self-assured, confidently seeing in life a great adventure. As quickly as possible after dinner, she flew to her room to dress, and at 2:30 reached Minnie Lawton's, where she found Irene waiting. Tommy took Ward to the shack from the train. They had dinner out there. Tommy's car's waiting, so we'll prance right along. Grace was disappointed at not seeing Trenton at Minnie's, and on the drive to the shack, talked little. You either don't want to see him at all, or you're consumed with anxiety, commented Irene. Kemp had given her a $1,000 bond for a Christmas present. Her acceptance of the gift she mentioned without apology. She was going to save her money, she said in her spacious manner. A girl who didn't put away something for a rainy day was a fool. The car was stopped suddenly just inside the entrance to Kemp's farm, and Trenton smilingly opened the door. "Merry Christmas!" Tommy refused to leave the fire. The poor old salamander. But being of tougher fiber, here I am to meet you. His unexpected appearance had found Grace unprepared, and she was grateful for the moment his banter with Irene gave her to adjust herself. He stood with head bared, the wind ruffling his hair. The astrakhan collar of his overcoat, turned up about his neck, set off effectively his handsome head and high-bred face. He was indubitably handsome, a man to be noticed in a crowd. Grace felt a new pride in the knowledge that he loved her. She laughed at some mocking reply he gave Irene and found his gaze upon her, the grave eyes all tenderness. "For heaven's sake, get in, Ward," exclaimed Irene. "You'll catch your death standing there." "I'm going to live forever, Grace. Are you shod for a walk? Then we'll let Irene drive on." He led the way to a point where the driveway skirted a woods pasture and opened a gate. The sense of strangeness at being with him again passed quickly as he began answering her questions about his illness. He declared that he was too well seasoned to be killed by a cold, and besides, he had found that he had something to live for, and that made a difference. A year before, he would have relinquished his life without regret. Now, through her, he had found the hope and promise of life. "I couldn't bear the idea of going indoors until I'd had you all to myself a little while." The trees rose tall and black against the bluest of winter skies. A southwest wind whined fitfully among the boughs overhead. Grace felt the power of elemental forces in her blood. She was a free spirit in a world where the children of men were created of all time to be free. Through what Trenton was saying in her replies, this thought was dominant. It lifted her to a mood of exaltation. It seemed that she could touch the heavens with her fingertips. A branch of briar caught her skirt, and Trenton was quickly on his knees to free it. He looked up into her face before he rose, and she touched his cheek with her hand, lightly and caressingly. "I make you my true knight," she said. "Arise, Sir Ward." He rose and took her in his arms. "Oh, my dearest, this is worth waiting for. This is worth living for." "You are so dear," she whispered. "You are so wonderful." "Have you missed me? Have you really thought of me?" he asked. "Do I really mean something to you?" "Not something, but everything." There was a sob in her throat. She clung to him, laying her cheek to his face, calling him by endearing names that were new to her lips. "Sometimes I doubted you, dear. When I didn't hear from you, I thought you'd forgotten, and it hurt me so." "I understand how that would be," he said tenderly. "I'd have let you know if there'd been any way. I was afraid to ask my friends to telegraph. It would have involved explanations." "I only want your forgiveness. I'll never doubt you again, dear. We must have faith in each other. We must trust each other," he said. "You know I'd trust you round the world." She clasped her arms about his neck and held him in a long kiss to seal his faith in her. As they went on, she told him about Bob Cummings and the visit to McGovern's. "It was to give myself a chance to forget you. I wanted to see if I could forget you. All that day I had thought of you so steadily that I was unhappy. I hated the thought of going home and sitting in my room and thinking of you. Can you understand how that would be?" As she began the story in a tone that was half self-accusation, half apology, he teasingly pretended to make something tragic of it. But when he saw that it was a matter of conscience with her to confess, he hastened to make it easy for her. Assured that he saw in the episode no disloyalty, she gave every humorous twist to the incident. He laughed till the woods rang when she described the manner in which she had slipped away from Cummings and taken the trolley home. "I'm worn now," he said, "but don't you ever try running away from me." "Oh, I don't know," she cried. "I dare you to catch me." She vaulted the fence into a cornfield and alertly dodged him as he pursued her over the stubble and among the shocks. She was fleet of foot and easily outdistanced him. She ended the long chase by hiding behind a shock, and then as he blundered about seeking her, she sprang out and flung her arms about him. "It's time to go to the house," he said, glancing at the lowering sun. "Tommy threatened to have tea. We'll take another way back. It's longer. Isn't it too bad that things must end? I wish today could last forever. Let's think of it only as the beginning. Today I refuse to think of anything disagreeable. I only ask to be sure you belong to me. Oh, dear and splendid one, you don't question it." A smile played about her lips, and her dark eyes were afire. "I love you," she whispered. "I love you, I love you." The path they were following paralleled the highway at this point, and as they clung to each other, a man passed in the road, walking rapidly toward town. He could hardly have failed to see their embrace. It was John Moore, taking alone the tramp he had asked Grace to share with him. He paused and stared, lifted his hat, and hurried on. End of section 11. Section 12 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 10. 1. Grace and Trenton had sprung apart as Moore passed in the highway, and they waited in silence until the sound of his even step over the hard macadam died away. The romp through the cornfield had loosened her hair, and she began thrusting it back under her hat. Trenton, straightening his tie, looked the least bit crestfallen. "Who is that?" he asked. "John Moore. An awfully nice fellow I knew in college. He's just moving to Indianapolis to go into the law." There's no question but he saw us. It's so easy to forget there are other people in the world. I hope his seeing us won't embarrass you. "Oh, John's all right," she replied. "The only embarrassment is that I fibbed to him about this afternoon. He asked me to go walking. We did a lot of tramping at college, and I told him I was going to a matinee." "Well, you were," laughed Trenton, then with an attempt at carelessness. "Is he a suitor?" "Heavens, no. But I admire John, as everyone does who knows him. He's a mighty good friend, and the kindest soul in the world." As they resumed their walk toward the shack, she continued talking of John, Trenton manifesting a sympathetic interest, and asking questions to elicit further anecdotes of Moore's varied activities at the university. "He may be in love with you," he suggested. "You see, I can't help being just a little jealous of every man you knew before you knew me." "If John's in love with me, he's very successful in concealing it," she laughed. "No, strange as it may seem, he likes to talk to me, and I'm proud of his friendship. He does a lot of reading and thinking. He's a fine character, and you'd be sure to like him. He's leaving the law school to go into Judge Sanders' office. The judge has picked him for a winner." "I know Sanders. He's Tommy's lawyer." "I see I'll have to keep an eye on Moore," he went on teasingly. "I'm not sure he isn't likely to become a dangerous rival." "I wish I were sure you could be jealous. Maybe I'm jealous too. Hasn't that ever occurred to you?" She was a little frightened at her temerity in asking a question that was the crystallization of her constant speculation as to his attitude toward his wife. There flashed through her mind everything he had said of Mrs. Trenton, which, to be sure, was very little, though the little required clarifying. She recalled the apology in his St. Louis letter for having spoken of Mrs. Trenton at all. In that first talk at the shack, he had led her to believe that his wife gave him wide liberty to do as he pleased. But it was conceivable that a woman might indulge her husband's acquaintance with women she did not know and was not likely to meet without sanctioning infidelity. Grace had persuaded herself that there was a distinct difference between entering into a liaison with a man who still maintained marital relations with his wife and one who did not. She was vastly pleased with the moral perception that showed her this, and she was confident that she had the will to dismiss him if his explanation of the modus vivendi that existed between him and his wife should prove to be unsatisfactory. The cowpath they were traversing made it necessary for them to walk singly, and he went ahead, holding back the boughs that hung over the trail. For a few minutes she thought he meant to ignore her question, but suddenly he stopped and swung round. "I know what you're thinking of," he said quietly. "You're thinking of Mrs. Trenton." He pulled a twig from a young maple and broke it into tiny bits. Grace wondered whether this trifling, unconscious act might not symbolize the casting aside of such slight ties as bound him to his wife. "Yes, I've thought of her a great deal. You couldn't blame me for that." "No, that's wholly natural," he said quickly. "You wouldn't be the woman I know you to be if you didn't. You have a right to know just what my relations are with my wife. I'll be frank about it. I loved her when I married her, and I believe she loved me." There was an appeal for sympathy in his eyes, a helplessness in his tone that was new to her knowledge of him. It was as though the thought of Mrs. Trenton brought a crushing depression upon him. Jealousy yielded to pity in her heart. She was touched with something akin to maternal solicitude for his happiness. But she wished to know more. The time had come for an understanding of his attitude toward his wife and of Mrs. Trenton's toward him. Does love really die? She asked almost in a whisper. If you two loved each other once, how can you tell whether the love is dead or not? It's the saddest thing in the world, he said, smiling in his tolerance of her ignorance, that love can and does die. Mrs. Trenton and I meet rarely now, but our estrangement came about gradually. I admit that the fault has been more than half mine. In every such case, there's always fault on both sides. When I saw that her interests were carrying her away from me, and particularly after she began to be a public character through her writing and lecturing, I might have asserted myself a little more strongly. Let her know that I wanted her and needed her, even if the first passion was gone. But you may laugh at this. I had old-fashioned ideas that didn't square with her new notions of things. I wanted children and a home of the traditional kind. Possibly it was in my mind, he smiled wanly, that I expected my wife to bring my slippers and mother me when I was tired. All men are babies, but all women don't understand that. Probably there's where the trouble began. And I found myself more and more alone as Mrs. Trenton got deeper into her reform work. She likes the excitement of moving about and stirring people up. I think she even enjoys being criticized by the newspapers. I'm a peaceful person myself, and can't quite understand that. We still keep a house in Pittsburgh, but I haven't seen Mrs. Trenton there for a long time. I doubt whether she any longer considers it her domicile. When we've met, it's been by accident, or where I've made the opportunity by going to some place where she was lecturing. The breach has widened until we're hardly more than acquaintances. She said that if I ever found a woman I thought I'd be happy with, to be frank about it. It may be in her mind to free me if I ask it. I don't know, and that's the situation. You don't, you're sure you don't love her anymore? Grace asked, uttering the words slowly. No, he answered, meeting her direct gaze with a candor that was part of his charm for her. That's all over. It was over before I met you. But I suppose, after a fashion, I'm still fond of her. She was always interesting and amusing. Even as a girl, she'd been a great hand to take up with new ideas. When the suffrage movement developed, she found she could write and speak, and I saw less of her to a point where we began an existence quite independent of each other. I want you to be satisfied about this. If there's anything you want to know. No, I believe you, and I think I understand. And I'm sorry, very sorry for your unhappy times. I wish... Yes, dear. Oh, you're so fine, so kind, so deserving of happiness. I want so much to help you find it. I want to be of real use to you. You deserve so much of life. But do I deserve you? He asked softly. She answered with a look all eloquent of her love and kissed him. When they reached the house, they found Irene and Kemp in the living room engaged in a heated argument over Irene's preemption of a bottle of whiskey, which she had seized to prevent his further consumption of the contents. Take it, Ward, Irene cried, flinging off Kemp's hold upon her arm and handing the bottle to Trenton. Tommy's had too much. I'm going to take him home. Give me that bottle. Gotta have another drink, blurted Kemp, lunging toward Trenton. Not another drop, said Trenton, passing the bottle to Grace, who ran with it to the dining room and told Jerry to hide it. Kemp, caught in Trenton's arms, drew back and stared, grinning stupidly in his befuddlement at the legerdemain by which the bottle had eluded him. Tommy's a naughty boy, said Irene. He's nasty when he's drunk. Hands off, she cried as Kemp once again menaced her. Don't you dare touch me. Not going home, never going home. Going to stay right here, declared Kemp, tottering as he attempted to assume an attitude of defiance. The Japanese boy had brought in the tea tray and was lighting the kettle lamp. Everything's going fine, Kemp continued, indicating the tray with a flourish. Have nice chat over teacups. Hiccups, teacups, joke. Ha ha ha. Guests drink tea, hosts drink whiskey. That's 30-year-old Ward. Can't change drinks. Always makes me sick, change drinks. Where's that bottle? "You've spoiled everything by getting drunk," said Irene viciously. "You're going home. You know what you told me the other night at Minnie's. Your doctors warned you to cut out the booze or you'll die. Your heart won't stand it." Kemp turned toward her slowly, opening and closing his eyes in the effort to comprehend this statement. He was very white. Trenton was watching him with deep concern. "Nothing the matter with me. Just fooling about, doctor. Had to get a little sympathy out of Irene." "I'll put you to bed, Tommy," said Trenton. "A nap will pull you out of this." "No, you don't, Ward, old man. Not slippy. Not bit slippy." "He's got a dinner engagement in town at 7, and I've got a date myself," said Irene. "I'll take him home. The chauffeur will look after him. There's no use letting him spoil the day for you and Grace. You came out in the runabout, didn't you, Jerry? Jerry can walk over to the interurban when he's ready to go, and you two can take your time about going in. You can manage the runabout, can't you, Ward?" "That's easy enough," Trenton replied, frowning in his perplexity as he eyed Kemp, who had stumbled to a chair where he sat breathing heavily. "But I don't like your going in alone with Tommy." Irene bent over Kemp and drew a file from his pocket. She shook out a tablet and placed it in his mouth. The vigilant Japanese boy was ready with a glass of water. "Strychnaya," explained Kemp with a drunken grin. "How you come think of that, Irene? First aid and all that sort of thing. Giving me poison, that's what she's doing. Forget I had that stuff in my pocket. Awful funny. Doctor cut off whiskey and give me rat poison. Most singular. Most incomprehensible." He lay back on his chair and threw out his legs, wagging his head as he laughed inordinately at his lingual difficulties. When Trenton tried to feel his pulse, he good-naturedly resisted. He was perfectly all right. Never felt better in his life, he declared. The question of his immediate return to town was peremptorily settled by Irene, who rang for the car. "His heart's certainly doing queer things," said Trenton. "It would be better for us all to go in." "Oh, he'll come out of it. It's nearly dark, and I'll open the car window and give him air. Craig's driven him for years, and he'll look after him at home. I'm sick of this business. If he wants to kill himself, let him go ahead." "He oughtn't to be left alone at home," said Grace. "You'd better go in with him, Ward, and see that he has the doctor." "You will do nothing of the kind," said Irene decisively. "I've been through this before, and his heart kicking up this way doesn't mean anything. Alcohol hits him quick, but it doesn't last long. He really didn't have enough to make a baby tipsy, but he never learns that he can't stand it. You two just forget all about him." Craig, the chauffeur, came in with Kemp's coat, and they got him into it. But Kemp played for delay. His dinner engagement was of no consequence. He insisted that Irene could go alone if she pleased. She was a quitter, and above all things, he hated a quitter. His engagement to dine was at the Isaiah Cummings's, and the fact that he was asked there called for an elaborate explanation which he insisted on delivering from the door. People were always boring him by asking him to do things when his wife was away, from a mistaken idea that a man alone in town is a forlorn and pitiable being, subject to the wiles of people he cares nothing for and in normal circumstances avoids. He warmed to the work of abusing Cummings. It was an impertinence on the part of his business competitor to invite him to his house. The Cummingses were climbers. His wife detested Mrs. Cummings, and if she had been home, he wouldn't have been trapped into an engagement of which he now profoundly repented. And besides, the dinner would be dry. He would never be able to sit through it. The insistence of the others that it was a formal function and that it was too late to withdraw his acceptance aroused him to an elaborate elucidation of the Cummingses' offer of hospitality. Cummings was hard up. He had sunk a lot of money in oil ventures. Kemp recited a list of Cummings's liabilities, tracing imaginary tables of figures on the wall with an unsteady finger and turning to his auditors for their concurrence in his opinion that Cummings was on the verge of bankruptcy. Playing up to me. Thinks Tom Kemp's gonna help him out. Poor boob'd like to merge. Merge his business with me. No, you don't, Mr. Cummings, he bowed mockingly to an imaginary Cummings. The bow would have landed him on the floor if Trenton hadn't caught him. Just foolin'. Don't need to hold me, Ward, he said, straightening himself. Going home right now. Miss Kirby, take my arm. Guess I know my manners. Ordinary courtesy do lady nevery part of the world. Irene steadied him to the car, and after Craig had lifted him in, he waved his hand to Trenton and Grace with an effort at gaiety. House all yours, Ward. Make you present to old shack. Burn it down, does you please. Jerry'll give you anything you want, wine and everything. 2. Grace and Trenton watched the car turn the long bend toward the highway and hurried back to the fire of hickory logs that crackled merrily in the living room fireplace. Now for tea, said Grace. I ate a huge dinner, but our tramp's given me a new appetite. She sat down before the tray while he stood by the hearth, resting his elbow on the mantel shelf, watching her. Jerry asked if he should turn on the lights. Thank you, no, Jerry, Grace answered. The fire gives light enough. No, don't trouble about dinner. You might give us some sandwiches with our tea. There was a broad smile on Trenton's face as he took his cup and sat down near her. What's the joke, Ward? She asked. She was now finding it easy to call him Ward. It's not a joke. I was just admiring your manner of addressing Jerry. It was quite perfect. He was greatly impressed by it. Oh, was that it? What did you expect me to do, snap at him? No, I was only thinking how charming you'd be as the lady of a great house. Your slaves would worship you. Jerry caught the idea, too. I never saw him bow so low. Jerry's adorable, she murmured, her eyes flashing her appreciation of Trenton's compliment. But really, I must look awful. My hair's in a mess. I'll run upstairs and give it a smoothing as soon as we've had tea. Please don't. I like it that way. The dark frame for your face adds a charm that's bewildering. What did Tommy mean about Cummings? She asked presently. Isn't the Cummings business prospering? Tommy must know what he's talking about. He never quite loses his head, even when he's drunk. These are anxious times, and it's quite possible that Cummings is hard up. Tommy can afford to feel easy because he's well off even without his manufacturing business. I've got to do something about Tommy, though, he went on thoughtfully. His New York doctor told me he'll have to stop his monkey shines, or something unpleasant will happen to him. While I'm here, I'm going to try to get him to submit to treatment, but he's not easy to manage. Frankly says he prefers a short life and a merry one. We've got to save Tommy if we can. He smiled a little sadly. Grace liked the way he talked of Kemp and listened attentively while he gave many instances of Tommy's kindness and generosity. About your father's improvements on the motor, Trenton continued. I'll go into that while I'm here. From the claims of the new patents, it would appear that he's got something of real value, but we'll have to give them a tryout. We can do that at Kemp's shop. Of course, Tommy will be anxious to get the new ideas if they're practical. Even a small success just now will mean so much to Father, said Grace. He was greatly excited by your letter and had to be convinced that you weren't acting for Cummings. He pretends to Mother that there was nothing unfair in Cummings's treatment of him, but deep down in his heart, he's terribly bitter. A fire makes for intimacy, and their concord was now so complete that silence had all the felicity of speech. The perfect expression of love may be conveyed in a glance, and from time to time their eyes met in communications too precious for words. After these mute periods, the talk would ripple on unhurriedly as though they were the inheritors of immeasurable time. In moments of animation, when her dark eyes flashed and she smilingly invited his response, she disclosed new and beguiling charms. In its disorder, her hair emphasized what Irene was fond of calling Grace's gypsy look. the tea disposed of, she sent away the tray, and as his cigarette case was empty, she filled it from a box Jerry found for her. "It seems funny to be using other people's things this way," she remarked. "It's like finding a house in perfect running order on a desert island. You don't know what a joy it is to be waited on in this fashion." He looked up at her fondly as she stood beside him. When she returned the case, he drew her upon his knees, took her hand and scrutinized it closely. He pressed a kiss upon the palm and closed his fingers upon it. "How long will you keep it?" he asked. "The hand?" she asked provokingly. "No, what I've just put into it." "Oh, I don't need to keep that, do I? Won't there be some more?" "Millions," he replied and clasped her tight. "Your hands are finely shaped and interesting, Ward. Oh, you have a double lifeline. You'll never die. The Mount of Apollo is wonderfully developed. Don't you see it right there? Of course that's what that is. It's plain enough why music affects you so. You really might have been an artist of some kind yourself." This called for an argument in the course of which she got illuminative glimpses of him as a boy who was always interested in machinery. He had been predestined to the calling he had chosen, but confessed that sometimes he wished that he had tried his hand at executive work. "I may do it yet," he said. "I have opportunities occasionally which I'm probably foolish to let pass to take hold of big concerns. But I've liked my freedom to roam. It's helped solve my problem to be able to wander." "Yes, I understand, dear," she said, softly stroking his hair. She knew that by his problem he meant his wife, though she had accepted as sincere his explanation of his relations with Mrs. Trenton. She resented, in spite of herself, even this remote reference to the woman whom she had never seen, but had constantly tried to visualize. "I might even move to Indianapolis one of these days," he was saying. "I have a standing offer from Tommy to come and help him run his plant. I tell him it's his game to wish his job on me so he can have more time to play. And Tommy doesn't need that." She drew from his waistcoat pocket the locket that had so aroused her curiosity at their first meeting. "What's in this, Ward?" she asked, holding up the round gold trinket. "Oh, that," he said, frowning at it. "Don't look so cross. Must I tease you to show me what's inside?" As she dangled it at arm's length, he encouraged the idea that its contents were secret by snatching it away. "It's the darkest of mysteries. What will you give me for a peep?" "I might give you one kiss," she said, deliberating, "if I like what's inside." "Oh, I must have 3. "Agreed. But don't show me if you don't want to." "Well, it's a great concession, a privilege reserved only for royalty." He opened the locket guardedly, so turning it as to conceal the inner surfaces. "Just a moment, please. Do you stand by the bargain?" "Absolutely." He gave it to her, laughing at her disappointment at finding it empty. "Fraud!" she exclaimed. "How long has it been empty?" "Do you really want to know?" he asked, suddenly grave. "Yes, but not if you'd rather not tell me." "I can't give you the exact date, but you can approximate it for yourself. Do you remember the first time I wrote you from St. Louis? It seems eons ago." "Yes, I'll never forget that." "Well, that night I took out and destroyed a little photograph I'd carried there for a good many years. I'll leave you to guess why I didn't care for it anymore." "Your wife's picture?" "Yes. I bought the locket right after we were engaged, and the picture had been there until I took it out that night in St. Louis." "Tell me more about how you came to take it out," she asked with the insistence of a child demanding the continuation of a story. "Didn't it have any kind of meaning for you anymore? Not even little associations, memories you wouldn't lose?" "No, it was as though something had died in me and utterly ceased to be. I was wondering about a lot of things that night. After I had written to you, I wrote a letter to Mrs. Trenton. She had said from time to time that if I ever found myself interested in another woman, not to be afraid to tell her. I don't know how seriously she meant that. Odd as it may seem, I don't know Mrs. Trenton. I used to think I did, but that was sheer conceit on my part. As long as she had made that suggestion about telling her if I met a woman who really appealed to me more than she did, I thought I'd tell her about you. Oh, I didn't tell your name, nor where you live, he exclaimed, seeing the look of consternation on Grace's face. My agreement with her was half a joke. In later years, I've never quite known when to take her seriously. I suppose I wrote her more to feel her out as to whether she might not have reached the point where it would be a good thing to quit altogether. Well, Grace asked, what'd she say? Oh, so far her only answer has been a magnificent silence. The philosophers agree, don't they, that a woman doesn't always mean what she says, but a silence is even more baffling. What would you say about it? A little ominous, perhaps. Contempt, disdain, indifference? Maybe she's awaiting further advices, as we say in business. Possibly she never got the letter. That's conceivable. She's a fast traveler. The mails have hard work to catch up with her. You don't really know whether she got the letter or what she would have written if she received it. Maybe she's just waiting for a chance to talk to you about it. Well, in any event, we needn't worry about it, said Trenton with a shrug. She rose and drew up a low rocker and sat beside him, facing the fire. I'd like to have seen your letter, said Grace musingly. I told her you kissed me. Like a brave man, I put the responsibility on you. Oh, that wasn't fair, she cried hastily. It would be sure to give her a bad impression of me. I think I intimated that it was only such a kiss as a daughter might bestow upon a father she didn't think so badly of. I shall always be glad that our first kiss was like that. We've traveled a long way since then. Every step has been so dear, she said contentedly. I think I could never forget one single thing. I don't believe I've forgotten a word you've ever said to me. And when you were away, I lived our times all over again. And I like to imagine that we talk to each other by our own private wireless, even when you are miles away. I think I can imagine just what you would say and how you would look when you said it. Oh, she bent forward quickly and grasped his hand in both of hers. Her lips quivered and there was a mist in her eyes. Oh, I wish I didn't love you so much. Has it occurred to you, he asked, that we're alone way out here in the woods? I don't feel a bit lonesome. I'd never be afraid anywhere with you. The fire had burned low, and she watched admiringly his manner of replenishing it. He used the shovel to push back the ashes and bring the embers together in a neat bed, in the center of which he dropped a fresh log with calculated accuracy. It was his scientific mind, she reflected, habituated to careful planning even in unimportant things. He stood for a moment inspecting his work, moved the log a trifle, watched attentively the effect of the change, and as the dry, loose bark broke into flame, brushed the hearth neatly and smiled into her eyes as he found her at his side. You do everything just right. I love to see you use your hands, she said. They're so strong and skillful. I ought to know something about fires. I've made enough of them. As a young fellow, I did a lot of jobs that took me into remote places, surveying and construction gangs, and I've camped a bit, hunting and fishing. I might even say that I can make coffee and fry bacon without utterly destroying their food values. She established him before the fire in the most comfortable chair in the room and sat at his feet. With her arms folded upon his knees to make a resting place for her head, she listened with the rapt attention a child gives to a beguiling chronicler, as he told how he was lost for 3 days in the Canadian wilds, and of a flight by canoe on a stormy night to fetch a doctor for one of his party who had fallen ill. He had given her from the first a sense of far horizons, and tonight her fancy perfected every picture his narrative suggested of hills and woodlands and streams. They constituted a new background against which she saw in him an heroic figure equal to any demand that might be made upon his strength and courage. One of these days, he went on, we must do the Canadian Rockies together. And then I'd like to take you to some places I know in Maine. Just guides and canoes and us. And I want to do India before I die, but not without you. You're in all my future. I want to live a long time to enjoy life with you. Does that appall you? She was gazing wide-eyed into the fire, her dark eyes the harbor of dreams, and he laughed and bent forward to touch her cheek. and break the spell that bound her. I should love it all, dear, she said with a happy sigh. To be with you, to share everything with you. Oh, that would be more happiness than I could bear. You do love me. Tell me, dear, once more that you do. More than all this earth and the stars. More than all the other universes beyond this one, she cried, laughing at her extravagance. He raised his hand and bade her listen. I thought the wind changed a while ago. The weather spirit's abroad. Let's have a look. He threw on the porch lights and opened the front door. It was snowing hard. The porch steps and driveway were already covered, and the nearest trees had been transformed into ghostly sentinels. She clapped her hands in delight at the beauty of it. It makes me think of Snowbound, she said when they had gone back to the fire. I used to know some of that poem. Little Grace will now recite for you. She assumed the attitude of a schoolgirl recitationist and repeated, gesturing awkwardly. What matter how the night behaved? What matter how the north wind raved? Blow high, blow low, not all its snow could quench our hearth fire's ruddy glow. I'm talented, you can see that. What if we should be snowed in? What if we should, he answered. Tommy always carries a full larder, and we wouldn't starve to death. With her hands clasped before her, she gazed down at the flames. He drew his arm about her waist, and the room was silent, save for the cozy murmur of the fire. Why not stay here all night? Jerry hasn't left, and he'll spend the night if I ask him, and give us breakfast. I suppose you have to go to the store tomorrow. Yes, the assent was to one or all of his questions, as he might choose to interpret it. We can go in, of course, early in the morning. I have a 9:00 engagement myself. They'll be expecting me at home, she said, pondering deeply. But if I could telephone from here. I think Tommy's connected direct with the city exchange. Jerry can tell us. He rang for Jerry, who confirmed his impression as to the telephone connection. Trenton detained the boy to ask for more logs while Grace went to the pantry to telephone. Were you going into town tonight, Jerry? No, Mr. Trenton, too complete snowing. I very well stay all night. The runabout's in order, is it? Yezza. Miss Derland and I are spending the night. If you could give us breakfast, Jerry? With much ease, Mr. Trenton. Trenton lit a cigarette and smoked meditatively while Jerry noiselessly filled the woodbox. Grace reappeared as Jerry stood awaiting further instructions. Oh, Grace, what time shall we say for breakfast? Trenton asked casually. I must be at the store at 8:30, she answered from the door. Then breakfast at 7. We'd better allow a little extra time in case the snow keeps up. 7 it is, Jerry. The boy left them and could be heard moving about upstairs. A clock struck 10, and Trenton exclaimed at the hour. I'd have guessed it wasn't more than 8. The hours do jump along when the heart's light. Any difficulty about not going in? No, not at all. Everyone was out but Father, and I merely said I was at the house of a girlfriend and would spend the night there. She walked to a table and began inspecting the books that were arranged upon it in careful order. It might have seemed that she wished to avoid meeting his eyes immediately. He hesitated a moment, then crossed to her quickly. It's always interesting to see what books you find in a country house, he said. But it's a mistake to judge the owner by the literature you find lying about. It's usually the discards of the guests. At the place where I caused so much disappointment by not dying. Oh, please, don't say it, even as a joke, Ward, she pleaded, dropping a book she had opened and laying her hands on his arm. Well, I won't then. I was jealous of that book. You were so absorbed, I almost felt that I was alone in the room. And I was horribly oppressed by the general vacancy, emptiness, voidness. Now my vanity is touched to find that you hadn't really gone away and left me. You're very much here. You're so foolish, she said. What were the books you found in your room at that place where you were ill? Oh, they were on the occult and had been left behind by some enthusiastic spook hunter. After that hour when I so plainly saw you right there by my bed, I studied those books carefully. I wanted to explain the transformation of a very plain nurse in spectacles into the most beautiful girl in the world. And did you explain it? Yes, but not from the books. How was it then? My heart did the explaining. I knew I loved you. That's the answer to all my questions. You do love me, Ward, really and truly?" "Yes, dear." And then, with head lifted, he added as though repeating a pledge from some ritual, "With all my heart, with all my soul, with every hope of happiness I have for the future, I love you." He took her in his arms and held her so that he could look down into her eyes. "I want to be everything to you. I want to fill your heart so that you will turn to me in every need. I want you all or nothing." Her lips parted tremulously, inviting his kiss. She felt singularly secure and content in his arms. "All or nothing?" she repeated in a low whisper. "Yes. There was no escape for us from the beginning," he said slowly. "It's been like a drawing of the tide that no man's hand could stay." They walked slowly to the hearth, his hands thrust deep into his coat pockets. He eyed the fire critically and rearranged the half-burnt logs. "Guess I'd better put this up as a precaution," he remarked, lifting the wire screen that stood against the wall and laying it against the arch under the mantel. "Run along, dear. I'll see to the locking up." He went into the hall and snapped on the lights and kissed his hand to her as she started up the steep, old-fashioned stair. The lights were turned on in all the rooms, and humming softly, she wandered through them, pausing finally in one in which a suitcase lay open on a chair, evidently placed there by Jerry. She recognized it as Irene's, kept at the shack for occasions when she spent the night there. Below, Trenton was testing the fastening of the doors. She lifted her head, listening intently as she heard his step. 3. As she dressed the next morning, Grace saw a white world reluctantly disclosing itself in the gray dawn. Trenton was already gone, and hearing the scraping of a shovel, she looked out and saw him clearing a path that led to an old barn which Kemp had converted into a garage. Jerry darted out of the kitchen to remonstrate, and Trenton ceased from his labors to fling a shovelful of snow at him. When she went down, Trenton met her in the hall, kissed her, and led her with mock ceremony to the dining-room door. Breakfast for two. Something awfully cozy about that table with the plates so close together. Just perfect. I'd like to take a run through the snow. Wouldn't it be jolly? And there's that hill we climbed yesterday that would be a grand place for coasting. No time for that now, he replied, looking at his watch. There's a good 6 inches of snow, and being out so early, we'll have to be pathfinders. It will be about all we can do to hit Washington Street by 8:30. There's going to be waffles and maple syrup for breakfast. I got that out of Jerry. Also bacon and guaranteed eggs. The Olympians had nothing on us, she replied in his own tone of gaiety. Oh, we are become even as the gods, he cried, drawing out her chair. This is a touch. Breakfast by candlelight. Tall candles and glass holders lighted the table. Grace, for a fleeting moment, thought of the kitchen at home where her mother and Ethel were now preparing breakfast, wholly ignorant of her whereabouts. Trenton saw the smile waver and leave her face, and he bent over and laid his hand on hers. You know. No, you don't. You can't know what all this means to me. I feel as though I'd been dead and come to life again. Does it mean so much, dear? She asked, her eyes intent and searching, meeting his. If you look at me like that, dear, he replied, I'll never be able to finish this grapefruit. Then, with a quick change of tone, he asked anxiously, You're not unhappy, dear? No, it's just the strangeness of being here, that's all. It doesn't seem real to me either. I'd thought so much of just such an hour as this, facing a new day and a new world with you, that it's hard to believe the dream has really come true. But you'll be going away. There will be lots of times I can't see you. It's going to be hard to get used to that, she said pensively. Don't worry on that score. I've got a lot of work laid out for the next year right here in the Middle West. I can easily spend my Sundays in Indianapolis. I'd travel a mighty long way just for a sight of you. Let's make the most of today and not worry about tomorrow. Sufficient unto the day is the happiness thereof. She smiled her acquiescence in this philosophy, was again buoyant, and joined with him in praising Jerry as the boy appeared with a plate of fresh waffles. "I tell you what I'll do," exclaimed Trenton suddenly. "I'll cut all my engagements for today if you will, and we'll stay right here." "Oh, it would be wonderful. But I mustn't even think of it. I'd lose my job. And besides, I mustn't forget I have a family. Please don't try to persuade me. But you know I'd love to stay, not just today, but forever." "I wish you didn't have your job," he said, frowning. "I don't feel comfortable about that." "Don't begin telling me I ought to be doing something different. Everybody else does. I really enjoy my work at Shipley's." "There ought to be some way," he began. Something in her look caused him to pause. "I was going to say that I don't like the idea of your working. You must let me... Now, Ward, forgive me, dear," he said contritely. "I believe in work," she went on quickly. "I mean always to do something. Maybe not just what I'm doing now, but something. When you talk that way, I feel as though you didn't expect to belong to me always." He rose and drew her to her feet. "Let's have that understood here and now." He held her away, his hands resting lightly on her cheeks, as he looked into her eyes with mock severity. "We've got to be on our way in about 2 minutes, Miss Sterland, and there must be no nonsense about this. Is it for always?" "Yes, for always," she answered. "To the very end?" "Yes, to the very end," she assented soberly, and there was the foreshadowing of tears in her eyes. "No matter what may happen, no matter if there should be times of separation beyond our control, you will still love me and trust me?" "Yes, always. There will never be anyone else for me but you, not if I live 1,000 years." She put her arms about his neck and kissed him. A kiss without passion, on forehead and lips. "You don't care less for me now?" she asked, and pressed her face close to his. "Grace," he cried, catching her wrists and looking into her eyes, "you wouldn't think that of me. I'd be a beast." She laid her hand over his lips. "Forgive me, dear," she whispered. "If I didn't trust you, I couldn't love you, and I thought, dearest little girl." 4. The sun came out of the mists as they set off for town, with the snow flung up by the rear wheels of the car whirling behind in a miniature storm. "You're not afraid of a little speed?" "Not with you," she answered happily. Was that the right answer? 100% correct. Look at the smoke from that farmer's chimney. It goes up as straight as a column, not a breath of air. "It's a dear, good old world," she said, her eyes reflecting her enjoyment of the swift rush between the long stretches of white level fields, broken by patches of woodland. "What's the dearest thing in all the world?" he demanded. "You," she replied. "Wrong that time. It's you." I wonder how many lovers have said just that to each other. Thousands, billions, no doubt, but that doesn't matter. It never was as true of the others as it is of us. We're not conceited or anything. No, just happy, honestly and truly. Are you happy? Enormously. Are you? Right up to the perishing point. Then why are you happy? Because the dearest girl in the world loves me. They laughed their delight in this interchange, stopping to extricate from its difficulties a car which, unprovided with skid chains, had landed in a ditch and hurried on to make up for lost time. It was with a sense of disillusionment that Grace saw the city, as it seemed, coming out to meet her. Trenton was talking of his day's appointments, of the men he expected to see. Grace's thoughts flew ahead to the store, where she would meet Irene, meet her friend with a new self-consciousness, and of the deceptions and evasions that would be necessary to explain her night's absence at home. But these thoughts were fleeting. She was happy in the confidence that the man beside her truly loved her, and her love for him, which she had so often challenged and questioned, even after she first encouraged him to think she cared, was no longer a matter for debate. She assured herself that there was nothing base in the relationship into which she had entered with him, that the attraction had been of the mind and spirit, first of all. She swiftly reviewed all the points upon which her justification rested, and was satisfied that they stood the test of the morning sunlight and the clean, wholesome air. She had no regrets, no misgivings. She had already convinced herself that their love was sufficient in itself. He turned from time to smile at her and took her hand that it might rest beneath his on the wheel. "We haven't settled yet when I'm to see you again. I want every minute you can give. Can't we have dinner together tonight?" "I wish we could, but I've got to go home for supper. But I can see you afterwards, please. I could go to Miss Lawton's where we met the first time. I think I can fix it with Minnie." "Then that's settled. I understand perfectly that you have your family to consider, and we've got to remember there are people in the world who haven't much to do but pry into other people's business. They're a large and mischievous phalanx. For the present, we've got to be careful." She was rather relieved that he did not amplify the suggestive "for the present." He was thinking she assumed of his wife and the freedom which he had intimated would be his for the asking. But marriage was no assurance of the perpetuation of love. It was a convention, no doubt desirable and necessary for society's protection. But Grace was in a mood to enjoy her sense of being in rebellion against society, that intangible they which she had brought herself to believe quite ignorantly established laws and in the light of them appraised and condemned human frailty. She derived the greatest comfort from this idea. It encouraged and strengthened her belief that she was an independent unit of the social order. If her relationship with Trenton became known, she would forfeit the love and confidence of her family and many prized friendships. But his love would be compensation for anything she might lose in the eyes of people she felt to be hopelessly shackled to old notions of rectitude and chastity, with which she no longer felt any concern. It would be necessary, of course, to maintain secrecy, but it was no one's business what she did with her life. "Last chance for a kiss," Trenton exclaimed, slipping his arm about her as they reached the Meridian Street Bridge. She asked him to let her out of the Soldiers' Monument to avoid the possibility of being inspected by questioning eyes at Shipley's. Trenton was going at once to Kemp's house to make sure Tommy was all right. He meant to have it out with Tommy about his drinking. "Tell your father I'd like to see him tomorrow at 2:00. "Yes, I have the address." With his goodbye ringing in her ears, she walked the few remaining blocks to the store. End of section 12. Section 13 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 11. 1. When Grace reached home that evening, her absence of the preceding night was barely mentioned by her mother, and Ethel did not refer to it at all. The conduct of another member of the family had aroused grave apprehensions in the domestic circle, and any suspected derelictions of her own were suffered to pass, or were accepted in a spirit of resignation, as part of a visitation of an inscrutable providence upon the house of Durland. Roy had turned up in the early hours of the morning, much the worse for dalliance with a contraband beverage that had served him ill. There was gloom in the kitchen, where she found her mother and Ethel preparing supper, and after satisfying herself that she was not the cause of the depression, she summoned courage to ask her mother what had happened. "I think, Mother," said Ethel loftily, "that Grace should know. It may be possible that she can help us in our trouble. Roy has always been fonder of her than of me." Ethel's tone was replete with intimations that this affection was not wholly complimentary to either her brother or sister. She entered upon a circumstantial account of Roy's misbehavior, which omitted nothing that could enhance its heinousness, Mrs. Durland interrupting occasionally to soften the harsh terms in which Ethel described Roy's appearance on the snowy threshold at 2:00, in the care of two young friends in little better condition than himself. It had been necessary to summon a doctor to relieve Roy's stomach of the poison he had consumed. "I'm sure it's the first and last time for Roy," said Mrs. Durland. "He's terribly cut up over it. But of course at the holiday season and meeting old friends and all, I suppose we must make allowances." "That's the way to look at it, Mother," said Grace, sincerely grieved for her mother and anxious to restore her confidence in Roy. "I know Roy wouldn't do anything to trouble you. We ought to be glad that stuff didn't kill him. Roy isn't the only boy who thinks it is smart to drink now that it's forbidden. I hear a lot about that downtown." "I suppose you do," said Mrs. Durland, catching hopefully at the suggestion that her boy was not the only wanderer in the path that leads to destruction. "Roy knows our hopes are centered in him. There's not the slightest excuse for his conduct," Ethel resumed, unwilling that Roy's sin should be covered up in charitable generalizations. "Instead of running around with a lot of dissolute young men, he ought to be making friends who can help him get a start in life. As for prohibition, it's the law of the land, and you'd think a young man who's studying law would respect it. Only the other day, Osgood gave me an article with statistics showing what's being done to enforce the law, and it will only be a short time until the rum power is completely vanquished." "It's dying mighty hard," remarked Grace cheerfully. "Anybody can get whiskey who has the price." "One would think," began Ethel, moved at once to give battle. "Oh, I'm not hankering for it myself," Grace interrupted. "But they ought to enforce the law or repeal it. I'm only saying what everybody knows." "Well, of course, Grace, we don't know just who your friends are," Ethel retorted. "Oh, they probably wouldn't amuse you even if you knew them," Grace flung back. Whereupon Mrs. Durland, who was arranging a tray with coffee and toast to carry up to Roy, announced that enough had been said on the subject. 2. Trenton's week in town lengthened to 10 days. Minnie Lawton's apartment proved to be a convenient meeting place, and on 2 evenings Grace and Trenton dined there alone, with Jerry to serve them. Trenton had persuaded Kemp to go to a hospital for rest and observation. The reports of the local physician merely confirmed what the New York specialist had told Trenton as to his friend's condition. Trenton took Irene and Grace to the hospital to see Kemp one evening. They found him looking a little thin and white, but he greeted them joyfully. He wasn't wholly cut off from civilization in spite of their efforts to get rid of him, he said, pointing gleefully to a telephone at his bedside, which he had obtained as a special concession. He boasted that he could lie in bed and direct his business affairs almost as well as at his office. "But the nurses won't flirt with me," he complained, "and you girls showed up just in time to keep me from passing up your whole unaccountable sex. I've got to be amused, even if I am locked up here with 14 disagreeable things being done to me every day. The purpose of woman is to amuse." "There you go, Tommy. Women are divided into 2 classes," said Irene in her spacious manner. "Those who amuse their husbands and those who amuse other women's husbands. It's not for me to say to which variety or subdivision or group I prefer to belong." Trenton had visited Stephen Durland twice at his shop in the Power Building, and at the hospital he mentioned the matter of Durland's improvements on the Cummings-Durland motor. The issuance of the patents to Durland had brought inquiries from several Eastern manufacturers, and the representative of one concern had opened negotiations for an option. "Look here, Grace," said Kemp when Trenton had explained concisely the nature of the improvements. "I'm going to be mighty sore if you let this escape before I have a look at it. Go on, Ward, and tell me more about it." "Your father must have something good," said Irene, who had listened attentively to the talk, "for I don't understand a word of it. I hope there's millions in it." "That new composition Mr. Durland's working on for non-cracking spark-plug porcelains will be worth something handsome if it's as good as it promises to be," Trenton remarked. Kemp's alert curiosity had to be satisfied as to the nature of the substance Derland was working on, and Trenton went into the chemistry of the composition and said it would have to be subjected to more exacting tests. "We'll test that at my plant too," said Kemp, "but the sooner we get to work on the motor, the better. We'll give Mr. Derland a corner in my shop and all the help he needs. I'll call up the superintendent in the morning and explain what's wanted." "It's all too good to be true," said Grace. "Father's such a dear, patient, gentle soul, and to land something now will mean more than you can understand. Thank you so much, Tommy." She walked to the bed and took Kemp's hand. "I suppose your father would rather Cummings had the new features for the engine," he said dryly. "Gracious heavens, no!" Grace exclaimed. "Father would cheerfully die in the poorhouse before he'd let Cummings have anything of his." "That's the spirit. Ward, don't be stingy with Mr. Derland. Double whatever anybody else offers for an option on the motor improvements, and we'll hope it's only the beginning." 3. Stephen Derland discussed with Grace everything pertaining to his new connection with the Kemp concern. He had made so many mistakes in his life that he didn't want to risk making any more, he said pathetically at a noon hour which Grace spent with him after he had agreed to the terms Kemp had proposed through Trenton. $1,000 just for an option looks mighty big, he said. "I never expected to see that much money again. And I'm to draw $200 a month from the Kemp Company while I'm building a motor out there. It's pretty nice, Grace." He wanted to give her the $1,000 and any income he might derive from the improved motor as compensation for what he felt was the wrong she had suffered through his inability to keep her in college. He was greatly in earnest about this and showed his affection for her in a shy, gentle fashion that touched her deeply. She laughed him into accepting her rejection of his offer and overruled his decision not to tell his wife and Ethel of his brightening prospects. The motor might not stand up under the tests, he said, and he wished to avoid the necessity of confessing a fresh failure. "Don't be afraid. I'll see that you don't get scolded. You just strut around the house and make the most of your success, for that's what it is. Mr. Trenton told me he was sure your improvements were enormously important. Greater efficiency, greater economy of operation, and every other little old thing you've thought up in that dear bean of yours." "Trenton's a fine man. He's been mighty nice to me," said Derland. "It's a pleasure to talk to a man who catches an idea so quick. I guess Kemp does pretty much what he says. I don't know Kemp. I never thought of it till after the break. But Cummings never wanted me to meet other manufacturers in our line. Guess he didn't trust me," he ended with a grim smile. "Afraid I might get away from him before he was sure I'd petered out." "He guessed wrong, Daddy. We'll let Cummings do the worrying now." On the day he closed his shop in the power building and moved to the experimental room that had been fitted up for him at Kemp's big plant, Derland mentioned his new prospects at the supper table. He made the disclosure so slightingly that Mrs. Derland and Ethel, who had been busily discussing the merits of a novel they had been reading, and Ethel thought grossly immoral, failed to catch the point of the revelation until he had cleared his throat and announced for a second time that he was moving out to Kemp's to do a little experimenting. "I guess that's yours, Allie," he remarked, producing the check. "Got it for an option on a patent I've been tinkering at. Trenton, that Pittsburgh expert, recommended it to Kemp." "Trenton?" repeated Ethel, carefully scrutinizing the Kemp Manufacturing Company's check before passing it on to her mother. "Yes, Ward Trenton," Derland replied with a note of pride that so distinguished an engineer had recognized his merits. "He keeps track of everything that goes through the patent office for clients he's got all over the country. I'm going to build some of my motors at Kemp's. They've given me a lot better place to work in than I used to have at Cummings's, and I'm going to have all the help I want. And I'm to draw $200 a month while I'm there. I guess that's fair enough." "This is your friend Trenton, is it, Grace?" asked Ethel, awed into respect by the size of the check. "The same," Grace replied, carelessly meeting Ethel's gaze across the table. "He's the kindest man imaginable. You can hardly complain of his treatment of Father." "I've always believed in Father," said Ethel. "I hope Isaiah Cummings will see in this a retribution. God's punishment for the way he treated Father. Let's not hand out the retribution to Cummings till Kemp's satisfied about the motor, suggested Grace. We're all proud of you, Stephen, said Mrs. Durlin, smoothing the creases in the check. I'm writing Roy tonight, and I'll tell him the good news. Of course I'll warn him not to speak of it. Your success will be a great incentive to the dear boy. He was so contrite over his behavior while he was home that I'm glad to have this news for him. We should all feel grateful. Something told me when Isaiah Cummings turned you out that it was for the best. I'll never again question the ways of Providence. I don't feel like taking this money, Stephen, but it will come in handy in giving Roy a start. In the happier spirit now that dominated the home circle, Grace's increasingly frequent absences for evenings and occasionally for a night passed with little or no remark. You've got to live your life in your own way, Mrs. Durlin would say with a sigh when she found Grace leaving the house after supper. I hardly see you any more. To guard against awakening in Ethel's mind any suspicion that her evenings away from home coincided with Trenton's presence in town, which her father usually mentioned, Grace made a point of going out at times when Trenton was away. There were always things she could do, entertainments among the Shipley employees, dances, theater parties of business girls with whom she had become acquainted. These engagements she refrained from describing with any particularity, as this would make the more marked her silence on evenings when she went to Minnie Lawton's to meet Trenton. She had adopted a regular formula when she left the house, saying merely, I'm going out for a little while, which her mother and Ethel had schooled themselves to accept as an adequate explanation of her absences. Mrs. Bob Cummings looked in on her one day at Shipley's with the promised invitation to dinner, and to go to a club dance afterwards, which Grace refused only because the dramatic club of Shipley employees was giving a play the same night, and she had a leading part. And Miss Reynolds dropped into the ready-to-wear department frequently when she was downtown and occasionally asked Grace to dinner. The mild winter almost imperceptibly gave way before the blithe heralds of spring, and April appeared smiling at the threshold. No cloud darkened the even course of her affair with Trenton. She was more and more convinced of the depth and sincerity of her love for him, and he was the tenderest, most considerate of lovers. When she did not see him, sometimes for a week or fortnight, his messages floated back with those constant reassurances of his loyalty and affection that are the very food of love. He rarely mentioned his wife in their talks, and Grace was no longer a prey to jealousy. She wondered sometimes whether he had ever broached to Mrs. Trenton the matter of the divorce at which he had hinted, but Grace found herself caring little about this one way or another. She exulted in her independence, complacent in the thought that she was a woman of the 20th century, free to use her life as she would. 4. John Moore had not crossed Grace's vision since the afternoon of Christmas Day, when his unexpected appearance in the highway near the shack proved so disconcerting. She suspected that he was avoiding her, probably from a generous wish to spare her the embarrassment of explaining herself. When she left Shipley's at the closing hour of a day early in April, she was surprised to see him waiting at the door. Good evening, Grace. Hope you don't mind being held up, but I wanted to see you, and this seemed the easiest way. Got time to walk home? Grace had meant to take the car, but she decided instantly that in view of the glimpse he had got of her in Trenton's arms on the memorable day at the shack, it would be poor diplomacy to refuse. Of course I'll walk, John, she replied cordially. I've been wanting to see you. She waited till they were out of the crowd and then said with a preluding laugh, You must be thinking the awfulest things of me, and that's why you've given me the go-by. That was an awful fib I told you Christmas about going to a matinee. The truth of the matter was that I had promised to go with some people into the country for the afternoon and didn't want the family to know. And I couldn't explain over the telephone. And out there we all got to cutting up, and well, you saw me. I'm terribly ashamed of myself. Oh, pshaw, you needn't be. I didn't think anything about it. I always know you're all right. I'm for you, Grace, you know that. I've been so busy since I moved to town that I've kept my nose right on the grindstone. His words lacked the usual John Moore flavor, and in spite of his protest, she guiltily attributed his unusual restraint to reservations as to the Christmas Day episode. But his next speech quickly shifted the ground of her apprehensions. "I've just been down to Bloomington to see Roy," he said doggedly, blurting out the sentences. "The boy sent for me. He'd got into a bad scrape about a girl. You can guess the rest of it." "Oh," she gasped, feeling the earth whirling. "Not that!" "Roy was in a blue funk and threatened to run away, but I talked him out of that. The girl's name is Sadie Denton. She's not really a bad girl. I had a talk with her and went down to Louisville with them yesterday and saw them married. Her folks live there, and they'll look out for her till Roy finishes at the law school. I guess that's about all. He didn't want any of you to know about it just yet, but I sat down on that, and he agreed I should tell you. I was sure you'd handle it right at home. Oh, it will break Mother's heart. She's counted everything on Roy." "Well, everything isn't lost yet," he replied. "I hope you think I did right." "It was the only thing, of course, John. It was just like you to see it straight and do the right thing." She wormed from him the fact that he had given Roy $100, and that certain payments for the support of Roy's wife had been agreed on. "You're certainly a friend, John. We'll return the money at once. That's the least we can do." When he protested that he did not need the money immediately, she explained that her father's affairs were looking brighter, and that the return of the sum advanced would work no hardship. The bad news having been delivered, Moore exerted himself to cheer her, but a vast gloom had settled upon her. As he shook hands at the gate, her sense of his tolerance, kindness, and wisdom brought tears to her eyes. But, left alone, her only emotion was one of fury against Roy. She stood on the doorstep, pondering. Again, as after Roy's appeal for money to cover his share of the expense of his automobile escapade, she thought of her own weakness in yielding to temptation, but for John's advice that it would be better for the rest of the family to know at once of Roy's tragedy, this being the only word that fitly described this new and discouraging blight upon her brother's future, she would have lacked the courage to communicate the evil tidings to the household. It was not until they had all settled in the living room after supper that she broke the news. Her father sat at the table reading a technical journal, with Ethel nearby preparing her Sunday school lesson. Mrs. Durland had established herself by the grate with the family darning in her lap. Since Durland's removal to Kemp's establishment, a new cheer and hope had lightened the atmosphere of the home, and Grace, moving restlessly about the room, dreaded to launch her thunderbolt upon the tranquil scene. "I have something to tell you. Please listen." "You too, Father," she began quietly. She used much the same blunt phrases in which Moore had condensed the story, watching with a kind of fascination a long black stocking slip from her mother's hand, pause at her knee, and then crawl in a slow serpentine fashion down her apron to her feet. "Oh, Roy," Mrs. Durland moaned, her face white. Mr. Durland coughed, took off his glasses, breathed on the lenses, and began slowly rubbing them with the corner of the linen table cover. He desisted suddenly, remembering that Ethel had once rebuked him for mussing the cover. "I guess that's all there is to say about it," Grace concluded when she had told everything, not omitting their financial obligation to Moore. "We've all got to make the best of it." Grace picked up the fallen stocking and handed it to her mother, who made a pretense of carefully inspecting a hole in the heel. "What time's the first train down in the morning?" she asked. "I must see Roy and—" Ethel, who had sunk back helplessly in her chair, jumped to her feet, her eyes blazing. "You shan't go one step, Mother. It's enough that Roy's brought this disgrace on the family without you going down there to pet him. It's your spoiling him that's made him what he is. John Moore had no business meddling in our affairs. What Roy should have done was to go away and never show his face to any of us again. Father, you tell Mother to keep away from Roy." The appeal to Derland, who had so rarely found himself a court of last resort in the whole course of his life, was not without its humor, and Grace smiled bitterly as she watched her sister, who stood before her, white, her lips set in hard lines, her hands clenched at her sides. Derland cleared his throat and recrossed his legs. "I guess your mother'll do the right thing, Ethel," he said. "I think you're all crazy," Ethel flared. "What will Osgood think of me with my brother forced to marry a girl off the street?" "I didn't say she was off the street," Grace corrected her. "I'd show the girl a little mercy if I were you, and I wouldn't make it any harder than necessary for father and mother. You're not the only one of us who has feelings." "I'll leave. The rest of you may do as you please, but I'll not let Osgood think I don't feel the shame of my brother's sin. If Osgood reads his testament, he may not see it in quite that light." Ethel breathed hard in the effort to think of some withering retort. The best she could do, however, was not especially brilliant. "Osgood," she announced grandly, "is a gentleman." "He might be that and still be a Christian," Grace replied tartly. "What did you say about trains, Grace?" asked Mrs. Derland, who deep in thought had scarcely heard the colloquy between her daughters. "I'll call the station and find out. And I'll get Irene on the phone and tell her I won't be at the store tomorrow. I'm going with you, Mother." "Irene!" Ethel caught up and flung back the name as though it were some hateful and obscene thing. "Ethel," said Mrs. Derland serenely, "if you've got nothing better to do, you might help me with the darning. I don't like to go away without clearing it up." 5. The visit to Bloomington was not particularly heartening. Roy was in a sullen humor when they talked to him in the hotel parlor. He wanted to drop the law course and go west, and they argued the matter most of the day, Grace alternating between despair at Roy's stubborn indifference to every attempt to arouse his pride and ambition, and admiration for her mother's courage and forbearance in the most poignant sorrow of her life. Grace finally left them together and took a walk that led her far from the campus. She had no heart for looking upon the familiar scenes or meeting the friends she had left there only a few months earlier. When she returned to the hotel, Roy had been won to a more tractable humor, and when he left them, it was in a spirit of submission, at least to what he considered an ungenerous ordering of fate. Mrs. Derland insisted on carrying out the plan with which she had left Indianapolis, of visiting the young woman who was now her daughter-in-law. "She's Roy's wife," she said when Grace tried to dissuade her. "I'll feel better to see her, and it's only right I should." She took the train for Louisville, and Grace went home. Grace's thoughts were given a new direction early the next morning, when Miss Beulah Reynolds appeared at Shipley's shortly after the doors were opened. "My dear child, the most astounding thing has happened," the little woman declared immediately. "Your house hasn't burned down," exclaimed Grace, amused by the little woman's agitation. "Worse, I'm to have a visitor. That Mary Graham Trenton, whose book we once talked about. I've just had a letter from an old friend in Boston warning me of the lady's approach and asking me to see the Indians don't get her. I've wired her at Cleveland asking her to stay at my house. I could hardly do less." "I suppose not," said Grace faintly, wondering why Miss Reynolds had come to her with the news. "I'm asking some people to dinner the night the lady lectures, Tuesday, and I want you to come. Don't look so scared. She may not be as terrible as she writes, but I'm going to invite Dr. Ridgely and my doctor and my lawyer with the hope that they'll all get a shock. And I want you to come. You've read her stuff, and I'll count on you to help keep the talk going." "Why, I don't know," Grace began, her mind a whirl of conjecture. "Come, that's a dear child. Don't go back on me. I need your moral support. At 6:30, then? We have to dine early on account of the lecture." "Why, yes, Miss Reynolds," Grace answered faintly. "By the little pink ear of Venus," exclaimed Irene, coming upon Grace just as Miss Reynolds left. "What's little old Ready Money done to you?" "Nothing," Grace replied, her mind still in confusion. "She was just asking me to dinner." From your looks, I'd have guessed it was a funeral, Irene replied, and Grace, pulling herself together, hurried away to meet an approaching customer. Of late she had given little thought to Mrs. Trenton, and it had never occurred to her in her wildest dreams that she might meet Ward's wife in the intimate contact of a dinner table. The prospect kept her in a state of excitement all day, and at times she was strongly impelled to trump up some excuse for refusing to go to Miss Reynolds's. But her earlier curiosity as to what manner of woman it was who bore Ward Trenton's name was rekindled by the thought of meeting her. Trenton was in Syracuse and might not reach Indianapolis for a week or more. He had said that he had not, in the letter he had written to Mrs. Trenton from St. Louis, revealed the identity of the woman who had so strongly appealed to him. Mrs. Trenton would hardly suspect that a girl she met at a dinner party was the person her husband had described only vaguely and without indicating her habitat. Grace decided against writing Trenton of the impending meeting till it was over. Having quieted her apprehensions, she began dramatizing the scene at Miss Reynolds's table, and she reread clues to a new social order against the possibility that Mrs. Trenton's book might become a subject of discussion at the dinner. The thought of seeing her lover's wife in this fashion while she herself remained unknown and unsuspected laid powerful hold upon her imagination. End of section 13. Section 14 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 12. 1. The calamity that had befallen Roy cast a shadow upon the Derland household. Ethel stalked about with an insufferable air of outraged innocence. Roy had ruined the family. After all the sacrifices that had been made for him, he had flung away his chance and was lost beyond redemption. She was merciless in her denunciation of her brother, and hardly less severe upon her mother for spoiling Roy and condoning his sin. Grace exerted herself to the utmost to dispel the gloom. Not since her young girlhood had she felt so closely drawn to her mother, and she endeavored by every possible means to lighten her burden. Mrs. Derland's attempts to make the best of Roy's predicament, even professing to see in what she called the boy's new responsibilities a steadying force that would evoke his best efforts, were pathetic. But Grace encouraged all these hopes, though in her heart she was far from optimistic as to her brother's future. Sadie isn't really a bad girl, Mrs. Derland had reported on her return from Louisville. Her family are not just what we would have wanted, but they are respectable, and we ought to be grateful for that. Her father is employed in the railroad shops, and they own their own home. Sadie's an only child, and it wasn't necessary for her to go to work, but she was restless and didn't want to stay home. There's a lot of that spirit among girls these days. Sadie's really fond of Roy, and I think she understands that now she must help him to make a man of himself. She and her mother appreciated our kindness, and I think, Ethel, when you see Sadie—" "When I see Sadie," cried Ethel, choking at the name, "you don't mean to say you're going to bring her to this house?" "Not now, of course. She wouldn't want to come. But in time, we'll all know her. You must remember, Ethel, that she's one of the family, your brother's wife, and no matter how much we may regret the whole thing, we've got to stand by her just as we stand by Roy." "I don't understand you, Mother. I don't understand you at all. It isn't like you to pass over a thing like this. That's brought shame and disgrace on the family. And to think, she cried hysterically, that you even consider bringing the shameless creature here to this house, with all its sacred associations that mean something to me if they don't to the rest of you." "That's right, Ethel," Grace said ironically. "It's perfectly grand of you to defend the family altar. I suppose when Sadie comes, you'll be for throwing her into the street and stoning her to death. and you'd be the only one who could cast the first stone. Please be quiet, girls, Mrs. Durland pleaded. It doesn't help any to fuss about things. You haven't taken this as I hoped you would, Ethel. If we don't stand together and help each other, the family tie doesn't amount to much. I had hoped you were going to feel better about Roy. We simply mustn't let the dear boy think that just one misstep has ruined his life. We must try to believe that everything is for the best. Certainly, Mother, said Grace. That's the only way to look at it. Ethel doesn't mean to trouble you. She'll come round all right. Ethel failed to confirm this sanguine prediction. She continued to sulk, and when her mother proposed plans for assisting Roy when he finished at the law school, she contributed to the discussion only the direst predictions of disaster. We all have a lot to be thankful for, Mrs. Durland insisted. It's a blessing your father's going to be in a position to help Roy. The first year will be the hardest for the boy, but after that he ought to be able to stand on his own feet. I have about decided that it would be better for him to open an office for himself right away and not go in with anyone else. The more independent he feels, the better. We must see what we can do about that. I think we'd better talk it all over with John Moore before we decide about anything, Grace suggested. He knows all about Roy and certainly has shown himself a good friend. John Moore, sniffed Ethel, who had not forgiven John for meddling in Roy's affairs. I hope you love yourself, Ethel. You certainly don't love anybody else, Grace remarked, and added, Oh, yes, there's Osgood. I forgot that you're concentrating your affections on him. I'm not afraid to see him at home. That's more than you do with the men you run around with. Oh, I wouldn't dare introduce my friends to you. You might vamp them away from me. Now, girls, Mrs. Durland sighed heavily. Mr. Durland, intent upon some computations he was making at the living-room table, stirred uneasily. Grace had not been unmindful of the fact that after his first fortnight at Kemp's, the elation with which he had undertaken his new labors had passed. He was now constructing an engine embodying his improvements on the Cummings-Durland motor, and came home at night haggard and preoccupied. He seemed to resent inquiries as to his progress, and after the first week Mrs. Durland, on a hint from Grace, ceased troubling him with questions. Grace herself was wondering whether, after all, the ideas that had attracted Trenton's attention in her father's patent claims might not fail to realize what was hoped of them. But her faith in Trenton's judgment was boundless. With his long experience, it was hardly possible that he could be deceived or that he would encourage expectations that might not be realized by the most exacting tests. Grace had not changed her mind about going to Miss Reynolds' dinner, though at times she had all but reconsidered her decision not to tell Trenton of the invitation. There was really no reason why she should not let him know of his wife's impending visit to Indianapolis. What really stayed her hand, when she considered mentioning the matter in one of her letters, was a fear that he might advise her against going. Her curiosity as to Ward Trenton's wife was acute, and outweighed any fear of his possible displeasure when he learned, and of course Grace meant to tell him, that she had deliberately put herself in Mrs. Trenton's way. 2. On Saturday evening, the delivery of a gown she had picked out of Shipley's stock to wear to the dinner made it necessary to explain why she had purchased it. It was the simplest of dinner gowns, which she drew from the box and held up for her mother's and Ethel's inspection. "What earthly use can you have for that, Grace?" Ethel demanded. Grace laid it across her mother's knees, and Mrs. Durland took a fold in her fingers to appraise the material. "It's certainly pretty. This is one of the new shades, isn't it, Grace? It isn't blue exactly." "They call it hydrangea blue, Mother. Please hurry and say I'll look scrumptious in it." "I don't think I'd have chosen just that," remarked Ethel, putting down a handkerchief she was embroidering, in flourishing script with the initials O.H., to eye the garment critically. "If I were in your place and could afford to spend what that must have cost, I think I'd have got something in one of the more definite shades. You can't really say whether that's blue or pink." "That's the artistic part of it, old dear," replied Grace amiably. "It's out of the new spring stock and considered very smart." Wake up, Daddy. Tell me you don't think I'm stung. I guess my views about dresses wouldn't help you much, Grace, Derlin remarked, glancing at the gown absently and returning to his interminable calculations. You look sweet in it, Grace, Mrs. Derlin volunteered. You think it isn't cut too low? It's the very latest model, Mother. I don't believe you'll think it too low when you see me in it. I tried it on at my lunch hour yesterday, and a customer got her eye on it and did her best to coax me to let her have it. But I sold her another gown that cost $20 more, so Shipley's didn't lose anything. You get so many clothes, Grace, Ethel interrupted again, intent upon her embroidery. I don't just see what you can want with a dress like that. Oh, this is for a special occasion. Miss Reynolds has asked me to dinner Tuesday. She's entertaining for Mrs. Mary Graham Trenton, who's to lecture here that night. You don't mean it, exclaimed Mrs. Derland. I read in the paper that Mrs. Trenton was to speak here. I'd never have thought of connecting her with Miss Reynolds. They've never met, I think. A friend of Miss Reynolds in Boston wrote and asked her to see that Mrs. Trenton was properly looked after, so she's putting her up and pulling off a dinner in her honor. I might say that she didn't appear to be awfully keen about it. She's asking Dr. Ridgely and Judge Sanders and Dr. Loomis with their ladies, so theology, law, and medicine will be represented. She asked me, I suppose, because I happened to mention to her once that I had read Mrs. Trenton's Clues to a New Social Order, and it may be in her mind that as a poor working girl, I represent the proletariat. She may have thought that being a friend of Mr. Trenton's, it would be pleasant for Mrs. Trenton to meet you, said Ethel sweetly. Thank you, sister. You're certainly the little mind-reader, Grace replied. I'm sure it's very kind of Miss Reynolds to ask you, remarked Mrs. Derland hastily, fearing a clash between the sisters. There are no finer people in town than the Sanders, and I have always heard splendid things about Dr. Loomis and his wife. It's a privilege to meet people like that. I hope you realize that a woman of Miss Reynolds's position can have her pick of the town. She's certainly paying you a great compliment, Grace. I don't understand Miss Reynolds at all, said Ethel. She's the last woman in the world you'd think would take a creature like Mary Graham Trenton into her house. It's because she is Miss Reynolds that she can do as she pleases, replied Mrs. Derland conciliatingly. And as she was asked by a friend to show some courtesy to Mrs. Trenton, she isn't doing any more than anyone else would do in the same circumstances. As I said when Grace first spoke of meeting Mr. Trenton, his wife's a dangerous woman. It's in her power to do a great deal of mischief in the world. I don't believe Miss Reynolds has any patience with Mrs. Trenton's ideas, and it can't do Grace any harm to meet her. You ought to be glad, Ethel, that Miss Reynolds feels that Grace would fit into a select party like that. I'll be surprised if Dr. Ridgely goes to the dinner, replied Ethel. That woman is fighting everything the church stands for. If I had my way, she wouldn't be allowed to speak here. That's no joke, replied Grace good-naturedly. But there are people, you know, who are not afraid of hearing radical ideas. A few broad-minded people who think it's safer to let the cranks talk out in the open than to drive them into a cellar to touch off the gentle bomb. Many people feel just that way, Ethel, said Mrs. Derland. Mrs. Derland's disapproval of Mrs. Trenton and the ideas identified with that lady's name was much softened by the fact that Grace was to be included in a formal dinner which Miss Reynolds had undoubtedly arranged with care. And while Mary Graham Trenton might entertain and preach the most shocking ideas, she was nevertheless one of the best-known and most discussed women in America, besides being the inheritor of wealth and social position. Miss Reynolds's marked liking for Grace afforded Mrs. Derland a satisfaction not wholly attributable to veneration for Miss Reynolds' money or unassailable position as a member of a pioneer Indianapolis family. Grace's unaccountable ways and her assertions of independence often brought alarm and dismay to the mother's heart, but Grace was indubitably lovely to look at, and the fine spirit in which she had accepted and met the curtailment of her course at the university excused many things. Grace had wits, and she would go far, but the traveling would have to be on broad highways of her own choosing. It was not without twinges of heartache that Mrs. Durland realized that this dark-eyed daughter was peculiarly a child of the new order, that not by prayer, threat, or cajolery could she be made to walk in old paths, or heed the old admonitions. But there had been Morleys who were independent and forthright, and Miss Reynolds's invitation implied a recognition of Grace as a well-bred and intelligent girl. Mrs. Durland, busily sewing, had been giving Grace such information as she possessed about the Sanderses, who were to be of Miss Reynolds's company. Hardly less than the sons and daughters of Virginia and Kentucky, Mrs. Durland was possessed of a vast amount of lore touching the families of her native state. Mrs. Sanders was a Shelton of the old Bartholomew County family of that name. Some Shelton had once been engaged in business with a Morley, who was a second cousin of Mrs. Durland. It was a tannery, she thought, though it might have been a brickyard. And Sanders's father had been a prominent citizen somewhere on the lower Wabash, and had married into the Alston family of Vanderburgh County. Grace lent a sympathetic ear to this recital of ancient Hoosier history, chiefly because her mother found so great a pleasure in reciting it. It was the cruelest of ironies that her mother, with all her adoration of the state and its traditions and her constant recurrence to the past glories of the Morleys, lived a life of self-denial apart from contemporaries capable of sharing her pride and pleasure in the old times. The talk had wandered far from Grace's dinner engagement when Ethel, who had been quietly plying her needle, took advantage of a lull to switch it back. "I suppose you won't feel quite like a stranger with Mrs. Trenton," she suggested. "Mr. Trenton has no doubt told his wife of his acquaintance with you." "No doubt he has," Grace replied calmly. "In fact, he told me he had written her about me." This was not wholly candid. Trenton only said that he had written to his wife, pursuant to an understanding between them, that he had met a girl who greatly interested him. But Ethel's remark occasioned Grace a moment of discomfort. In her last meeting with Trenton, his wife had not been mentioned, but it was possible that by now he had made a complete confession of his unfaithfulness. Irene Kirby had frequently commented upon Trenton's frankness. Grace chilled at the thought that he might already have told his story to Mrs. Trenton in the hope of hastening the day of his freedom. The newspapers were devoting much space to Mrs. Trenton's impending visit. On Saturday and Sunday, her portrait adorned the society pages, accompanied by sketches of her life and activities in the feminist cause that did full justice to her distinguished ancestry and high social connections. In the Durland home, Mrs. Trenton continued to be a fruitful subject of discussion. There were things which Ethel thought should be said to Mrs. Trenton. She even considered asking Dr. Ridgely to say them, a proposition which Grace derided and Mrs. Durland did not encourage. Ethel was further inspired with the idea that a committee of the best women of the city should wait upon Mrs. Trenton and try to convince her of the dangerous character of the doctrines she was advocating. "You're taking it altogether too seriously," said Grace. "I don't suppose that woman's ever made a single convert. About so many people have always held her ideas about marriage and things like that. The real radicals probably look on her as a huge joke. A woman who visits at Newport and goes cruising on yachts doesn't just put herself clearer outside the social breastworks. There are other women besides Mrs. Trenton who talk free love and birth control and things like that just for the excitement and the attention they get. They should be locked up, every one of them," Ethel declared. "I'm ashamed for our city that she can come here and be received by people you'd expect better things of and be allowed to speak. The police should stop it." "Well, she can't ruin the town with one lecture," Grace replied good-naturedly. "The 20th Century Club brings all sorts of lunatics here, and the members are about the most conservative people in town. You couldn't change the minds of any of them any more than you could knock over the Soldiers' Monument with a feather duster." 3. Grace got excused from the store at 5 o'clock on Tuesday to give herself ample time to prepare for the dinner. "That's the prettiest gown you ever wore, dear," Mrs. Durland exclaimed when Grace was fully arrayed. "I'm glad you didn't have your hair marceled. That little natural wave is prettier than anything the hairdresser could do. Carried straight away from your forehead as you've got it gives just the right effect. I guess Miss Reynolds needn't be ashamed of you. You've got the look of breeding, Grace. Nobody could fail to see that. Just be careful not to talk too much, not even if Mrs. Trenton says brash things you feel like disputing with her. And if you get a chance to speak to Judge Sanders without appearing to drag it in, you might say you're the great-granddaughter of Hosea B. Morley. Little things like that do count, you know. Yes, of course, Grace assented as she studied the hang of her skirt before the mirror. Ethel came in and seated herself on the bed to watch Grace's preparations. Osgood Haley had walked home with her, and she was in the mood of subdued exultation to which the young man's company frequently brought her. She apologized to her mother for being late. She and Osgood had prolonged the walk by taking a turn in the park, but she would make up to her for the delay by doing all of the supper work. "That dress really is becoming to you, Grace," she said in a fervor of magnanimity. "It sets you off beautifully. You must tell us all about the party. I hope you won't let anything I said about Mrs. Trenton spoil the evening for you. You know I'm always glad when any happiness comes to you." "Thank you, Ethel. I guess I'll live through the ordeal," said Grace from her dressing table, where she had seated herself to administer the final touches to her toilette. Zealous to be of service, Ethel and her mother watched her attentively, offering suggestions to which Grace, in her absorption, murmured replies or ignored. Ethel brought from her room a prized lace-bordered handkerchief which she insisted that Grace should carry. Her generosity was spoiled somewhat by the self-sacrificing air with which it was tendered. To help others was really the great joy of life, Ethel quoted Haley as saying, adding that she constantly marveled at Osgood's clear vision of the true way of life. Grace accepted the handkerchief with difficulty, concealing a smile at the change in Ethel wrought by Haley's talk. The car Miss Reynolds had sent was at the door, and Mrs. Durland and Ethel went down to see Grace off. They gave her a final looking over before helping her into her coat. The veil she had drawn over her head required readjustment. It was a serious question whether there was not an infinitesimal spot on one of her slippers. "Oh, they've got to take me as I am," said Grace finally. "There isn't time to dress all over again." "I'll wait up for you, dear," said Mrs. Durland. "I'll be anxious to know all about the dinner." Grace was again torn by doubts as the car bore her swiftly toward Miss Reynolds's. She tried to convince herself that she was not in the least interested in Mrs. Trenton, that she was no more concerned with her than she would have been with any other woman she might meet in the house of a friend. But these attempts to minimize her curiosity as to Trenton's wife failed miserably. It was impossible to think of the meeting with her lover's wife as a trifling incident. The newspaper portraits of Mrs. Trenton rose vividly before her and added to her discomfort. She feared that she might in some way betray herself. When the car stopped, she felt strongly impelled to postpone her entrance in the hope of quieting herself by walking round the block. But to be late to a dinner was, she knew, an unpardonable sin. Summoning all her courage, she ran up the walk to the door, which opened before she could ring. "First room to the right upstairs," said the colored butler. The white maid helped her off with her wrap and stood by watching her with frank admiration as she surveyed herself before a long mirror. In Grace's perturbed state of mind, the presence of the girl was a comfort. "Do I look all right?" she asked. "You look lovely, miss, just like a beautiful picture." "Oh, thank you," said Grace, smiling gratefully into the girl's eyes. "Am I very late?" "No, miss. Dr. and Mrs. Ridgely haven't come yet." A clock on the mantel began striking the half-hour as Grace left the room. She went down slowly with a curious sense of being an unbidden guest in a strange house. From the stairs she caught a glimpse of a man in evening dress in the room below. She had attended few functions in her life where men wore evening dress, and the staring expanse of shirt front intensified her sense of breathing an alien atmosphere. As she stood in the drawing-room doorway, the figures within dimmed, and she put out her hand to steady herself. Then the wavering mists that blurred her vision cleared as Miss Reynolds came quickly forward and caught her hands. "My dear child, I didn't hear you come down. I'm glad to see you, even relieved," she added in a whisper. "How perfectly adorable you are." Grace had not dared lift her eyes to the group of guests who stood across the room, talking animatedly, and just as Miss Reynolds, with her arm about Grace's waist, moved toward them, she was arrested by a young man who had just entered and stood waiting to present himself. "Oh, Mr. Atwood, Miss Derland, Mr. Atwood." Jimmy Atwood put out his hand, smiling joyfully. "Good luck, I call this. It's perfectly bully to meet you again, Miss Derland." "You two are acquainted?" Miss Reynolds exclaimed delightedly. "That's splendid, for you're to take Miss Derland in." "Mr. Atwood's equal to the most difficult situations," said Grace, meeting his eyes, which were responding to the mirth in her own as both recalled the night they had met at McGovern's. "Ah, you have a secret of some kind," said Miss Reynolds. "Far be it from me to intrude, but you've got to meet the other guests." Jimmy Atwood's appearance had lessened the tension for Grace, and quite composedly she found herself confronting a tall, slender woman who stepped forward to meet the newcomers. "Mrs. Trenton, Miss Derland, and Mr. Atwood." Mrs. Trenton gave each a quick little nod, murmuring, "I'm very glad indeed." The Ridgeleys at this moment arrived, followed by two unattached men. Townsend, a young physician who was looked upon as a coming man, and Professor Grayling, whose courses in sociology Grace had taken at the university. He was, she learned, a remote connection of Miss Reynolds's, and had been summoned from Bloomington to add to the representative character of the company. "Why didn't you ever tell me you knew Miss Reynolds?" Grayling demanded as he and Grace were left to themselves for a moment during the progress of further introductions. "Oh, I didn't meet her till after I left college. I know why you're invited. You're here to do the heavy highbrow work. I remember that you once expressed views on the writings of the guest of honor." "Did I? If I become quarrelsome tonight, throw a plate or something at me." Grace had always admired Grayling. He was saying now that she had been his star student, and that he missed her from his classes. "I'd really counted on making you an instructor in my department, but you left without saying goodbye. And here I find you launched upon a high social career. It's a distinct loss to social science. If you knew just where and how I met Miss Reynolds, you wouldn't think me in danger of becoming a social butterfly," laughed Grace, her assurance mounting. Grayling was smiling quizzically into her eyes. He would never know how grateful she was for these few minutes with him. The rest of the company were grouped about Mrs. Trenton, who had lately been in Washington and was expressing her opinions, which were not apparently complimentary of the public men she had met there. "I'm number 18 at Shipley's," said Grace, finding that Grayling was giving her his complete attention. "Miss Reynolds was my first customer." "Ah," he exclaimed, "you're collecting data. I see it all. There will be a treatise, perhaps a large tome on your experiences in the haunts of trade. Perhaps you'll allow me to write the preface. We thought down at the university you'd get tired of us, but I see that you'd grown beyond our feeble aid. I'm infinitely relieved." "Stop kidding me," said Grace, glancing about to make sure they were not overheard. "I'm a shop girl trying to earn an honest living." Atwood came up as dinner was announced, and when they reached the table, Grace found that Grayling was to sit at her left. Mrs. Trenton's place was a little to her right on the further side, an arrangement that made it possible for Grace to observe her without falling within the direct line of her vision. Grace, turning to Atwood, who frankly declared his purpose to monopolize her, found it possible to study at leisure the woman about whom she had so constantly speculated. Mrs. Trenton was, she surmised, nearly the 40 years to which Trenton himself confessed, and there was in her large gray-blue eyes something of the look of weariness to be found in the eyes of people who live upon excitement and sensation. Her hair had a reddish tinge, and the gray had begun to show in it. She bore every mark which to a sophisticated feminine inspection announces that a woman has a particular care for her appearance. She gave an impression of smoothness and finish. She wore a string of pearls, and on her left hand a large pearl set in diamonds, but no wedding ring, a fact which Grace interpreted as signifying that in this fashion the author of Clues to a New Social Order let the world know her indifference to the traditional symbol by which womankind advertised their married state. She found herself wondering whether Lord Trenton had given his wife the necklace or the ring with a diamond-encircled pearl. Mrs. Trenton's gown had the metropolitan accent. It was the product unmistakably of one of those ultra-smart New York dressmakers whose advertisements Grace had noted from time to time in magazines for women. Mrs. Trenton had entered into a discussion with Dr. Ridgely of the industrial conditions created by the war, and she was repeating what some diplomat had said to her at a dinner in Washington. Her head and shoulders moved almost constantly as she talked, and her hands seemed never idle, playing with her beads or fingering a spoon she had unconsciously chosen as a plaything. She laughed frequently, a quick, nervous, mirthless little laugh, while her eyes stared vacantly, as though she were not fully conscious of what she said, or what was being said to her. She spoke crisply, with the effect of biting off her words. Grace was interested in her mastery of the broad A, which Western folk profess to scorn, but nevertheless envy in pilgrims from the fabled East. Her voice and enunciation reminded Grace of the speech an Englishwoman who had once lectured at the university. Oh, that! This was evidently a pet expression, uttered with a shrug and a lifting of the brows. It meant much or nothing as the hearer chose to take it. Grace had read much about the neurotic American woman, and Mrs. Trenton undoubtedly expressed the type. It was difficult to think of her as Ward Trenton's wife. The two were irreconcilably different. Grace's mind wearied in the attempt to correlate them, but she gained ease as the moments sped by. By the time the meat course was served, the talk had become general. Everyone wished to hear Mrs. Trenton, and she met in a fashion of her own the questions that were directed at her. Evidently, she was used to being questioned, and she answered indifferently, sometimes disdainfully, or turned the question upon the inquirer. Atwood was exerting himself to hold Grace's attention. He had never heard of Mary Graham Trenton till Miss Reynolds' invitation sent him to the newspapers for information. He was not sure now that he knew just how she came to be a celebrity, and with Grace beside him, he didn't care. "I've been wild to see you ever since that night we put on the little sketch at Mac's," he said confidingly. "You were perfectly grand. Never saw a finer piece of good sportsmanship. I met Evelyn the next day, and we've talked about it ever since when we've been alone. But old Bob is certainly sore. He's really a good fellow, you know, but he was off his game that night. You scored big with Evelyn. She was really hurt when you refused her invitation to dinner. I was to be in the party, begged for an invitation. I swear I did. Please let me pull a party pretty soon. Say at the country club and ask the Cummingses. Really, I'm respectable. I've got regular parents and aunts and everything." "We'll have to consider that. Please listen. This is growing interesting." "My point, Mrs. Trenton," Professor Grayling was saying, "is just this. Your reform program only touches the top of the social structure without regard to the foundation and the intermediate framework. In your Clues to a New Social Order, you consider how things might be, a happy state of things if the transition could be effected suddenly. Granting that what you would accomplish is desirable or essential to the general happiness of mankind, we can't just pick out the few things that we are particularly interested in and set them up alone. They'd be sure to topple over." "Oh, that," Mrs. Trenton replied, and then, as though aware that something more was expected of her, she went on. "But a lot of changes have come in what you scientific economists would call the less important things. Just now I'm laying stress on an equal wage for men and women for the same labor. That, I think, more important than such things as more liberal divorce laws, though I favor both. As to divorce," she gave her characteristic shrug, "we all know that the more liberal laws came as the result of changing conditions. The new attitude toward marriage and all that. We're in the midst of a tremendous social evolution." "May I come in right here for a moment, Mrs. Trenton?" asked Dr. Ridgely. "You plead in your book for a change of existing laws to make marriage dissoluble at the will or whim of the contracting parties. Children to be turned over to the state, a direct blow at the family. Do you really think that desirable?" he ended smilingly. "Dear me, that idea didn't originate with me," she replied. "I merely went into it a little more concretely, perhaps." Again, her curious vacant stare followed in an instant by a gesture, the slightest lifting and closing of one of her graceful hands, as though her thoughts, having ranged infinity, had brought back something it was not necessary in her immediate surroundings to disclose. "But," the minister insisted, "would such a solution be wise? Do you honestly think it desirable?" "It's coming. It's inevitable," she answered quickly. "How many women can you imagine driving up to a big barracks and checking their babies? How strong is the maternal instinct?" asked Judge Sanders. "Most mothers don't know how to care for their children," said Mrs. Trenton, bending forward to glance at the speaker. Sanders was a big man with a great shock of iron-gray hair. He was regarding Mrs. Trenton with the bland smile that witnesses always found disconcerting. "Well, that may be true," he said, "but the poor old human race has survived their ignorance a mighty long time." The laughter at this retort was scattering and tempered by the obvious fact that Mrs. Trenton was not wholly pleased by it. Jimmy Atwood was hoping that there would be a row. A row among highbrows would be something to talk about when he went to the University Club the next day for lunch and an afternoon of sniff. "The idea is, I take it," he said with his funny squeak, "that there would be no aunts or in-laws, just plain absolute freedom for everybody. Large marble orphan asylums all over the country, spanking machines and everything scientific." "You've got exactly the right idea," cried Mrs. Trenton. "Clubs for women and clubs for men. Everybody would live in a club. That would be jolly," Atwood continued, delighted that he had gained the attention of the guest of honor. "Has anybody here," began Grayling, "ever watched a bunch of college boys listening to a phonograph record of Patty singing 'Home Sweet Home'? Well, I have, and you could cut the gloom with a knife. Home is still sweet to most of us." "I'd be awfully sorry to miss the weddings we have at the parsonage," said Mrs. Ridgely. "Trusting young souls who pop in at all hours to be married. They're all sure they're going to live happy forever after. Miss Derland, it's your generation that's got to solve the problem. Maybe you have the answer." "Oh, I think weddings are beautiful," Grace answered, feeling the eyes of the company upon her. The girlish ardor she threw into her words won her a laugh of sympathy. "Don't let them intimidate you," said Mrs. Trenton with an indulgent smile. "Miss Reynolds has been telling me that you're a university girl and you ought to be sound on the great questions if Professor Grayling hasn't spoiled you." "No one could spoil Grace," Grayling protested. Grace pondered, anxious for Miss Reynolds' sake to say nothing stupid. She was the youngest member of the company. They were merely trying in a friendly spirit to bring her into the talk, and no wise deliverance would be expected of her. "I wouldn't dare speak for all my generation," she said, "but something has occurred to me. Our elders scold us too much. It isn't at all pleasant to be told that we're terribly wicked, that we haven't any of the fine qualities of our parents and grandparents. We hear nothing except how times have changed. Well, we didn't change them. I positively refuse to be held responsible for changing anything. I took the world just as I found it." She had spoken quickly, with the ring of honest protest in her voice, and she was abashed when Judge Sanders clapped his hands in approval. "That's the truest word I've heard on that subject," he said heartily. "The responsibility is on us old folks if our children are not orderly, disciplined, useful members of society." "I'm afraid you're right," added Dr. Ridgely. "Aren't you the Miss Derland that John Moore talks about?" Mrs. Sanders asked. "I thought so. Isn't John a wonderful fellow? Since he went into Mr. Sanders's office, we've seen him a good deal at our house. He's so simple and honest and gives promise of great things." "I'm very stupid," said Sanders. "I didn't realize that I had met the paragon Moore brags about so much, but I might have known it." He began describing Moore and told the whole table how, as trustee of the university, he had become acquainted with the young man and was so struck by his fine qualities that he had taken him into his office. He related some of the familiar anecdotes of Moore and called upon Grace for others. Grace told her stories well, wholly forgetting herself in her enthusiasm. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Mrs. Trenton, whose lips were parted in a smile of well-bred inattention. Grace became confused, stammered, cut short a story she was telling illustrative of John's kindness to a Negro student whom he had nursed through a long illness. Apparently, neither John nor his philanthropic impulses interested the author of Clues to a New Social Order, or she was irritated at being obliged to relinquish first place at the table. Miss Reynolds, quick to note the bored look on her guest's face, tactfully brought her again into the foreground. Grace was startled a moment later, when, as the talk again became general, Sanders remarked, "I believe I've met your husband, Mrs. Trenton. He's a friend of Mr. Thomas Kemp, one of our principal manufacturers." "Yes," she replied carelessly. "I think I've heard Mr. Trenton speak of an Indianapolis client of that name. He visits your city, I know, on professional employments. Indeed, his business keeps him in motion most of the time, but I can't complain. I'm a good deal of a gadabout myself. I wired for Mr. Trenton's address to his New York office the other day, hoping I might be able to see him somewhere. It's possible he may turn up here. There's a case for you, Dr. Ridgely. The reason my marriage is so successful is because of the broad freedom Mr. Trenton and I allow each other. We haven't met since heaven knows when." A slight hint of bravado in her tone suggested an anxiety to establish herself in the minds of the company as the possessor of a wider freedom and a nobler tolerance than other wives. The other wives at the table were obviously embarrassed, if not displeased, by her declaration. It seemed to Grace that the air of the room chilled perceptibly. She found herself resenting Mrs. Trenton's manner of speaking of her husband. Trenton, she remembered, had always spoken of his wife in kind terms. On the evening of their first meeting at the shack, he had chivalrously taken upon himself the responsibility for the failure of his marriage. He had spoken of Mrs. Trenton as a charming woman, but Grace thought her singularly charmless. She was at no pains to make herself agreeable to the company Miss Reynolds had assembled in her honor. One thing was clear, and Grace derived a deep satisfaction from the reflection. Mrs. Trenton not only didn't love her husband, but she was incapable of loving anyone but herself. Grace, having accepted the invitation to meet Mrs. Trenton with a sense that there was something a little brazen in her going when Miss Reynolds believed her to be a clean-hearted, high-minded girl, in bitterness of spirit yielded to a mood of defiance. This woman had no right to be a burden and a hindrance to the man she had married. It was her fault if he found in another the love and the companionship she had denied or was incapable of giving him. 4. The 20th Century Club had made the occasion a guest night, and the hall was well filled when Miss Reynolds's party arrived. Places had been reserved for them near the platform, but Grace slipped into a seat by the door with Atwood and Grayling. "Thank you for this," exclaimed Atwood. "I always sleep at lectures, and I won't be so conspicuous back here." Mrs. Trenton, introduced by the president as one of the foremost women of her time, laid a sheaf of notes on the reading desk and began her address. Her subject was Women's New Freedom, and she summarized the long struggle for suffrage before indicating the questions to which women should now devote themselves to complete their victory. She recited the familiar arguments against child labor and thought existing laws should be extended and strengthened, and she pleaded for equal pay for equal work for women. She advocated uniform marriage and divorce laws on a basis of the widest freedom. There was no slavery so hideous as that of marriages where the tie becomes irksome. She favored birth control on the ground that a woman is entitled to be the judge of her fitness and ability to bear and raise children. She advocated state maternity hospitals with provision for the care of all children by the state where parents lacked the means or the intelligence to rear them. She was not a socialist, she protested, though there were many socialistic ideas which she believed could profitably be adopted under the present form of government. Her clues to a new social order, she explained, contemplated the fullest recognition of the rights of the individual. She expressed her impatience of the multiplication of laws to make mankind better. The widest liberty was essential to all progress. Grace had listened with the strictest attention. Once or twice Grayling whispered some comment, and Atwood, deeply bored, inquired midway of the address whether the first inning wasn't nearly over. At the conclusion, the president, following the club's custom, said that Mrs. Trenton would be glad to answer any questions, but the only person who took advantage of the invitation was an elderly gentleman who asked Mrs. Trenton whether she didn't think the 18th Amendment marked a great moral advance for the nation. On the contrary, a decided retreat, Mrs. Trenton replied, so incisively that the meeting closed amid general laughter. Was it the event of a lifetime? Atwood asked Grayling. Old stuff. Miss Derlin could have taken the lady's material and made a better story of it. A doubtful compliment, said Grace. Come along. We must say good night to Miss Reynolds. They went forward to where the other guests stood waiting while the club president introduced Mrs. Trenton, such of the members as wished to meet her. Don't forget that I'm taking you home, said Atwood. That's my reward for coming. Grace had hoped to avoid speaking to Mrs. Trenton again, but as Miss Reynolds's other guests were bidding her good night, she couldn't very well escape it. Ah, you stayed to the bitter end, Mrs. Trenton exclaimed with a forced brightening of her face. The hand she gave Grace was cold, and the look of weariness in her eyes was intensified. I wish we might have you as a convert. No hope, I suppose? She turned away with a smile to greet the next in line. It wasn't so shocking after all, remarked Miss Reynolds as Grace bade her good night. I'll always remember this, Grace. You helped a lot. You'd have helped a lot even if you hadn't said a word. I was so proud of you, dear. When she reached home, Grace found her mother and Ethel waiting up for her, and she sat down in the living room to recount the events of the evening. Mrs. Trenton, she said, was not so terrible. She dismissed her lightly and concentrated upon the other guests at the dinner. She was at pains to give the impression that she had thoroughly enjoyed herself, particularly her meeting with Professor Grayling. The fact, carelessly mentioned, that Jimmy Atwood had brought her home immediately obscured everything else. Mrs. Derlin wished to be sure that Jimmy was the son of the George Rogers Atwood who had made a fortune in the stove business. Ethel thought he was only a nephew, and that Jimmy's father operated coal mines somewhere near Terre Haute. Grace, unable to assist in determining this momentous matter, left them and sought the seclusion of her room. As she closed the door, she was oppressed by an overmastering fatigue. She felt that innumerable, mocking, menacing hands were plucking at her. The jealousy that had assailed her fitfully all evening now tore at her heart. A vast loneliness, as of some bleak, unhorizoned waste, settled upon her. She locked her door and spread out on her dressing table the sheets of Trenton's last letter, which had reached her that morning, and read them over as she brushed her hair. And there is no hour in which I do not think of you. The thought of you is like a prayer in my heart. You have touched the best in me. I rebel against the fate that keeps me from you. Sometimes it becomes intolerable. I want you so much now, just to see your face, to look into your eyes, to touch your hand. You are the flower of all the world, I think, and quick upon that comes a sense that you have greatness in you, that you are stronger than I am, possess a truer and broader sense of the meaning of life. Her deep sigh as she finished became a sob, and she laid her head upon her arms, and the tears came. It was possible that he had written just such letters to the woman who was still his wife, that once he had found in her the same exultation. But these thoughts she fought and conquered. As she moved slowly about her room with its dingy old-fashioned furniture, its odds and ends of memorabilia, her high school diploma, framed, a university pennant hung over the mahogany bed, she slipped back into her youth, and her heart went out to Trenton with a childlike faith and confidence. The remembrance of him as he had held her and kissed her, his tenderness, the wistfulness with which he regarded her at times, his fine considerateness, the utter lack of anything common or coarse in him, these memories wrought peace in her heart. Ready for bed, she huddled inside the window draperies before opening her window, gazing up at the stars. The same bright orbs shone over him wherever he was. Perhaps at that very moment he, in the manner of lovers from time immemorial, was invoking their counsel as he thought of her. I love you, dear," she whispered and repeated the words, finding in them strength and solace. She unlocked the door and got into bed just as her mother entered. "Are you all right, Grace?" Mrs. Durland asked. She stooped and picked up Grace's party slippers from the middle of the floor and put them away in the closet. "Yes, I'm fine, Mother," Grace answered. "Please don't bother about my things. I'll straighten up in the morning." "All right, dear," said Mrs. Durland. "I'll put your dress on a hanger in the sewing room and press the skirt out tomorrow. It's mussed a little, I noticed." With the gown over her arm, she walked to the bed. "Are you happy, dear?" she asked, laying her hand for a moment on the girl's forehead. "Yes, Mother. Thank you so much for coming in." With an excess of emotion, she sat up and flung her arms about her mother's neck and kissed her. "You are happy, Grace?" Mrs. Durland repeated solicitously. "Yes, Mother. Very happy." End of section 14.
Section 15 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 13, Part 1. The morning paper's account of Mrs. Trenton's lecture came in for discussion at the breakfast table, and Mrs. Durland read aloud the Society column's report of Miss Reynolds' dinner. The names of the guests were not given, an omission which Mrs. Durland thought singular, but which evoked from Ethel the comment that the people who had countenanced Mrs. Trenton merely to please Miss Reynolds probably had asked to have their names suppressed. Durland, deprived of his paper, which Mrs. Durland and Ethel were clinging to in violation of his long-established rights, asked Grace whether Trenton was in town. Mrs. Trenton said she had hoped to see him here. "But I don't know anything about it, Daddy," she replied carelessly, though the possibility of Trenton's coming to Indianapolis in response to his wife's summons was now uppermost in her thoughts. She eagerly opened the letter from him, which awaited her at the store. It was a hasty lead pencil scrawl, and said that he was leaving that night for Indianapolis to see Mrs. Trenton, who was lecturing there and had asked for a meeting. The summons was most inopportune, as his work in Syracuse was not completed, and it would be necessary for him to return as quickly as possible. "But I'll see you, of course, if only for a moment," he concluded. The note served only to revive the keener malevolence, the jealousy that she had vanquished the previous night. Trenton had never returned so brusquely before. Perhaps his wife's demand for an interview had alarmed him. She stabbed herself at the thought that this woman had the right to demand interviews with him whenever she pleased. In the search for consolation, she asked Irene to go to lunch with her. To her relief, Irene, having already formed at long range her opinion of Mrs. Trenton, asked only a few questions about the dinner. "Having seen Mary, you will understand what better," Irene remarked after curiosity had been satisfied as to what the woman wore, and she had suggested that the meeting with Atwood under Miss Reynolds' roof might lead to something. "Ward's coming here to see her. He may be in town now," said Grace, not in the least interested in Atwood. "She told us at dinner she hadn't seen her husband for she didn't know how long, and had been wiring to try to locate him. What do you make of that, Irene? Do you suppose—" "I'd suppose nothing. You can't tell what women of that sort think or what they'll do. But you can be pretty sure they'll do something foolish every chance they get. Don't you worry about her. You can trust Ward to take care of you, no matter what her ladyship knows or guesses about him. If Ward loves you as I think he does, he'll go clear down the line for you." "Do you think that? Do you really mean that?" asked Grace tremulously. "Of course I mean it. Look here, my dear. Seeing that woman has made you nervous. If you had asked my advice in advance, I would have told you not to go. But now that you went and gone and done it, the sooner you forget the whole business, the better. Irene, I simply had to go. I was simply dying of curiosity and jealousy. Can't you understand that? You needn't tell me I ought to be ashamed of myself for going. I know well enough I ought to be. Cut it out, old dear. I'd probably have done the same thing myself if I had been in your place. Why, Grace, the first time Mrs. Kemp appeared on my floor, after I began playing around with Tommy, I nearly broke my neck to wait on her. You ought to feel better now you have seen the woman. I heard some of our valued customers talking about the lecture this morning, and they all knocked. It's her money they listen to, not her ideas. She's no rival of yours, my dear. But speaking of rivals, I've been keeping something from you. Good old John Moore has called on me twice lately, and I went to movie with him Saturday night. Honest, I did. Don't faint, but I actually broke a date with Tommy to see a picture with your old college chum. Go on and scold me. Why, Irene, I'm awfully pleased. John liked you from the first time you met. Well, you ought not to. Really, it would be a lot better if you would warn him against me. He is so square himself that he refuses to believe anything mean of anybody. And if he should fall in love with me, or worse, if I'd get a case on him, she shook her head and compressed her lips to indicate the dire possibilities of either predicament. Why not? Grace demanded. Don't be silly. You know why not, Irene replied. He thinks I'm straight, and you know I'm, well, you know what you know. And I just won't fool that man. If I did, I'd be punished for it, and I'd deserve to be. Why, Irene, exclaimed Grace, I believe you're already in love with him. Well, hardly that, Irene replied reflectively. But I've got one of the symptoms. I'm going to quit my evil ways and chuck Tommy. Old sackcloth and ashes stuff. I ought to have let him go when we had the row about that girl in Chicago. You know, Grace, we're always hearing about the influence of a good woman, but my dear, it's nothing to what a good man can do, I suppose. She went on in a large philosophic manner. It's because really fine men are so scarce that when you do spot one, just naturally feel like prostrating yourself in the dust before him. When I began lotus eating with Tommy, I thought I'd never weary of the food, but John's given me an appetite for cornbread and cabbage. Just what will you take for your interest in John? I never could have loved John, and he's never thought of me in that way, Grace replied seriously. But Irene, for his friendship, I wouldn't take $1 million. Of course you wouldn't. And just for his respect and confidence, Grace marveled to see tears in Irene's eyes. The hours spent with Irene served at least to change the current of Grace's thoughts. There were other girlfriends for whom she had a warm liking, but Irene continued to hold first place in her affections. The girl's poise and serenity, her flashes of wisdom made her increasingly fascinating, and there was a charm in her very unaccountableness that the luxury-loving Irene, who had so recently spoken of marriage as only a means of attaining comfort and ease, should tolerate the attentions of a young countryman who stood at the threshold of one of the most difficult professions was all but incredible. But this was no more puzzling than the attraction John apparently found in Irene. Part 2. By the middle of the afternoon, Grace was again enmeshed in a network of doubt and apprehension. Fenton was making a journey for the express purpose of meeting his wife. He had probably reached Indianapolis at noon and gone at once to Miss Reynolds to see her. Grace's imagination was playing cruel tricks upon her. She pictured the meeting between Trenton and his wife in 100 ways. He would kiss her, perhaps take her into his arms. And after their long separation, it was possible that both might experience a reawakening of the early passion that had died in them. Grace, seeking the lowest depths of humility, knew herself only as number 18 at Shipley's, a girl to be played with and cast aside by another woman's husband whenever it pleased him to be done with her. In a self-abasement, she called Irene's oft-reiterated declaration about Kemp that she admired his brains and was fond of him, but never deceived herself with the idea that she loved him. This was a wiser way. Grace lashed herself pitilessly for her folly in giving her love so unreservedly when the result could bring nothing but unhappiness. Her love and trust wavered like sunlight struggling to penetrate a field of cloud. She was standing near the entrance to the ready-to-wear department, inattentive and listless, when the rattle of the elevator door roused her and Trenton stepped out. At the sight of him, the blood rushed to her heart till it seemed for a moment that she would die of joy at the sight of him. He saw her at once and walked quickly toward her. He had never before seemed so handsome and distinguished. His step had the elasticity of youth, and there was a happy light in his eyes as he took her hand. This was the first time he had sought her at Shipley's, and she assumed that his coming meant that he had seized the only possible moment to see her. "We can't talk here, of course. I've got Kemp's car, and I can explain things as we ride," he said. "Can you get excused for the rest of the day?" Miss Boardman, busily marking price tags, gave the permission with an absent-minded nod, and Grace hurried back to report that she was free and would get her wraps and meet him at the main entrance. When they were in Kemp's limousine, Trenton ordered Craig to drive straight north without mentioning a destination. There was no hint of trouble in his clear, steady eyes. His air of perfect self-confidence, of knowing exactly what he was about, restored her faith. She loved him, and she was proud that she loved him. "Please don't be frightened," he began, clasping her hand when they were clear of the downtown traffic. "I've just seen Mrs. Trenton. She wired me for an appointment to discuss some of her personal business matters. As she's going further west lecturing, it was as convenient to see her here as anywhere else. So I came here, and I've already seen her at Miss Reynolds'. It took some time to go over investments and explain some changes I had made in them. When that was finished, she suddenly asked about that letter I wrote to her last fall from St. Louis. That settled the question as to whether she ever got it." "Yes, I remember," Grace replied faintly. In spite of his cheerfulness, she was sure that he was leading up to some disagreeable disclosure, and involuntarily she drew away from her hand. "It's all right, dear," he went on reassuringly. She said she knew we had been drifting farther apart for a long time, and that she wasn't surprised by my letter. She hadn't acknowledged it because she was waiting for a chance to see me to talk it out. She seemed rather amused. She has a way of being amused at things. And now, don't jump. He caught her hand and clasped it tight. She was always a woman of surprises. She said she wanted to see the girl I had mentioned, but not in a disagreeable way at all. If you knew her, you would understand. "That's it. I do understand," Grace replied slowly. "I was at the dinner Miss Reynolds gave for her last night. I ought to have asked you if it was all right to go, but I was afraid you'd say no. And I had to see her." Her voice broke in a sob, but lifting her head, she hurried on. "I was jealous, terribly jealous, and something tells me that we are near the end." "Please, dear, don't give way to foolish fears," he implored. "I'm glad you went to the dinner. That was all right, and I want to hear all about it later. Having seen Mrs. Trenton, you ought to know that her request is quite characteristic. Don't you see that she's curious about you just as you were about her? I really think she means to be kind to me. It's unusual, of course, but Mrs. Trenton is a very unusual woman." Grace looked at him in a kind of dumb wonder. You told her my name?" she faltered. "No, certainly not. You hadn't mentioned. I think she assumed that the girl I wrote her about lived in St. Louis. She was rather taken aback when I said she lived here." "And you told her you'd produce me, exhibit me for a criticism? What can you be thinking of? What can you think of me to ask such a thing? I suppose you told her everything?" "Why, Grace, this isn't like you. You're taking it all too seriously. Mrs. Trenton has no cause to think anything except that I've met you and fallen in love with you. You must be reasonable, dear," he went on patiently. "She knows nothing and has no right to assume. What we'd rather she didn't. It's just a whim of hers. If I thought she wouldn't treat you as one lady should treat another, I wouldn't ask you to go. It'd be the most formal call, no chance for anything unpleasant, even if she wanted to be disagreeable. She could be very disagreeable. I didn't like her. I didn't like her at all. It seems to me sheer folly to put myself in a way unnecessarily." "I tell you it will be all right," he protested. "She will be surprised, of course, to find that she has already met you. You know, I wouldn't cause you the slightest embarrassment or pain for the world." For a moment she pondered, her confidence in him and a wish to accede to his wishes struggling against suspicion and jealousy. "You are sure this isn't a trick, a trap?" she asked. "Of course not, dear. How can you think such a thing? Mrs. Trenton really has a sense of humor, and she's a woman of the world. Besides, she has no ground whatever for attacking you. I can't imagine her doing that in any circumstances. I'm just meeting a wish to see a girl I told her I admire." but I count more than I dare say on the result. I want to give her a chance to practice what she preaches." "Well," said Grace, searching his eyes with a long gaze, "I'll go since you insist, but I think it's foolish. It's the most ridiculous thing I ever heard of. But she can't do more than murder me. She can't do more than approve of you," he cried, and ordered Craig to drive to Miss Reynolds. 3. Mrs. Trenton was immediately visible, writing at a small table in the living room when they were ushered into the reception parlor. She wore a pair of shell-rimmed library glasses, and it occurred to Grace that the blank stare that had been so disconcerting the previous night was probably attributable to some defect of vision. She did not lift her head when the maid spoke to her, but nodded and went on writing for several minutes. Then she laid aside the glasses and walked unhurriedly to the door. "Ah, what? Back again?" "I believe you met Miss Durland, May?" said Trenton. "Yes, of course," she replied with a smile of recognition that faded instantly. "It's nice of you to come, Miss Durland. I didn't know last night that you were acquainted with Mr. Trenton. Dear Miss Reynolds didn't mention it, or I should, of course." She broke off in her odd way, her gaze wandering. Her indifference was an achievement in itself, a masterly thing. She wore a blue house gown of an exquisite simplicity. A string of crystal beads hung about her neck, and she put her hand to them frequently, as though to make sure they were there. As she sank into a chair, her long figure relaxed into graceful lines. She was much more composed than at the dinner, with a languorous composure that might have been donned for the occasion like a garment. She reminded Grace of those portraits of women done by fashionable painters, which satisfy the artistic sense without conveying a sense of reality. "You forget, May, that I haven't met Miss Reynolds," Trenton remarked to her, but she ignored him. "You are, what do you say, a Hoosier, Miss Durland?" she asked, her gaze falling as if by chance upon Grace. "Oh, yes, I am a native," Grace answered with a faint smile, but her courage was ebbing. She hated Mrs. Trenton. She tried to think of something amusing to add to her confession that she was a native Indianian, but the atmosphere of the room was not conducive to brilliancy. To make conversation, Trenton reminded his wife that they had once met a certain senator from Indiana at White Sulphur Springs. A yes, charged with all the apathy that can be conveyed by the rising inflection, was the only reply that was evoked by this attempt to link Indiana to large affairs of state. Trenton asked Grace whether Indiana had ever produced more than one president, and she tried to ease her discomfiture by replying that the state had rather specialized on vice presidents. "Oh, that," remarked Mrs. Trenton. "How very droll. I suppose the Indiana school teacher has a frightful time instilling in the young Hoosier mind the names of all vice presidents. Do they pay teachers well in Indiana?" "Not so well as farther west, I believe," Grace answered, "but I know little about it." "That's the next thing I'm going to take up. I'm having data collected now," Mrs. Trenton said with more spirit than she had before manifested. "That's fine, May," said Trenton cordially. "That's a work worth doing." "You'd really approve of that, Ward?" she asked. "You haven't always been so indulgent of my whims." Grace, increasingly uncomfortable, started when Mrs. Trenton addressed her directly. "Miss Durland, if you see too much of Mr. Trenton, you will find him a singularly unreasonable person." But, with a shrug, all men have the ancient conceit of their sex superiority. She had drawled the "if you see too much" in a manner to give the phrase a peculiarly insinuating emphasis. Grace caught its significance at once, and her cheeks burnt. But she was less angry at the woman than at Trenton, whose face betrayed no resentment. She rose and walked to the door. "Dear me, don't run away," Mrs. Trenton exclaimed. "Miss Reynolds will be back shortly. She was called away to some hospital, I think it was, to see a friend. Do wait. There'll be tea, I think." Trenton was on his feet. No man's mind is ever quite so agile or discerning as a woman's. He had just caught up with a phrase that had angered Grace. "I have kept my word," he said, rising and addressing his wife directly. "When I promised you that if I ever met a woman I felt I could care for, I would tell you I was in earnest. And at your own suggestion and in perfect good faith I asked Miss Durland to come here." "My dear Ward, you're always a man of your word," she said with a hint of mockery in her voice. I assure you that I am delighted to meet Miss Durland. She is very charming, really." I don't intend that you shall forget yourself, he said sharply. Your conduct since you came into this room has been contemptible. I am most contrite. Do forgive me, Mr. Allen. She lay back on a chair in a pose of exaggerated ease and lazily turned her head to look at Grace. I assume, she said, that you are my chosen successor, and I can't complain of my husband's taste. You are very handsome, and I can see how much your youth would appeal to him, but there are things I must consider. Please wait. Grace had laid her hand on the door. I may as well say it all now. I have probably led War to think that if such an emergency as this arose, I'd free him and bid him Godspeed. But you see, confronted with the fact, I find it necessary to think a little of myself. One must, and I'm horribly selfish. It would never do to give my critics a chance to take a fling at me as a woman whose marriage is a failure. You can see for yourself, Mr. Allen, how my position would be weakened if I were a divorcee. Much as I hate to disappoint you, it would never do. Really, it would not. Just what are you assuming, Mrs. Trenton? Demanded Grace, meeting the gaze of the older woman. We needn't discuss that now, interrupted Trenton peremptorily. No, I suppose you'd have to confer privately with Mr. Allen before reaching a conclusion. But I suggest, Mr. Allen, for the sake of your own happiness, that you avoid, if indeed the warning isn't too late, forming any, such. That'll do. Stop right there, Trenton interrupted. Grace had swung round from the door and stood, her lips parted, and with something of the look of an angry, hurt child in her eyes. It seemed to her that she was an unwilling eavesdropper, hearing words not intended for her ears, but without the power to escape. Then she heard Trenton's voice. You'd better go, Grace, he said quietly. Craig is waiting. He will take you home. Grace closed the door after her and paused in the dim hall. A nightmare numbness had seized her, and she found herself wondering whether she could reach the outer door. It seemed remote, unattainable. She steadied herself against the newel, remembering an accident in childhood that had left her dazed and nauseated. Trenton had told her to go. At his wife's bidding, he was sending her away, and it wasn't necessary for him to dismiss her like that. She felt herself precipitated into a measureless oblivion. Nothing good or beautiful ever had been or would be. He had told her to go, that was all. And like a grieved and heartbroken child, she resented being sent away. In her distress, she was incapable of crediting him with the kindness that had prompted him to bid her leave. She was startled by a quick step on the walk outside, followed by the click of the lock, and the door, flung open, revealed Miss Reynolds. Why, Grace, I had no idea. Why, child? What's the matter? You're as white as a sheet. I must go, said Grace in a whisper, withdrawing the hand Miss Reynolds had clasped. The door remained open, and the world, a fantastically distorted world, lay outside. With slow steps, she passed her bewildered friend, saying in the tone of one muttering in an unhappy dream, I must go. He told me to go. He? Who? The astonished Miss Reynolds, who at first thought Grace was playing a joke of some kind, watched her pass slowly down the walk to the gate and enter the waiting car. She went out upon the steps, uncertain what to do, and caught a last glimpse of Grace's face, her eyes set straight ahead as the machine bore her away. Part 4. The thought of remaining at home was unbearable, and after supper, Grace telephoned Irene to ask whether she was free for the evening. Tommy said something about taking a drive, and I'm going over to Minnie's to meet him. You come right along. I saw Watt snatch you out of the store. Pretty cool, I call it. Tommy said he was going back east at 7, so you are a widow once more. Grace left the house with her father, who was spending all his evening at Kemp's plant. To all questions at home as to the progress of his motor, Derland replied that he guessed it would be all right. On the streetcar, he told Grace he was anxious to see Trenton. There were difficulties as to the motor that he wished to discuss with him. He said he had written asking an interview as soon as possible, but that Trenton had not replied. Grace answered that she knew nothing about him, and her heart sank as she remembered that Trenton was no longer a part of her life, and that in the future he would come and go. It was all over, and she faced the task of convincing herself that her love for him had been a delusion, a mere episode to be forgotten as quickly as possible. She left her father at Washington Street, cheerily wishing him good luck and took a car that ran past Minnie's store. Irene was alone and in a new gown of copper green crepe that enhanced the gold in her hair might have posed as a spirit of spring. Minnie had remained downtown, she explained, and Tommy was not expected until 9. "What has happened?" she demanded. "I know something's doing, or you wouldn't have called me up from home." Grace took off her coat, hung it over the back of a chair, and flung herself down on the couch. "Console me a little, Irene, but not too much. I've seen Ward for the last time." "His wife make a row?" Irene inquired. "Yes, he took me to see her, and she—" "He took you to see her?" "Grace, darling, what are you talking about?" "Just that," and Grace, no longer able to restrain herself, burst into tears. "You poor baby." Irene jumped up and thrust a pillow back at Grace's head and sat down beside her. "Tell me about it if you want to, but not unless you feel like it, honey." "I've simply got to tell you, Irene." "Oh, Grace, darling, don't be silly. You know I'd die for you." She listened in patient silence while Grace told with minute detail and many tears the story of her interview with Mrs. Trenton. "I loved him. I still love him, Irene," she moaned pitifully when she had finished. "And it had to end like that." "If you want my opinion," said Irene judicially, "I'll say that Ward Trenton is a perfect nut, the final and consummate nut of the whole nut family. The idea that he would take a girl like you, and you are a good deal of a kid, my dear, to call on a woman like that wife of his, who is an experienced worldly creature, and as much tell her that he is in love with you. It's a limit." "But," said Grace, quick to defend the moment Trenton was attacked, "he had reason to believe she would be decent. She had always let him think that if there was anyone else, she'd hand him a transfer." Irene laughed ironically. "Isn't that just like poor old Ward? I tell you, men are even as little babes where women are concerned. There isn't a woman on earth who would just calmly sit by and let another woman walk off with her husband, even if she hated him like poison. It's against nature, dearest. I can see how that woman would make the bluff, all right. But all she wanted was to see what you looked like, and finding you young and beautiful, she tried to make you feel like a counterfeit nickel. The trouble with Ward is that he's so head over heels in love with you that he has lost his mind. I wonder what happened after you skipped. I'll bet it was some party. But don't you believe he's going to give you up? Not Ward. Everything's going to straighten out, honey. His telling you to go doesn't mean a blessed thing. He just wanted to get you out of the scrap." "It means the end," said Grace, with a sigh that lost itself in a sob. The bell tinkled and Grace ran away to remove the traces of tears from her face. When she reappeared, Kemp greeted her with his usual raillery. "I had only a word with Ward over the telephone," he said. "He came out to see his wife, and as he borrowed my limousine, I guess he showed her the village sights. But of course, you know more about the bird than I do, Grace. You couldn't scare me up a drink, could you, Irene? Minnie's got some stuff of mine concealed here somewhere. Just a spoonful, no? Grace, this girl is a cruel tyrant. She positively refuses to let me die a drunkard's happy death." He evidently wasn't aware that Grace had seen Trenton, and Irene carefully kept the talk in safe channels. He had brought his roadster, not knowing that he was to find Grace at Minnie's, but he insisted that the car carried 3 comfortably, and he wouldn't consider leaving her behind. It was the same car in which Trenton had driven her into town after the night they had spent together at the shack. In spite of her attempts to forget, thoughts of him filled her mind like an implacable host of soldiery. After a plunge into the country, they swung back to town along the river. "By Jove!" exclaimed Kim suddenly. "There's my little factory over there in the moonlight. Have you ever seen it, Grace? We'll just dash in for a minute." "I wonder if Father's still there," said Grace as they drove into the lighted yard. "We'll soon find out. That's his workshop yonder, where you see the bluish lights. I see O'Reilly's light on in the main office. That fella works too hard." "It's a good thing somebody works round this place," said Irene. "The world knows you don't." "Oh, it's not as bad as that," Kemp retorted, and led the way down a long aisle of one of the steel and glass units of the big plant. The moon diffused its mild radiance through the glass roof, as though mocking with a superior mystery the silent inert machinery. The sound of voices became audible in a room partitioned off in one corner. The door was ajar, and 2 men in overalls and jumpers were pondering a motor set up on a testing block. The trio remained outside, watching the two intent-wrapped figures. One, Grace had recognized as a father. The other, she realized bewilderedly, was Ward Trenton. Trenton, unconscious that he was watched, raised his hand and Derland turned a switch. The hum of a motor filled the room, and Derland turned slowly from the motor to glance at Trenton. Trenton signaled to shut off the power and dropped upon his knees, peering into the machine. Derland took a sheet of paper and from it answered the questions which Trenton shot at him in rapid succession. "Let's have the power again," said Trenton. He rose, bent his ear to study the sound, turned to Derland and nodded. "Let's see what they are up to," said Kemp and shouted Trenton's name. Grace drew back as the two men turned toward them, but Irene seized her arm. "Don't you dare run away." Trenton came toward them, snatching off his blue mechanic's cap. There was a smudge across his face, and his hands were black from contact with the machinery. "I didn't really lie to you, Tommy. I meant to leave tonight, but remembered that Mr. Derland wanted to see me. So here I am." They followed him to the testing block, where Derland had remained too engrossed to heed them. "I'm glad you came just when you did," said Trenton, addressing all of them but looking at Grace. "Mr. Derland will be ready to begin the final test tomorrow. I'm sure they're going to be successful. I want you to be here, Tommy, and see the thing through. Just look at this." He deftly lifted out a part of the motor for Kemp's inspection, restored it, and then bent over the bench, rapidly scribbling notes on the back of a blueprint. "Congratulations are now in order, I suppose," said Kemp. He turned and shook hands with Derland, who was regarding the motor with a puzzled look on his face. Trenton said he would remain a while longer. He might stay all night, he added with a laugh. "This is too important to leave, so I've changed all my plans and will be here 2 or 3 days. When this bird works, he works," said Kemp, laying his hand affectionately on Trenton's shoulder. Trenton followed them out, keeping close to Grace. When they were out of earshot of her father, Derland apparently hadn't noticed that Grace was in the room. Trenton said, "I called you at home this evening and found you had gone out. I want to see you. I must see you," he said pleadingly. Kemp had reached the main shop and was explaining to Irene some of the points of the motor. "Kemp," Trenton called. "What are you doing tomorrow night?" "Nothing. I'm ready for anything." "Well, Grace and I would like to have dinner with you at the shack." "A grand idea. Only remember, none of this prohibition stuff you pulled on me Christmas." "You cannot dine without my wine," he chanted. When they reached the yard, Kemp and Irene were waiting by the car. Trenton caught Grace's hand and whispered, "Remember, I love you. I shall always love you." "No, no," she began. "Oh, this isn't kind. I thought you had gone or—" "Come along, Grace," cried Kemp. "See you tomorrow, Ward. Good night and good luck." To Grace, on the homeward drive, peace seemed an unattainable thing. She had firmly resolved never to see Trenton again. But she had not only seen him, but the sight of him had deepened the hunger in her heart. She was without the will to deny him the meeting for which she had asked. It was sweet to think that he had remained, if only to assist her father, when he had definitely said he was leaving that night. Yes, there was kindness in this. And even though he had sent her away from Miss Reynolds and wounded her deeply in his manner of doing it, she knew that it was always his wish to be kind and that no power could keep her from seeing him again, if only for a last goodbye. End of section 15. Section 16 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 14, Part 1. As she dressed the next morning, Grace hummed and whistled, happy in the consciousness that before the day ended she would see Trenton again. The romantic strain in her warmed and quickened at the thought. Even if they were to part for all time and she should go through life with his love only a memory, it would be a memory precious and ineffaceable that would sweeten and brighten all her years. In his workman's garb, as she had seen him at Kemp's, she idolized him anew. If it had been his fate to remain a laborer, his skill would have set him apart from his fellows. He could never have been other than a man of mark. It was a compensation for anything she might miss in her life to have known the love of such a man. She was impatient with herself and sought the lowest depths of self-abasement for having doubted him. She should never again question his sincerity or his wisdom, but would abide by his decision in all things. When she reached the dining room, her father was already gone, and her mother seemed troubled about him. "He was excited and nervous when he came home last night," said Mrs. Turlin. "He hardly slept, and he left an hour ago, saying he'd get a cup of coffee on his way through town. I'm afraid things haven't been going right with him. It would be a terrible blow if the motor didn't turn out as he expected." "Let's just keep hoping, Mother. That's the only way," Grace replied cheerily. "They wouldn't be wasting time on it at Kemp's if there wasn't something in it." "I guess you're right there," interposed Ethel. "Kemp has a reputation of being a cold-blooded proposition. And I suppose the great Trenton values his own reputation too much to recommend anything that hasn't got money in it." "Poor foolish men will persist in going into business to make money, not for fun," Grace replied. "I suppose Gregg and Burley don't sell insurance just as a matter of philanthropy. Mr. Trenton would soon be out of work if he didn't have the confidence of the people who hire him. I wouldn't be so bitter if I were you." "I heard you rolling up in an automobile last night," Ethel persisted. "You seem to be getting the benefit of somebody's money." "Ethel!" cried her mother despairingly. "Let her rave," replied Grace calmly. "When Mr. Burley drives Ethel home from the office, it's an act of Christian kindness, but if I get a lift, it's a sin." "Mr. Burley," began Ethel, breathing heavily. "Mr. Burley is the very soul of honor. He wanted to talk to me about some of the work in our Sunday school and hadn't time to discuss it in the office. Don't think for a moment I have any objection. If he was just opening up a little flirtation, it would be all right with me." "How dare you!" cried Ethel, beginning to cry. "Please, Grace," began Mrs. Turlin, pausing on her way to the kitchen with the coffee pot. "All right, Mother," said Grace. "I resent just a little bit having Ethel grab all the virtue in the family." "I'm not ashamed to tell who brings me home anyhow," Ethel flung at her. "Neither, for that matter, am I. It was Mr. Thomas Ripley Kemp who brought me home last night. He had taken Irene and me for a drive." "So that was it. I thought I recognized the car. That Kemp. I suppose he's getting tired of Irene and is looking for another girl?" "Well, dearie, he hasn't said anything about it," Grace replied. "But you can never tell. Girls, this must stop right here. We can't have the day beginning with a wrangle. You both ought to be ashamed of yourself." "I'm through, Mother," said Grace. "I didn't start the row. I've reached a place where Ethel doesn't really worry me anymore." "Well, you are always a tease and Ethel is sensitive. I do wish you'd both exercise a little restraint." Grace found a brief note on the society column of the morning paper recording Mrs. Trenton's departure and an editorial ridiculing her opinions. Elsewhere, there were interviews with a dozen prominent men and women on Mrs. Trenton's lecture, all expressing disapproval of her ideas. A leading socialist disavowed any sympathy with Mrs. Trenton's program and denounced her clues to a new social order as a mere rehash of other books. He characterized her as a woman of wealth who was merely seeking notoriety by parading herself as a revolutionist and who would be sure to resist with innate selfishness and greed to her class any interference with her personal comfort and ease. Grace carried the newspaper with her to the trolley and on the way downtown reread these criticisms of Mrs. Trenton with keenest satisfaction. Mrs. Trenton was not a great woman animated by a passion of humanity, but narrow, selfish, and cruel. She thought again of the encounter at Miss Reynolds, which renewed sympathy for Trenton. After all, he had met the difficult situation in the only possible way. He had said once that he didn't understand his wife, and Grace consoled herself with the reflection that probably no one could understand her, least of all, her husband. In the course of the day, Grace learned from Irene that Kemp, who was on the entertainment committee for a large national convention, had decided to ask several friends among the delegates to the shack. "It won't be a shocker like some of Tommy's parties, only a little personal attention for a few of the old comrades," said Irene. "You and Ward can see as little of the rest of the bunch as you please. Tommy has promised me solemnly to let booze alone. I suppose his wife will never know how hard I've worked to keep him straight. Ridiculous, isn't it? Before that woman came back from California, Tommy hadn't touched a drop for a month, and he has been doing wonderfully ever since." The good lady was so pleased with his appearance and conduct that she beat it for New York last night to buy clothes, and by the time she gets back, I'll be ready to release my mortgage and Tommy for good and all. I broke the news to him gently, and he's been awfully nice about it. This is really my last appearance with Tommy. It's understood on both sides. I wouldn't go at all if it were not for you and Ward. Grace envied Irene the ease with which she met situations. Irene's cynicism, she had decided, was only on the surface. She wished she could be sure that she herself possessed the sound substratum of character that Irene was revealing. Irene had sinned grievously against the laws of God and man. But after disdaining those influences that seek to safeguard society and carrying her head high, with a certain serene impudence in her wrongdoing, she now appeared to be on good terms with her soul. It was a strange thing that this could be one of the most curious and baffling of all Grace's recent experiences. Face to face with the problem of her future relations with Trenton, Grace was finding in Irene something akin to a moral tonic. Irene, by code of her own, did somehow manage to cling fast to things reckoned fine and noble. Irene, in spite of herself, had the soul of a virtuous woman. It was to be a party of 10, Grace learned after Irene had conferred with Kemp by telephone at the lunch hour. For the edification of the 3 strange men, Irene had provided 3 other girls who had, as Irene said, some class and knew how to amuse tired businessmen without becoming vulgar. Grace knew these young women. They were variously employed downtown, but she would never have thought of asking them to go on a party. Not one of these girls makes less than $2,000 a year, Irene announced loftily. God preserve me from cheap stuff. It makes me sick, Grace, to see these poor little fools who run around these streets, all dolled up with enough paint on their face to cover the state house and not enough brains in their heads to make a croquet for a sick mosquito. If it hadn't been for all this silly rot about emancipating women, they'd be at home cooking and helping Mama with the wash. As it is, they draw 12 a week and spend it all on clothes to advertise their sex. Do you know, Grace, I sometimes shudder for the future of the human race. Part 2. Jerry had been reinforced by a colored cateress, and the country supper produced at the shack proved to be a sumptuous dinner. Kemp had kept from his well-stocked cave on the farm the ingredients for a certain cocktail known by his name throughout the Corn Belt. The Tommy Kemp was immediately pronounced to be the last word in cocktails, a concoction which one of the visitors declared completely annulled and set aside the 18th Amendment to the Constitution of the United States as an insolent assault upon the personal liberty and the palate of man. Kemp was in the gayest spirits, and the party was wholly to his taste. The men he entertained were conspicuously successful and leaders in the business and social life of their several cities. Irene had confided to Grace that there were at least 10 millions of good money represented in the party. The cocktails were served in the living room to the accompaniment of much lively chatter. Grace found herself observing with interest the readiness with which the young women who were strangers to the shack's hospitality entered into the spirit of the occasion and met on terms of familiar good fellowship the men they hadn't seen before. It helped her to forget her disappointment at the size of the party to speculate about the men and the curious phase of the human nature that made it possible for gentlemen whose names were well known throughout America, who looked as though they might pass the plate in church every Sunday, to enter joyfully into the pleasures of such a function. Irene had made no mistake in her choice of girls. They were handsome. They looked well in their summer frocks. They were lively and responsive. They were past mistresses of the gentle art of kidding. There was no question but the visiting gentlemen of wealth and social position enjoyed being kidded, and the fact that some of them had daughters at home much older than the girls who did the kidding in no wise mitigated their joy. One of the gentlemen evidently preferred Grace to the girl who had been assigned to him. Under the inspiration of this cocktail, he told Grace that he had long wished to meet her, that now they had met, he was resolved that they should never part again. Grace summoned all the powers of flirtation and encouraged him, realizing that to snub him would be to prove herself a poor sport. And she had heard enough of parties from Irene to know that a girl must not, when on a party, give cause for any suspicion that she is of the melancholy tribe of killjoys. She took a sip of the Tommy Kemp and handed it to the gentleman, who was so beguiled by her charms, who drained the glass, murmuring ecstatically, "To the most beautiful girl in the world." "Don't let Grandpa worry you," whispered Irene. "Just tease him a little, and he'll think he's having the time of his life. We're not drinking, you and I. This is positively my last party. I'm going to have my hands full keeping Tommy sober." Trenton was talking during the cocktailing period to one of the most attractive of the girls, and when Grace smiled at him, he smiled and held up his unemptied glass and put it back on the tray. He was not drinking, not even the single cocktail he usually permitted himself. There was serious business before him. Both must keep their heads clear for it. The dinner seemed endlessly long. Now and then Grace felt the reassuring pressure of Trenton's hand, but the gentleman on the other side of her, under the mellowing influence of champagne piled upon the Tommy Kemps he had imbibed, was making violent love to her, and his elaborate tributes of adoration could not be wholly ignored. Seeing that Trenton was talking little, Kemp, still sober, thanks to Irene's watchfulness, addressed him directly. "I've got good news for you, Ward. At 5 o'clock this afternoon, I closed a deal for Cummings' plant. Both Isaac Cummings controlling interest, and for better or worse, the darned thing's mine. Please, everybody, drink to good luck." "We don't know what it's all about, but we are for you, Tommy," cried one of the girls. "I thought you said you'd never do it, Tommy," said Trenton, smiling at his friend and lifting his champagne glass, reversed as it had stood on the table. Kemp protested that this was bad luck and ordered Jerry to serve no more food until everyone had drunk to the success of the merger. This brought them all to their feet and lifted glasses. "Ho King, live forever," cried Irene. "That's something like it," said Kemp. "I did not mention the matter just to advertise my business. I wanted you to know, Grace, that it gave me a special satisfaction on your account to see Cummings pass out. It was a downright low trick he played on your father. Things do sort of even up in this world, and this struck quick and hard. When Cummings threw your father out, the business was ripe for bankruptcy. Don't let Ward scold me. He advised me against it." "I advised you against taking on new responsibilities," Trenton replied. "You've got enough on your hands now." "You think I'm a sick man," said Kemp. "But I'm going to see you all under the sword. I like this world, and I'm going to live 100 years. Jerry, fill him up." There was more food than anyone needed or wanted, and when Jerry began serving dessert, Trenton suggested to Grace that they leave the table. Their leaving evoked loud protests. Irene was now furiously angry at Kemp, who had been unable to resist the lure of the champagne, a vintage without duplicate in all America, he declared. The gentleman at Grace's left, reduced to a maudlin state by his host's generous distribution of wine, loudly importuned her not to go. Kemp announced his purpose to make a speech and was trying to get upon his feet when Irene pulled him down. One of the visitors began to sing and seized a candle from the table with which to beat time. He was bawling, "He's a jolly good fellow," as Grace and Trenton effected their escape. They breathed deep of the clean country air when they reached the long veranda at the side of the house. "Poor Tommy, I suppose there's no way of stopping him," remarked Trenton. Both were aware of a new restraint the moment they were alone. The still night was sweet, with spring, and earth seemed subdued with the mystery of green things growing. Grace walked the length of the veranda, then back to the steps, Trenton beside her. He was still troubled by a sense of responsibility for Kemp. The discordant noises from the dining room followed them, and they debated whether they should try to break up the party, but decided against it. "Let us get away from the racket," said Trenton. "When I suggested coming out for a supper, it did not occur to me that Tommy would be pulling off a bacchanalian feast. Tommy is incorrigible, dear old Tommy. But we must talk. Shall we go up yonder, where we can look out over the river?" The stars and an old moon that stared blandly across the heavens made the path easily discernible. As they loitered along, he spoke of Kemp's purchase of the Cummings concern. "I did advise Tommy against it," he said, "because of the additional burdens he'll have to carry. But it's a good business stroke. He wiped out an old competitor, and with your father's improvements on Cummings' motor, Tommy is going to be greatly strengthened." "I've been afraid," said Grace, "that father's ideas wouldn't prove practical. He seemed terribly worried lately. Only the usual perplexities of a genius who's worn out from long application. You can breathe easy now. The motor is going to be a wonder. I was with your father all day, and he's attained every excellence he claimed. You have every reason to be proud of him." "It's all your kindness," she murmured. "Oh, not a bit of it. There's no sentiment about mechanics. You've either got it or you haven't, and your father is sound on the fundamentals where most inventors are weak." They sat down on a rustic bench on the bluff above the river, and he threw his overcoat across her knees. Above them towered a sycamore. Below they heard the murmur and ripple of running water. He put his arm around her, drew her close, and kissed her. "I wish it were all true, as we can imagine it to be in this quiet place that we are absolutely alone in the world, just ourselves. But it isn't true. We have just run away from the world for a little while, she said. But I am glad for this. She laid a hand on his and gently stroked it. I hope you understood why I didn't go yesterday as I had intended. I couldn't leave without explaining. I couldn't have you think that I took you to Miss Reynolds just to make you uncomfortable. It was my mistake and a stupid blunder. No, the mistake was mine, she insisted. I realized afterwards that my first feeling was right, that it was foolish to go. I was honest about it. Mrs. Trenton had led me to think that she wouldn't resent meeting any woman who promised to give me the love and companionship it wasn't in her power to give me. I took her at her word. You understand that, don't you? You ought to have known what, and so should I, that no woman would ever have anything but hatred for another woman her husband falls in love with. But what I have given you, she never had. I want you to believe me when I say that I was really deceived by what I took to be a wholly friendly attitude. It doesn't make the least difference now what. I know you wouldn't have taken me to see her if you had known what would happen. I'll never have any but kindest thoughts of you. Please believe that. She moved a little away from him and leaned back, her hands relaxed in her lap. It's all been a mistake. Everything, from the beginning, she went on in a low voice. My loving you hasn't been a mistake, he said earnestly. Nothing has changed that or can ever change it. You merely think that. If you didn't see me for a while, you'd forget me, she said, following unconsciously the ritual of unhappy lovers in all times. No, he gently protested. That isn't the way of it. You don't really think that. Please say that you don't. His tone of pleading caused her to turn to him and fling her arms about his neck. Oh, I love you so. I love you so, she sobbed. His face was wet with her tears. He took her again into his arms, turning her face that he might kiss the tears away. Her whole body shook with her convulsive sobs. Dearest little girl, poor dear little child. In the branches above, a bird fluttered and cheeped as though startled in its dreaming. She freed herself, sought a handkerchief to dry her eyes. With the impotence of a man before a woman's grief, he sought to brush back a wisp of hair that had fallen across her cheek, and his hand trembled. Her face seemed to hover in the star dusk. He saw the quiver of her lashes, the parted lips, felt for an instant the throbbing pulse in her throat. I knew the end would come, she said, with a deep sigh. But I didn't know it would be like this. It has been so dear, so wonderful. I thought it would go on forever. Her gaze was upon the dark, uneven line of the trees across the river where they brushed the stars. But it isn't the end, dear. A love like ours can't die. It belongs to the things of all time. Please, what? She said impatiently, drawing a cloak more tightly about her shoulders. Let's not deceive ourselves any more. You know we can't go on, she continued, as one who has reasoned through a thing and reached an irrefutable conclusion. It's all been like a dream. But dreams don't last, and this should never have begun. You break my heart when you say things like that. As we have said so many times, it all had to be. We were fools to think it could last, she said. But it was more my fault than yours, and you have been dear and kind. Oh, so beautifully kind. You have trusted me, you have proved that. You have never doubted. You don't doubt now that I love you. Oh, it does no good to talk. Let's just be quiet. I do love you. I must talk, he replied stubbornly. You are the dearest thing in the world to me. I couldn't foresee what happened. It's only right you should know what occurred after you left Miss Reynolds. No, please no. I've no right to know. And it can make no difference. I knew it was all over when I left the house, but I did want to see you once more. She was trying to be brave, but the words faltered and died. I did not discuss you, try to explain you in any way. I only expressed my indignation at the wholly unnecessary manner in which Mrs. Trenton treated you, after encouraging me to believe that you would be treated with every courtesy. I suppose it was jealousy that prompted her to speak to you as she did. Miss Reynolds came in at once. You must have met her, and I took leave after I had tried to cover up the fact that something disagreeable had happened. That was all. It was enough. There wasn't a thing you could say. Mrs. Trenton had every right on her side. I hope you'll go back to her and tell her that any feeling you had for me was just a mistake. Make light of the whole thing Of course, she loves you. If she didn't, she wouldn't be jealous. There's nothing for you to do now but to make your peace with her. Don't trouble about me. I don't want to stand in the way of your happiness. Grace, he said, patient in spite of a strained, petulant tone. There is no question of love about it. We know we love each other, but we have got to be sane about this. Let us not talk about it, Ward. You know as well as I do that we have reached the end. And please, dear, don't make it harder for me by pretending it isn't. I'm not a child, you know. We're not going to pretend anything, Grace. Least of all, we're not going to pretend that everything's over when we know we couldn't forget it if we wanted to. But we have got to have a care for a little while at least, now that Mrs. Trenton knows just enough to arouse her suspicions. I feel my responsibility about you very seriously. Please, won't you believe me when I say that it's of you I'm thinking first? We might go on seeing each other as we have been, or I might take you away with me. I've thought of that, but I've thought too of the danger. I can't promise you that Mrs. Trenton wouldn't spy upon us, do something that would drag you into the newspapers, make an ugly mess. Her prominence would make attractive newspaper material of you and me too. I love you too dearly to take any chances. Don't you understand? Isn't it better? Oh, please stop, Ward. Don't talk to me as though I were a child. It all comes to the same thing. That we mustn't see each other anymore. I knew it when I left Miss Reynolds yesterday. It would have been better if he hadn't come out here. It won't be far away, doggedly persisted. In the end, I am going to have you. I want you to remember that. Ward, how perfectly foolish of you to talk that way. If we were to go on as we have been, we wouldn't be happy. Let us just acknowledge that this is the last time. No, he protested. It's not going to be that way. You have lost your courage, and I can't blame you for seeing things black. If I had only myself to consider, I'd run away with you tonight. But that would be a despicable thing for me to do. I love you too much for that. The protestation of his love brought her no ease. She was half angered by his stubborn refusal to face the truth, and his professed belief that sometime in some way they were to be reunited. He was trying to see the light of hope ahead where all was dark to her. It was strange to be sitting there beside him, thinking already of their love with all its intimacies that had seemed to bind them together forever as something that had been swept into a past from which, in a little while, memory would cease to recall it. This was love. This was the thing that had been written of and sung of in all the ages, and it was a lure contrived only to bruise and break and destroy. She touched the lowest depths of despair, snatched away a hand when he tried to possess it, thought of him for an instant with repulsion. The wistful tenderness of the night, the monotonous ripple of water beneath, the very tranquillity of the stars seemed to mock and taunt her. He waited patiently, silent, impassive, as though he knew what she was thinking and knew, too, that such thoughts were inevitable and must run their course. The silence fell upon her like a soothing hand. The tumultuous rush of her thoughts ceased. She was amazed at the serenity with which suddenly she viewed the situation. He was finer than she, wiser, more far-seeing. Something in his figure, in his dimly etched profile in the faint starlight, touched her profoundly. It was selfish of her to forget that he too suffered. He was a man she had given herself to without reservation, and with all the honesty and fervour of her young heart, and to think harshly of him was to acknowledge herself a shameless wanton, no better than a girl on the street. She could not think ill of him without debasing herself, and she did love him. She had loved him from the first, and it was not the way of love to wound. Perhaps he had been sincere in saying that he wished to protect her. This was like him, and it was cruel of her to question his love, to fail to help him when he sought with all kindness and consideration to find some hope in the future. They must part, and it might be for the last time, but she would not send him away feeling that she had not appreciated all that his love had been and would continue to be to her. Without him, without some knowledge of his whereabouts and activities, and the assurance of his well-being, life would be unbearable. She was all tenderness, all solicitude, wholly self-forgetful, and she softly uttered his name. Ward, her arms found their way round his shoulders. I am selfish. I was thinking that you taught me to love you only to thrust me away. But I know better, dear. You are dearer to me than anything in all the world, dearer than my life even, and I know you mean to be kind. I know you want to do the right thing for both of us. Yes, he whispered eagerly and kissed her gently on lips and eyes. If we truly love each other, there'll be some way. It was not of or ordering any of this. Yes, we must believe that, dear. There can never be any man for me but you, and no woman for me but you. They clung to each other, silent, fearing to utter even the reassuring and consoling words that formed on their lips. Beyond the river, a train passed swiftly with a long blast of the locomotive. They drew apart, listening till the whistle's last echo and the rumble of cars died away. Trenton sighed deeply. The disturbance had been an unwelcome reminder of the energies of the world of men hidden by the night. Grace was the first to speak. It's been so dear to have this hour, but we mustn't meet again. Please don't ask me to see you ever, not in any way. We'll both be happier if what we say tonight is final. We can't just begin over again and be friends. That would mean forgetfulness, and we can't forget. Please don't write me. I'm going to be all right. I'll be happy just thinking of you. We are both brave and strong, and knowing that will help. Won't it, dear? He knew that at the moment at least she was the braver and stronger. He had nothing to add to what she had said. She rose and took his face in her hands and kissed him gently, passionlessly, passed her hands across his eyes, spoke his name softly. He neither spoke nor responded to her caresses. Come, dear. She touched his arm lightly and started down the path. He waited a moment before following. She talked in a cheery tone of irrelevant things, laughed merrily when she lost the path, and so they came back to the garden where the lights of the house confronted them. At the veranda steps, he caught her suddenly in his arms. It can't be like this. I'm not going to give you up. Tell me you understand that it's only for a little while. We're not going to talk about it anymore, she said without a quaver, with even a little ring of confidence in her voice. But she suffered his kiss, yielded for a moment to his embrace. I'll love you always, 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 she said slowly. I'll love you till I die, he replied. They stood hands clasped for an instant, and she turned and ran into the house. 3. They had been gone more than an hour, and the other members of the party stared at them as though they were intruders. Two of the men, not too befuddled by their potations to remember that they were leaving town by a midnight train, were trying to convince Kemp that it was time to go. Tommy was explaining elaborately that there were plenty of trains, that if there was anything the city was proud of, it was the frequency with which trains departed for all points of the compass. Irene, in her disgust with Kemp for exceeding the limits she had fixed for his indulgence in the prized champagne, had retired to the kitchen to talk to Jerry. Hearing Trenton's voice expostulating with Tommy, she appeared and announced that she was going home. One of the girls, overcome by champagne, had retired, and Irene went upstairs to see what could be done to restore her. Ask Jerry for some black coffee, Grace. That'll fix her, said Irene. She confided to Grace her indignation at the young woman for not behaving herself. She was disappointed in her. A girl, she declared, shouldn't go on a party if she had any more sense than to get drunk. However, she ministered to the young woman effectively and kindly. Trenton got the 3 visiting gentlemen and the young women who had accompanied them into a machine and dispatched them to town and resumed his efforts to persuade Kemp to go home. Kemp wished to discuss with Trenton his business plans for the future. He wanted Trenton to promise to move to Indianapolis immediately to assist him in the management of his plant. Finding Trenton unwilling to commit himself, Kemp fixed his attention upon Irene. He became tearful as he talked of Irene. She was the most beautiful girl in the world, and she had brightened his life. He would always be grateful to her. And now that she had grown tired of what he called their little arrangement, he wanted her to be happy. He wished Trenton and Grace to bear witness that he bore no hard feelings but wished her well. If at any time Irene needed help of any kind, it would break his heart if she didn't appeal to him. Finding that the others were impatient at the delay these deliverances were causing, he assumed an injured air and bade them take him home. They didn't love him. Nobody loved him. When finally they got him out to the big touring car, he insisted that he would do the driving, and this called for a long argument before he was dissuaded. He refused to enter the car at all until the others were settled in the back seat. He guessed he knew the demands of hospitality. Craig roused his ire by attempting to help him in, and he waited till the chauffeur was seated and ready to start before he would move. Then he adjusted one of the disappearing seats, got in, and began an ironical lecture on the instability of friendship. Some of his remarks were amusing, and they encouraged him to go on, feeling that so long as they manifested interest, he would not revive the question of driving to the various points he had proposed as attractive places to run for breakfast. He announced suddenly that he had always wanted to visit Tippecanoe battleground and demanded an opinion from Craig as to how long it would take to drive there. He was irritated because the chauffeur professed not to know the route. He declared that he would get even with Craig for lying to him. He became quiet presently, and Trenton tried to interest him in a description of a mechanical stoker that had lately been put on the market. "I must look into it," said Kemp. "Awful nice of you to tell me about it, what?" Then, before they knew what he was about, he clutched the back of the front seat and threw one leg over. He swayed toward the driver and to steady himself grabbed the wheel. Craig, believing Kemp wholly interested in Trenton's talk, was caught off guard. The car, which had been running swiftly over the smooth road, swerved sharply and plunged into the deep drainage ditch that paralleled the road. As the radiator struck the further side of the ditch, Kemp was thrown forward and his head crashed against the windshield with terrific force. The 3 passengers on the back seat were pitched violently to the floor. Craig had shut off the motor instantly and jumped out, and when Trenton joined him in the road, he was tearing off the curtains. "Get your flash, Craig," Trenton said. But without waiting for the light, he thrust in his arms and lifted Kemp out. Irene and Grace had crawled out and stood in the road clinging to each other and hysterically demanding to know what had happened to Tommy. Craig jerked out the seat cushions and Trenton laid Kemp upon them. The flashlight showed Kemp's face deathly white and smeared with blood. Trenton was on his knees, his head against the stricken man's heart. He looked up with a startled, odd look and shook his head. "God," he said under his breath. "Oh, what? Not that," faltered Irene. "Not. No, we must keep our heads, Craig. What's the quickest way of getting help?" "What? Oh, Tommy, Tommy," cried Irene, dropping on her knees and taking Kemp's head in her arms. "Don't, Irene, don't," moaned Grace helplessly. "There's a house a quarter of a mile ahead where I can telephone," Craig said. "I know the farmer. You can rely on him." "Just a minute," said Trenton, looking at his watch. "There are things to consider. We've got to think of Tommy first of all. Craig, I can count on you?" "Yes, certainly, sir. I'm afraid it was my fault. I ought to have been watching, but I thought you were no more to blame than I was. We can't discuss that now. We've got to take care of this in a way that will protect Tommy. And you girls mustn't figure in it at all. We understand all that. We'll do anything you say." "What?" sobbed Irene. "I'm trying to think of someone we can trust to help," said Trenton. "There'll be many things to do immediately." "I wonder," said Irene, turning to Grace, "whether we could reach John Moore." "There's no one better," Grace eagerly assented. "We could telephone him at his boarding house." Trenton asked a few questions about Moore and began instructing Craig as to the persons he was to call by telephone. First, a physician, who was also an intimate friend of the Kemps, and 2 of Kemp's neighbors, well known to Trenton. Kemp and I had been to the shack for dinner alone. Jerry and the cateress must be taken care of as to that. Tommy was driving home. Something went wrong with the car, and it ran off into the ditch. How about that, Craig? "I wouldn't say, Mr. Trenton, that Mr. Kemp was driving. The driver in such accidents is seldom hurt. We'd better say the car simply struck a stone and swerved." Craig hurriedly suggested possible explanations of a deflection that would ditch a car at this point. "Yes, that's better," Trenton agreed. "If the young ladies could go into town on an interurban car, that would help," said Craig. "It's only a little way to a stop on the crossroad back yonder. There'll be a car passing at 12:30. These matters hastily determined, Craig hurried away, the quick patter of his feet on the macadam suggesting the flight of a malevolent fate that had struck its blow and was flying from the scene. Tommy Kemp was dead. There was no question, but that he had died instantly, either from the violent blow on the head or from a failure of the heart due to the shock of his precipitation against the windshield. No cars had passed since the accident, but as they were on a highway, Trenton urged Irene and Grace to go at once. "You mustn't be seen here. It's horrible enough without having you mixed up in it." Irene bent down and touched the quiet face, murmuring, "It's cruel to leave him like this. Poor boy." Poor dear Tommy. Part 4. Grace and Irene had worn hats on the tragic adventure, and their long dark cloaks covered their party dresses, so that their entrance into the interurban car awakened little interest in the half-dozen dozing passengers. Fortunately, Grace had her purse and paid the fares. The swift rush of the car exerted a quietening effect upon them. Irene had wrenched her shoulder when the machine leaped into the ditch, but Grace had escaped only with a few scratches. They conferred in low tones, still dazed by their close contact with death. I ought to have insisted on going home earlier, but I did the best I could. Tommy wouldn't budge. Tell me that I did the best I could. Of course you did. We should never have gone, any of us, said Grace. I'm as much to blame as anyone. But Tommy would have gone anyhow. You know he would. Ward's wonderful, said Irene. I'll never forget him as he stood there beside Tommy as we left. Those men loved each other, and Tommy was good, Grace. I'm glad I had it out with him, about quitting I mean. He was sober then, perfectly all right. It was just before you and Ward came back that he began drinking crazily. When I told him I thought it was all wrong and that I wanted to quit, he talked to me in the finest way. He said he wouldn't let me think I could be better than he was, and he was going to live straight the rest of his life. But Tommy would never have quit. There would always have been some girl, and he just had to have his parties. I suppose there's no use worrying about that. No, Grace consoled her. Things just have to be. You can't change anything. Ward and I said goodbye to each other tonight, so that's all over. I'm not so sure, Irene replied after a deliberate inspection of Grace's face. I wouldn't count much on Ward giving you up. Love is a strange thing. You'll go on loving each other and breaking your hearts about it, and then someday you'll meet and things will begin all over again. I've always been pretty cynical about these things, but I know love when I see it. It is... Don't, Irene, whispered Grace, a sob in her throat. I can't bear it. To think of Tommy. Her hands stole out and clasped Irene's. The events of the night had made upon both an impression that never could be effaced. Aware of this, silence held them until the lights of the station flashed upon the windows. Moore was on the platform, and they found a quiet corner of the waiting room where Irene told the story of the accident. John expressed no surprise, made no criticism, merely said that he was proud that they had thought of him. Trenton had suggested that they ask Moore to visit the newspaper offices and then go to Kemp's house. Mrs. Kemp was still away, and notify the servants. John's practical mind had considered every aspect of the matter after his brief talk with Craig over the telephone, and he had already dispatched the coroner to the scene of the accident that there might be no delay or subsequent criticism. The sooner you both get home, the better, he said. We will decide now that you were both with me all evening. I'll account for my knowledge of the accident by explaining to the newspapers that Mr. Kemp's chauffeur called me on the telephone after trying to get Judge Sanders, who is Kemp's lawyer and an old friend. It happens that the judge left for Washington tonight. I think that covers it all. It was not until Grace had crept into bed that she was able to think clearly. It was like a hideous dream that Kemp was dead, that she has seen him die. His death obscured the memory of a parting with Trenton, or blending with it, became a part of the dissolution of all things. Alone in the dark, remorse stole upon her like a nightmare. From the hour that she had met Kemp and Trenton, a doom had followed her. In a few short months, she had played havoc with her life. She groped back to her days at the university. Happy days they were, days of clean, wholesome living and buoyant aspiration. And she never could be the same carefree girl again. It was not till near dawn that she slept, to be wakened by a mother a little before the prompting of the alarm clock. Something awful has happened, Grace. Thomas Kemp died last night on the way home from his farm. There was an accident to his car, but the paper says he died of heart disease. Mr. Trenton was with him. Your father is terribly upset. He doesn't know how it will affect his prospects. It's a strange part of it that only yesterday Kemp closed a deal for the purchase of the Cummings Company. The paper says he had gone out to the farm with Mr. Trenton to talk over the merger. It was necessary for Grace to hear Kemp's death discussed in all its bearings at the breakfast table. The talk was chiefly between her mother and Ethel, dull and merely confirming or correcting, when appealed to, their statements as to items of the dead man's history. They speculated fruitlessly as to the fate of Kemp's business interests and how much he was worth and whether he had left large sums to charity. Grace read the account of the accident and the long biographical sketch of Kim while this was in progress. Trenton and Moore had managed the thing well. Trenton's statement as to the manner of his friend's death bore every mark of veracity, and it was fortified by the coroner's report and a statement from Kim's physician. "I suppose," remarked Ethel, "that Irene Kirby will be terribly shocked. It's a wonder she wasn't with him. They were always gadding about the country together. I'm relieved, Grace, that you weren't mixed up in this mess." "Don't speak so to your sister, Ethel," admonished Mrs. Sterling. "There are things about Mr. Kemp I never knew. It seems he gave large sums to some of our needy institutions and wouldn't let it be known. And he was beautiful to all his employees. It's not for us to say he wasn't a good man." Part 5. "Well," said Irene, the day after Kemp's funeral, "I hope Tommy knows all the fine things that have been said about him. I cried when I read about the poor people who went to his house just to look at him again, people he had helped in their troubles for years, and you can be sure he always did it with a smile. I met Ward as I was coming down this morning. He was on his way to Judge Sanders' office and didn't see me till I spoke to him. You would think he'd lost his own brother. He asked about you and said to tell you not to worry about anything, and he smiled in that wistful way he has. He said he might be kept here some time." "Oh, I hope not," Grace cried, and her eyes filled with tears. She was already trying to accustom herself to the idea that they were never to meet again, and the prospect of encountering him filled her with mingled hope and dismay. A few days later, when Kemp's will was published, her heart bounded as she read that the testator had appointed Trenton the managing trustee of Kemp's industrial enterprises, and that he would in all likelihood become a resident of Indianapolis. His picture was published with a laudatory account of his career. The purchase of the Cummings concern, which was consummated on the day of Kemp's death, greatly increased the responsibilities of the trustee, who was to serve for a period of 10 years. It was with a confused sensation of happy pride and poignant heartache that Grace read all this. At home, it was necessary constantly to play a part, to feign indifference as to Trenton's suddenly attaining prominence, while her mother and Ethel reviewed daily all the potentialities of the situation as it affected Stephen Durland, who stolidly refrained from expressing any opinion as to what bearing Kemp's death might have on his personal affairs. The complexities of her life seemed to Grace enormously multiplied. Trenton was there, in town, no doubt walking at times the streets she traversed going to and from her work, and she could not see him, must never see him again. If only the family affairs were less perplexing, Roy's future, clouded by his marriage, dominated all the domestic councils, she could leave, go where the remembrance of him would be less an hourly torture. In combating a longing to see him, she sought comfort in the thought that his new duties would help him to forget, and she wanted him to forget. With his nature, he was sure to be profoundly affected by his friend's death, and the confidence Kemp had reposed in him, even from the grave. She found a certain luxury of sorrow in these thoughts. She wanted him to be happy, even if his happiness were to be won only by forgetting her. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Broken Barriers. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kurt from Tucson, Arizona. Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson. Chapter 15. 1. Miss Reynolds called Grace on the telephone a week after Kemp's death, and with her usual kindly peremptoriness, demanded that Grace dine with her the following night. "I went away unexpectedly, and didn't have a chance to let you know. I've got something I want to talk to you about. Just you and me. Please come." Grace was ashamed not to manifest more cordiality in accepting the invitation, but she was beset by fears lest Miss Reynolds was seizing the first possible moment to question her as to her singular conduct at the door on the afternoon when she had gone to the house with Trenton. And that seemed long ago, hidden by the black wall of an impenetrable past. Miss Reynolds called for her at Shipley's at the closing hour and greeted her as though nothing had happened. She had been summoned to Baltimore on business, she explained. She talked in her brisk fashion throughout the dinner, of impersonal matters, not mentioning the Trentons at all until they were settled in the living room. After all, I think I prefer plain bread-and-butter people, plain folks. A woman traveling with a maid and pretending to be keen about poor suffering humanity seems to me a good deal of a joke. Mrs. Trenton did one thing for me, though, and I ought to be grateful for that. She sent me scampering back to the Conservatives. I'd been just a little infected with some of these new ideas, but after having that woman in my house 2 days and hearing her talk and seeing how fussy she is about her personal comfort, I'm for hanging on to the old fogey notions a while longer. As Miss Reynolds continued her dissection of Mrs. Trenton's social program, Grace felt suddenly a strong impulse to tell her friend the whole story of her acquaintance with Trenton. In a way, Miss Reynolds had a right to know. She waited, wondering how she could begin, and what her friend would say, when Miss Reynolds said in her characteristically abrupt fashion, "Look here, little girl, you've got something on your mind. You haven't been listening to me at all. You needn't be afraid of me. I'm a queer old person, but sometimes I do understand. I wouldn't force your confidence. You know that. But, why, you dear child!" Grace's eyes had filled with tears. Miss Reynolds crossed to her quickly. "How clumsy I am! I wouldn't hurt you for worlds, dear." She sat down on a stool at Grace's feet and drew the girl's hands into her own. "Poor dear heart," she murmured softly. "It's an awful big old world, and little girls do sometimes get hurt and lost. Maybe you'd like me to call the car and take you for a drive." "No, I want to tell you. I've got to tell you. But I'm afraid if I do." "You couldn't tell me anything that would make me stop loving you," Miss Reynolds replied gently. Grace spared herself in nothing. She told the whole story, told it as a child might confess a grievous fault at a mother's knee, described the spirit of revolt in which she had thought to ignore the old barriers, scorned the safeguards that had offered protection, exulted in her freedom, and now, appalled by the consequences of her treason, she found herself defenseless, groping for the support of the very wall that she had contemptuously disregarded. Her day of rebellion was past. She was now eager to be received again into the ancient citadel. "I think," she said finally, "that's all." Then for the first time Miss Reynolds looked up at her. Her eyes were wet. "Dear little girl," she began, and then was silent for a time, gently stroking the girl's hands. "I guess there was something wrong, of course," she went on, "when I met you in the hall that day. When I went in, I saw right away that my interruption was unfortunate. But Mrs. Trenton very calmly introduced me to her husband. We talked a moment, and he left. As he went out, he merely bowed to her without saying anything. He struck me as being a gentleman. None of the look of a dissolute person. Certainly a handsome man, a high-bred look and air. Oh, tell me you saw the fineness, the nobility in him. I couldn't bear to have you hate him." "Why, no, I don't hate him. I'm only sorry for both of you. But I don't think you quite understand. Well, that as individuals we are responsible to those who have prior claims upon our consideration. For the sake of happiness to the greater number, we must often give up our own happiness. Many beautiful and noble women have done that." "Oh, I love him so," moaned the girl. "Yes, I believe you do, dear. It's pitiful, the whole thing. Be sure I feel for you. I want to help you." Miss Reynolds rose and took a turn across the room. "It's in his favor that he realized the thing couldn't go on, that for your sake it had to stop. That woman might easily ruin your life, and of course she has the right on her side." Yes, I know. I've no justification at all except I love him." "Yes, I understand. I believe you truly love him. But now it's my business as your friend to urge you to forget. I realize that it won't be easy. It would simplify matters if you could go away, see other people, develop new interests. Yes, I thought of that, Grace replied, but I can't leave home. There are difficulties. It wouldn't be kind. No, I understand that. But that brings me to the matter I asked you here to talk about. I want to equip a house which self-supporting young women can manage entirely by themselves, with the fewest possible restrictions. Not an institution, I hate the word, but a club. You notice I'm not smoking. Miss Reynolds smiled. Well, Mrs. Trenton cured me of that. She left me bored with the whole business of being an emancipated woman. I've got the idea that the house I propose can set a standard of morals and manners, something that will be good for the whole community. But there mustn't be a lot of restrictions. I want the girls who live there to use it as though it were their own home. I have every confidence that they'll make a happy household with just a little sympathy and encouragement. And, she smiled, I hope my example. It's perfectly wonderful, cried Grace. And it's just like you. Humph! It's perfectly selfish on my part. I expect to have a lot of fun getting it started. Maybe the girls will let me dig in the garden now and then. There'll be a garden and tennis courts, and they must have a dance once a week. And I might drop in occasionally. Oh, they'll adore you. Well, I don't mean to bother them. There are such houses in New York and Chicago, and I'm going to visit them and get all the practical ideas I can before I say anything about it. I need someone to help me collect data and look after the 1,001 details of planning. We'll call it a secretaryship. Now, Grace, and Miss Reynolds beamed on her, will you help me? Why, Miss Reynolds, it might be just what you need right now, Miss Reynolds went on, ignoring the girl's questioning, troubled look. In fact, my dear child, you put the whole idea in my head by things you've dropped from time to time about the problems of young businesswomen. But now, since you know, dear child, it's knowing that makes me all the more eager to have your help. It's only people who make mistakes and suffer that really understand. And we've got to have some heart in our club. So we'll call it settled, and we'll go to New York 2 weeks from today and begin our work. 2. Grace's announcement at home that she was to leave Shipley's to become Miss Reynolds' secretary greatly pleased her mother, who saw in the change a social advancement. It was much more in keeping with her idea of the Durland dignity for a daughter of the house to serve a lady of wealth as secretary than to be selling ready-made clothing. And Mrs. Durland hoped Grace would appreciate the privilege of becoming identified with so praiseworthy a philanthropy. Ethel, possibly jealous of Miss Reynolds's growing interest in Grace, expressed at once her concern as to proper religious influences in the proposed club. She confessed to disappointment that Miss Reynolds had not manifested more interest in the girls' club in Dr. Ridgely's church. Miss Reynolds might very easily have given the church the benefit of the money she would spend on an independent work. It was not quite loyal, she thought, to the church and all it stood for, but she hoped the souls of the young women who lived in the club would be properly cared for and that Dr. Ridgely would be on the board. She favored strong boards to administer such institutions. There ain't going to be no board, Grace answered cheerily, of the kind you mean. The girls are going to run the place themselves. Then it won't last long. I have no faith in such things. Better get some, sis. Miss Reynolds knows what she's about. She's hoping others will follow her example and make a chain of such clubs. Grace learned from her father that there had been no developments in the motor since Kemp's death. He didn't know where he stood, but Trenton had been encouraging as to the outcome. The reorganization made necessary by the absorption of the Cummings concern was causing the delay, Durland thought. Trenton's a busy man these days, but he spent several evenings with me at the shop. He's a big man. He knows what he's about, and he's been mighty fine to me. I'm glad of that, Daddy. I'm sure Mr. Trenton would tell you if he didn't mean to go through with it. I think you're right, Grace. It's a little hard waiting, and I've done a lot of waiting in my time. You dear, we've got to believe the patient waiter gets the biggest tips. That's our slogan. She tapped him lightly on the shoulder as she spoke, keeping time to her words. He didn't know how his praise of Trenton had warmed her heart. The fact that he saw Trenton and no doubt would continue to meet him frequently gave her father a new interest in her eyes. Grace saw Miss Reynolds every few days and was finding relief and happiness in the prospect of her new work. Irene expressed the greatest satisfaction when Grace told her that she was leaving Shipley's. It's more in your line, Grace, and I certainly hand it to little old Ready Money for having the sense to appreciate you. If she hadn't been the real goods, she'd have backed away when you told her about Ward. Some woman, I say. It does sort of cheer things up to know that there are people like that in the world. By the way, have you seen John lately? Not since Tommy died. Well, there's another of the saints, said Irene. He's pretending now he doesn't know we were on a wild party and that he saved our reputations. He won't talk about it, not at all. So don't try to thank him. Tommy's estate is going through Sanders's office, and John's no end busy. He's getting acquainted with Ward. Funny how things work out. But if John has any idea about you and Ward, he never lets on. I thought you might like to know that. Well, he's probably done some thinking, Grace replied soberly. John isn't stupid. He's my idea of a prince, if you ask me. He's making a big hit with my family. Mother thinks he's the grandest young man who ever came up the pike. She's got him carrying all his mending and darning out to her to do, and he's so nice to her, I'm getting jealous. 3. Roy came home for a weekend, but only after his mother had written him repeatedly urging a visit. He had really been at work. Mrs. Durland had this from the dean of the law school. But his enthusiasm for the profession his mother had chosen for him was still at low ebb. He wanted to find work on a newspaper. He wanted to go west. Anything was preferable to setting up as a lawyer in an office of his own. It was disclosed that Mrs. Durland had arranged to mortgage the house, to raise money with which to establish him. But it was the definite announcement of her purpose to bring Roy's wife home immediately after commencement, that the young couple might, as Mrs. Durland put it, begin their life together, that precipitated a crisis in Ethel's relations with her family. The baby would be born in August, and Mrs. Durland contended that the family dignity would suffer far less if Roy announced his marriage when he left the university and joined his wife in his father's house at Indianapolis. Ethel was outraged by the plan. She would not live under the same roof with that creature, and she availed herself of the opportunity to tell Roy what she thought of him. He had always been petted and indulged. His mother had favored him over the other children. They had all been obliged to practice the most rigid self-denial to educate him, and this was the result. Roy surlily martyrized himself in meeting his sister's attack. He had never wanted to go to college. He hated the law, and if it hadn't been for John Moore's stupid meddling, he would have extricated himself from the scrape with the girl he had been forced to marry. I never thought you'd really do it, Mother, Ethel moaned. I didn't think you'd be cruel enough to visit this shame on me. Everybody will talk. We'll be ostracized by all our friends. Grace's attempt to restore harmony only infuriated Ethel. I've told Osgood the whole story, Ethel announced. I felt that it was the only honorable thing to do, and he's been splendid about it. We've been engaged since Easter, and he's ready to marry me at any time. I'd hoped we'd be able to live at home for a little while, but now I'm going. I can already feel that abandoned creature in the house. Osgood has a good offer in Cincinnati, and I'll marry him tomorrow and go away and never come back. I would if I were you, said Grace, as Ethel stalked from the room. Safety first. Grab all the life belts. Ethel paused and pointed an accusing finger at Grace. You're a pretty one to talk. Stephen Durland raised his head, coughed, and returned to his reading. Roy announced that he was going downtown. The front door slammed upon him, and Mrs. Durland burst into tears. You don't think Ethel means she's going? Oh, I certainly hope she means it, Grace replied wearily. Osgood's not a bad fellow, and maybe he can beat some sense into her. 4. Grace had never been in New York before, and Miss Reynolds gave her every opportunity to see the sights. The investigation of devices for housing businesswomen Miss Reynolds pursued with her usual thoroughness, broadening her inquiry to include a survey of the general social effort in the metropolis. She accepted no invitations in which Grace could not be included, with the result that they dined or had luncheon in half a dozen private homes and were entertained in fashionable restaurants and at the Colony Club. You're so good to me, said Grace one night when they reached their hotel after a dinner at the house of some old friends of Miss Reynolds. All the guests were somebody except me. I wonder what they'd think if they knew that only a little while ago I was number 18 in Shipley's. They knew you were good to look at, Miss Reynolds replied, and talked well, and had very pretty manners. Nothing else was any of their business. But sometimes, Cousin Beulah, when your friends are so kind and treat me so beautifully, I can't help thinking that if they knew about me, my dear Grace, this busy world's a lot kinder than it gets credit for being. Even if the world knew, it wouldn't condemn you. They had visited a settlement house on the east side one morning, and were driving to Washington Square for luncheon with a friend of Miss Reynolds who lived in one of the old houses which she said Grace ought to see. We're a bit early for our engagement, Miss Reynolds remarked as they reached Broadway. We've got half an hour to look at Trinity. They walked quickly through the yard, that Grace might experience the thrill of reading the historic names on the gravestones, and entered the church. It was the noon hour, and sightseers mingling with the employees from the towering buildings came and went. Miss Reynolds and Grace sat down in a pew near the door. A service was in progress, and Grace, unfamiliar with liturgic churches, at once fixed her attention on the chancel. The minister's voice reciting the office, the sense of age communicated by the walls of the edifice, all had their effect on her. She felt singularly alone. The heartache that had troubled her little since she left home again became acute. Here was peace, but it was a peace that mocked rather than calmed the spirit. We humbly beseech thee for all sorts and conditions of men. The mournful cadence of the prayer only increased her loneliness. She was like a child who, watching night descend in a strange place, is overcome by a stifling nostalgia. Her throat ached with inexpressible emotions. Her heart fluttered like a wild bird in her breast. She knew she wanted Trenton. Nothing else mattered. No one else could ever fill his place. She bowed her head, and her lips trembled. A man walked hesitatingly down the aisle and slipped into a pew in front of her. Apparently he was one of the many who were seeking relief from the world's turmoil. She remained motionless, staring. It was unbelievable that it could be Trenton, and yet beyond question it was he. His coming was like an answer to prayer. She recalled what he had written after his illness, that he had thought of her once so intently that he had brought her into the room. She remembered that he had once told her that his New York office was near Trinity. Perhaps it was his habit to drop in as he passed. Miss Reynolds, turning the pages of a prayer book, evidently had not noticed or had failed to recognize him. Presently she glanced at her watch, touched Grace's arm, and nodded that it was time to go. As they paused in the entry to look at the bronze doors, Grace decided not to tell her friend that Trenton was in the church, but suddenly he stood beside them. This is surely more than a coincidence, he said, smiling gravely as he shook hands. I pass here every day. but I hadn't been in here before for years. But today, they walked together to the gate, Grace silent, Miss Reynolds and Trenton discussing the weather to cover their embarrassment. Grace, still awed by his appearance, saw that he looked careworn. Even when he smiled at some remark of Miss Reynolds, his eyes scarcely brightened. "I have a taxi here somewhere." Miss Reynolds was glancing about uncertainly when the machine drew in at the curb. "Are you staying in town long?" asked Trenton as he opened the cab door. "Only a few days," Miss Reynolds replied guardedly. "Grace and I are here on a little business. I wonder." Without finishing the sentence, she stepped into the car and gave the Washington Square address. Trenton, rousing as he realized that they were about to leave him, bent forward and took Grace's hand. "It's so good to see you," he said steadily. "I'm going west tonight. Mrs. Trenton's been very ill. She's in a sanitarium in Connecticut." Then, aware that he couldn't detain them longer, "Miss Reynolds, I'm sure you and Miss Derland will take good care of each other." "Goodbye," said Grace faintly, and watched him disappear in the crowd. "I was going to ask him to come and dine with us," said Miss Reynolds when the car was in motion, "but I changed my mind, and now I wish I could change it again." "I'm glad you didn't," Grace answered colorlessly. "It would have been a mistake." Well, perhaps, and Trenton was not referred to again. But all the rest of the day Grace lived upon the memory of his look, his voice. He was still in a world she knew. Any turn of the long road might bring him in sight again. 5. A week in Chicago followed a fortnight in New York, and Grace had filled a large portfolio with notes and pamphlets bearing upon Miss Reynolds's projected house for business girls. Her mother's letters had kept her informed of family affairs, and she was prepared to find Ethel gone and Roy's wife established in the house. Ethel had refused to be married at home, and the ceremony had been performed by Dr. Ridgely in his study, with only Mrs. Derland present to represent the family. Ethel and Haley had left at once for Cincinnati, where they were to make their home. "I did the best I could about it, Grace," Mrs. Derland kept repeating pathetically. "I hated to have her go that way, but she would do it. She said some pretty unkind things to your father after you left, and he didn't go to see her married." For Sadie, the new member of the family, Grace formed an immediate liking. The girl was so anxious to be friendly and to do her share of the domestic labor, and so appreciative of kindness, that she brought a new element of cheer into the household. She was intelligent and amusing, after a slangy fashion. Even Stephen Derland laughed at her jokes. Grace found that her position as secretary to Miss Reynolds was far from being a sinecure. She was present at all the conferences with the architect who had now been engaged, and when the announcement of the new club for business girls could no longer be deferred, it fell to Grace's lot to answer the letters that poured in upon Miss Reynolds. A bedroom was fitted up as an office, and there Grace spent half of every day keeping accounts, typing letters, and answering the importunities of the telephone. One day in June, Grace went to Judge Sanders' office on an errand for Miss Reynolds. It was merely a matter of leaving an abstract of title for examination. But as she was explaining what was wanted to the office girl, John Moore came out of one of the inner rooms. "Caught in the act," he exclaimed. "I've just been hankering to see you. Can't you give me a few minutes, right now?" She was really in a hurry, but when he earnestly protested that he had business with her, she followed him into a room whose door bore the inscription, "Mr. Moore." "That looks terribly important, John," she said, indicating the lettering. "Onward and upward." "Well," he said when they were seated, "Mr. Kemp's death has thrown a lot of business into the office, and some of it that doesn't require much brain power they leave to me. Mr. Trenton just left a few minutes ago. He came in to see if I'd go down into Knox County to inventory a coal mine Kemp owned. I'm getting a lot of little jobs like that." She smiled, as he wanted her to, at his boyish pride in his work. She derived a deep pleasure from the thought that Trenton had just been there. Trenton would appreciate John's qualities. They would appreciate each other's qualities and talents. Maybe you don't know, John went on, and maybe I oughtn't to tell you. But right here on my desk are the papers for your father to sign away his rights and his motor patents, and his formula for that non-breakable spark plug porcelain you probably know about. Your father's coming in tomorrow to sign up. Mr. Trenton has left a check here for advanced royalties that will pay the Durlin grocery bill for some time to come. Do you mean it, John? I'd been afraid Mr. Kemp's death would end all that. Trenton's the whole cheese in that business now, and he knows what he's doing. He says those two things are bound to earn your father a lot of money. Father certainly deserves any success that may come to him. I'm so glad for him and Mother. Just now when things at home don't look particularly bright. You're thinking of Roy? Well, Roy will get his law degree, but that boy had no more business in the law than I'd have in a millinery shop. I sneaked him up here last Sunday and had Mr. Trenton take a look at him. You know, Roy's a smart, likable chap with a friendly way of meeting people, and I thought maybe there was a job somewhere in the Kemp organization that he'd fit into. I don't know, began Grace doubtfully, remembering Roy's anger at John's meddling. Oh, Roy took it fine. Mr. Trenton taken a fancy to him. In fact, they liked each other immensely. Roy's to get his sheepskin and then go right into the Kemp factory for 6 months to get an idea of the business, and then transfer to the sales department. Why, John, that's wonderful, exclaimed Grace. You don't know how relieved I am. You're not half as relieved as Roy is to dodge the law, John chuckled. That boy will make good. I told Mr. Trenton all about him, and he was as kind to him as a father. Roy wanted me to ask you to spring the news on his mother. She's so keen about having him a lawyer that he's afraid to tell her himself. Yes, John, I'll do it tonight. And thank you. Oh, thank you for everything. 6. Stephen Durlin's announcement that the Kemp Company had taken up the option on his motor and made a contract for the manufacture of the porcelain tempered in some degree his wife's disappointment when Grace broke the news that Roy had renounced the law. Mrs. Durlin took comfort in the fact that Roy had really passed the law examinations and was admitted to practice with the rest of his class. This measurably satisfied her family pride by enrolling Roy on the list of attorneys of his state, in succession to his grandfather and great-grandfather. Roy, however, was much less thrilled by this than by the prospect of having at once employment that he felt was within his powers. The idea of making machinery had never interested him, but the idea of selling it appealed to him strongly, and for the first time in his life he found himself in sympathy and accord with his father. Stephen Durlin had money in the bank and was reasonably sure of a good income for the remainder of his life. The Kemp publicity department had given wide advertisement to his discoveries, and several technical journals had asked for photographs of the inventor, the taking of which Grace joyfully supervised. A kind fate having intervened to prevent the mortgaging of the old home, Mrs. Durlin was now considering selling it and satisfying the great desire of her heart by moving beyond the creek. Ethel, hearing of the family's unexpected prosperity, had been up for a visit, and returned to Cincinnati with a supply of linens for her apartment. Her mother thought it only fair that she should participate in the good luck that had at last overtaken the Durlins, and Grace agreed with her. Haley's earnings were meager, and Ethel received the gift graciously. She even volunteered a few generous words to her young sister-in-law, about whom she admitted she might have been mistaken. Durlin declined to become interested in the proposed change of residence. In fact, he continued to appear dazed by his good fortune, and Grace, for years familiar with his moods, was mystified by his conduct. One evening, when they were alone on the front porch, she asked a question about affairs at the factory, really in the hope that he would speak of Trenton. When he had answered perfunctorily that everything was running smoothly and that they would be ready to put the new motor on the market in 6 months, he remarked that Trenton was away a good deal. His wife's sick, you know. Down east somewhere, I guess. He's had a good deal to worry him. When he's in town, he works hard. There's a lot to do moving the stuff from Cummings's old plant and putting up the new buildings. Mr. Trenton's certainly been a good friend to you, Daddy. But of course he wouldn't have taken your patents if they hadn't been all they promised to be. Derlin turned his head to make sure they were not overheard. Mrs. Derlin was somewhere in the house, and Roy and Sadie had gone for a walk. Derlin cleared his throat and said in a low tone, "I'd never have got those things right, Grace. Trenton straightened me out on a lot of points that were too much for me. He worked with me every night for a week till everything came right. He oughtn't to give me the credit. Now, Daddy, that's just like you. Of course they're all your ideas, but it was fine of Mr. Trenton to help you round them out." "It was more than that, Grace," Derlin persisted stubbornly. This, then, was the cause of her father's preoccupation, and the embarrassment with which he had been hearing himself praised. It was Trenton's genius, not his, that had perfected the motor. Something sweet and wistful like the sense of the summer night crept into her heart. She was happy, supremely happy in the thought that Trenton had done this, given her father the benefit of his skill, and for her. Yes, it was all for her, and for those close and dear to her. But her father's confession moved her greatly. The light from the window fell upon his hand, which seemed to her to symbolize failure as it hung inert from the arm of his chair. Oh, lots of inventors must accept help from experts when they've got as far as they can by themselves. Don't you worry about that. I'm sure it was a pleasure to Mr. Trenton to help you over your difficulties. He naturally wouldn't want any of the credit when you did all the real work." Derlin shook his head impatiently. "I couldn't have done it," he said huskily. "I don't understand even now how he got the results he did." "Oh, pshaw!" she exclaimed with a happy little laugh. "No man would be so generous of his talents as all that. Men are not built that way." But she knew that it was true, and that it was because Trenton loved her that he had saved her father from another and crushing failure. 7. She was able to keep track of Trenton's movements through Irene, who got her information from John. Grace and Trenton were holding strictly to their agreement not to see each other. Once, as she waited for the traffic to break at Washington and Meridian Streets, Trenton passed in a car. Craig was driving, and Trenton, absorbed in a sheaf of papers, didn't lift his head. He was so near for a fleeting second that she could have touched him. This, then, was to be the way of it, their paths steadily diverging, or if they met, it would be as strangers who had ceased to have any message for each other. Sadie's baby was born in August, and Roy manifested an unexpected degree of paternal pride in his offspring. The summer wore on to September. Now and then, as she surveyed herself in the mirror, it seemed to Grace that she was growing old and that behind her lay a long lifetime crowded with experience. She felt herself losing touch with the world. Miss Reynolds, with all her kindness, was exacting. Grace saw no young people, and her amusements were few. Irene, who watched her with a keenly critical eye, remarked frequently upon her good looks, declaring that she was growing handsomer all the time. "You won't really reach perfection till you're 40, said Irene, "and have some gray in your raven tresses. I'll look like a fat yellow cucumber when I'm 40. Unless all signs failed, Irene and John were deeply in love with each other. The old story of the attraction of apparently irreconcilable natures. "I've told John everything, all about Tommy, of course, to give him a chance to escape," Irene confided. "But I didn't jar him a bit. That man's faith would make a good woman of Jezebel. John's already got some little jobs, secretaryships of corporations that Judge Sanders threw his way. He thinks we can be married early next year, and I'm studying real estate ads. I've got enough money to make a payment on a bungalow as far from Shipley's as a nickel will carry me, and there'll be a cow and a few choice hens. Back to nature for me, dearie." "Oh, it's just marvelous," cried Grace. "You and John are bound to reach the high places. You've got just the qualities John needs to help him get on. When he goes into politics after a while, you'll be a big asset." "I think I might like a few years in Washington," Irene replied meditatively. "I've already joined up with a woman's political club to learn how to fool 'em all the time." "Isn't that just like you?" "But Grace—" "Yes, Irene, I love John." Irene's eyes filled with tears. "I've talked so much foolish nonsense to you about men, and you must have thought me hard and sordid. I wouldn't want you to think I married John just to escape from myself. He's the grandest man in the world, and I'd die before I'd injure him or cause him a second's heartache. You do believe that, don't you?" "Yes, and it's dear and beautiful. I'm so glad for both of you. I know you will be happy." A few days later, Grace met John in the street, and he turned and walked with her a little way. "I guess Irene's told you." "Well, I want to tell you too," he said with his broadest smile. "Well, I didn't need to be told, John. I saw it coming, and I congratulate you both with all my heart." "Yes, I knew you'd be glad, Grace," he said. Then his face grew grave. "You see, Irene was troubled a lot, about little mistakes she'd made. She was mighty fine about that. When I found I loved her, and she loved me, nothing else made any difference. And she's so strong and fine and splendid. You just know it was never in her heart to do wrong." "Yes, John," Grace replied, touched by his simple earnestness, his fine tolerance, his anxiety that she should know that Irene had withheld nothing of her past that could ever cast a shadow upon their happiness. Late in September, Miss Reynolds proposed to Grace that they go to Colorado to look at the mountains. The architect could be relied on to watch the construction of the clubhouse, and Miss Reynolds insisted that Grace had earned a vacation. They established themselves in a hotel that commanded a view of a great valley with snowy summits beyond, and Grace tramped and rode and won a measurable serenity of spirit. Miss Reynolds may have thought that amid new scenes the girl would forget Trenton, but the look that came into Grace's eyes at times discouraged the hope. Then, one evening, as they sat in the hotel office reading their mail, Miss Reynolds laid a Denver newspaper on Grace's knee and quietly pointed to a headline: "Death of Mary Graham Trenton." The end had come suddenly in the sanitarium, where Mrs. Trenton had been under treatment. Her husband, the dispatch stated, was with her when she died. "She seemed ill when she was at my house," remarked Miss Reynolds. "She was frightfully nervous and seemed to be constantly forcing herself. That tired look in her eyes gave the impression of dissipation. I'm ashamed to say it, but I really thought she might be addicted to drugs." "I'm sorry," Grace murmured, numbed, bewildered by the news. She had never taken the reports of Mrs. Trenton's illness seriously, believing Ward's wife was feigning illness to arouse her husband's pity, perhaps in the hope of reawakening his love. It had never occurred to her that she might die. As soon as possible, Grace excused herself and went to her room, where she flung herself on the bed and lay for a long time in the dark, pondering. In spite of their agreement not to write, she had hoped constantly to hear from him, and his silence she had interpreted as meaning that he had found it easy to forget. She now attributed his silence to the remorse that had probably assailed him when he found that Mrs. Trenton was hopelessly ill. 8. Grace had been home a week when she received a letter from Trenton, written in Pittsburgh. He was closing up his home, looking after the settlement of Mrs. Trenton's estate. She had bequeathed her considerable property to the societies for social reform in which she had been interested. He hoped to be in Indianapolis shortly, he wrote, and continued, "My thoughts in these past weeks have not been happy ones. But I must turn now to the future. In my dark hours I have groped toward you, felt the need of your leading hand. I love you. That is the one great fact in the world. Whatever I have left to me of life is yours, and it is now my right to give it. It was my fate, not my fault, that I learned to love you. Nothing can change that. Let me begin over again and prove my love for you. Win you as it is a woman's right to be won in the world's eyes. I want you to bear my name, belong to me truly, help me find and keep the path of happiness." She did not understand herself as the days passed, and she felt no impulse to reply. She loved him still. There was no question of that, but she tortured herself with the idea that he had written only from a chivalrous sense of obligation. Trenton was free, but she too was free, and marriage was an uncertain quantity. She encouraged in herself the belief that to marry him would be only to invite unhappiness. While she was still debating with herself, she learned from Irene that Trenton was again in town and working hard. The new club for business girls, which Miss Reynolds decided to name Friendship House, was in process of furnishing, and was to be opened on Thanksgiving Day. Nothing in the preparations had proved so embarrassing as the choice of the first occupants. It might have seemed that all the young women in town were clamoring for admission, and only 50 could be accommodated. Miss Reynolds and Grace spent many hours interviewing applicants. Then, too, there was the matter of working out a plan for the general management of Friendship House, until the club members took hold of it for themselves. "The girls can make their own rules," said Miss Reynolds, "but I'm going to have one little rule printed and put in every room and worked into all the doormats and stamped into the linen. Just 2 words. Be kind. If we'd all live up to that, this would be a lot more comfortable world to live in." Being so constantly at Miss Reynolds's, Grace had heard the Bob Cummingses mentioned frequently. The merger had obliterated the name from the industrial life of the city. The senior Cummings had gone west to live with his eldest son, and Miss Reynolds had spoken frequently of the plight in which the collapse of the family fortunes had left Bob. Evelyn came in one morning when Grace was alone in the improvised office. "We've sold our house," she announced, after they had talked a while. "It was mine, you know. A wedding present from my uncle, and I've got about 1,000 a year. So I'm going to turn Bob loose at his music. He's already got a job as organist in Dr. Ridgely's church, and he's going to teach and do some lecturing on music. He can do that wonderfully." "That's perfectly splendid," said Grace warmly. "But it's too bad, the business troubles. I've wanted to tell you how sorry I am." "Well, I'm not so sure anyone ought to be sorry for us. Our difficulties have brought Bob and me closer together, and our chances of happiness are brighter than on our wedding day. Really, they are. I'm saying this to you because you know Bob so well, and I think you'll understand." Grace was not sure that she did understand, and when Evelyn left, she meditated for a long time upon the year's changes. She had so jauntily gone out to meet the world, risking her happiness and her confidence that she was capable of directing her own destiny. But life was not so easy. Life was an inexorable schoolmaster who set very hard problems indeed. Irene, pretending to be jealous of Miss Reynolds, declared that there was no reason why Grace, in becoming a philanthropist, should forget her old friends. This was on an afternoon when Grace and Shipley's, to pick up some odds and ends for Friendship House, looked into the ready-to-wear floor for a word with Irene. Hard-pressed to defend her neglect, she accepted an invitation to accompany Irene and John to a movie that night. "John will have to work for an hour or so, but we can get in for the second show. You just come up to Judge Sanders' office about 8, and we can have an old-fashioned heart-to-heart talk till John's ready. You never take me into your confidence anymore," she concluded with an injured air. "I don't have any confidences. But if I had, you certainly wouldn't escape." "You're not seeing Ward, I suppose?" Irene asked carelessly. "No," Grace replied with badly feigned indifference. "I haven't seen him, and I have no intention of seeing him again." "I suppose it's all over," said Irene, stifling a yawn. "Yes, it's all over," Grace replied testily. "Strange, but Ward just can't get that idea. Of course, he's had a lot to do and think about, but he'd never force himself on you." "No, he wouldn't do that," Grace assented. "Ward's a free man," said Irene dreamily. "He'll probably marry again." "Irene, it was silly of me to be as crazy about him as I was. That freedom I used to talk about was all rubbish. We can't do as we please in this world. You and I both learned that. And after all that happened, I could never marry Ward. And it would be a mistake for him to marry me, a girl who... Grace Derland, Irene interrupted with lofty scorn. You're talking like an idiot. You're insulting yourself and you're insulting Ward. I know a few things. He telephoned you at Miss Reynolds's twice and asked to see you and you refused. Don't let Miss Beulah Reynolds intimidate you. She took you to Colorado hoping you'd forget Ward. Miss Reynolds is perfectly fine, Grace flared. She's never said a word against Ward. Oh, she wouldn't need to say it. She's just trying to keep you away from him. I'm not knocking Beulah. She's all right, but when there's a man in the world who is eating his heart out about you, you just can't stick your nose in the air and pretend you don't know he's alive. Grace had been proud of her strength in denying Trenton the interview for which he had asked. But she left Irene with an unquiet heart. Trenton was lonely, and his letter had been written in a fine and tender spirit. She knew that she was guilty of dishonesty in trying to persuade herself that the nature of their past association made marriage with him impossible. He had said nothing that even remotely suggested this. On the other hand, he had declared plainly that sooner or later he would have her, meaning, of course, through marriage. She despised herself for her inconsistencies. She had told him that she loved him. Love alone could have justified their relationship, and yet she was viewing him in the harshest light without giving him the hearing for which he had asked at the earliest moment possible. 9. She looked forward eagerly to the promised talk with Irene, and after supper she hurried downtown and was shot upward in the tall office building. She found Irene and John sitting opposite each other at a large flat-top desk. Irene was helping John to compare descriptions of property, but she would be free in a moment. He showed Grace into the big library and laughingly gave her a law magazine to read, saying it was the lightest literature the place afforded. The dingy volumes on the shelves impressed her with a sense of the continuity of law through all the ages. She glanced idly at the titles: torts, contracts, wills, injunctions. There must, in this world, be order, rule, and law. Life, nobly considered, was impossible without law. It was the height of folly that she had ever fancied herself a rebel, confident of her right to do as she pleased. She had made her mistakes. Henceforth, she meant to walk circumspectly in the eyes of all men. She envied Irene her happiness with John. As for herself, love had brought her nothing but sorrow and heartache. Her speculations were interrupted by the rustle of papers in the adjoining room. The door was half ajar, and glancing in, she saw a man seated at a desk, busily scanning formidable-looking documents and affixing his signature. Absorbed in his work, he was evidently unaware that he was observed. Her heart beat wildly as she watched him. She stifled a desire to call to him, checked an impulse to run to him. Irene had played a trick upon her in thus bringing her so near to Trenton. She wondered whether he had seen her and was purposely ignoring her, or he might think she had suggested this to Irene. Her face burned. She would escape somehow. As she watched him, he lifted his head with a sigh, threw himself back wearily in his chair, and stared at the wall. No, she would not speak to him. Never again would she speak to him. Panic-stricken, she turned and began cautiously tiptoeing toward the hall door, with no thought but to leave the place at once. But the door gained. Her heart beat suffocatingly. She could not go. She did love him, and to run away. She stole into the room without disturbing his reverie, and laid her hand lightly on his shoulder. I couldn't go. I couldn't leave you. Then she was on her knees beside him, looking up into his startled eyes. He raised her to her feet, tenderly, reverently, gazing eagerly into her face. "How did you know?" he cried, his eyes alight. "I didn't know. It just happened. I saw you and I just couldn't run away." "Oh, say that again. I've missed you so. You can't know how I've missed and needed you." Do you love me?" she asked softly, "as you used to think you did?" "Oh, more, more than all the world. End of section 17. End of Broken Barriers by Meredith Nicholson.